All right, I think we are ready to make a start. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, colleagues. It is a pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 edition of UNIDIR's Innovations Dialogue. I'm Giacomo Persipaoli. I'm the head of the Security and Technology Program at UNIDIR. Since its inception in 2019, the Innovations Dialogue has been UNIDIR's flagship event fully dedicated to the exploration of new and emerging technologies, those that we consider to be a little bit at the fringe of the international policy agenda, but that we thought had significant potential to bring meaningful implications for international peace and security. And believe it or not, until a few years ago, AI, artificial intelligence, was part of the Innovations Dialogue. And look at it, what it is today. Last year, our Innovations Dialogue focused on quantum, which again, another example of an emerging technology that is already showing significant potential for good as well as for bad when it comes to international peace and security. This year's dialogue focuses on a rapidly evolving domain, the domain of neurotechnologies. While still an emerging field, these technologies are advancing at remarkable speed and gaining growing prominence. Their dual use is clear. Beyond civilian applications, military research institutions across the world are exploring ways to enhance soldier cognitive, sensory, and physical abilities, including through direct brain-machine interfaces with uncrewed systems. Now, these potential military applications of neurotech raise profound security concerns. They could reshape the future conduct of warfare and introduce complex arms control, disarmament, as well as ethical and legal challenges. So clearly, this year's Innovations Dialogue stays true to its nature of being exploratory, but we do not want the Innovations Dialogue only to be interesting. We also want it to be useful. We wanted to plant the seeds that could drive potential governance responses and policy development in these fields. So we have set up this event that is both here in Geneva and online. If you're here in Geneva, you will also have the opportunity to look at the great poster exhibition that we have set up for you outside of the room. And our gratitude goes to all of those that submitted their proposals for posters. Unfortunately, we couldn't accept them all, but we were really impressed by the number and quality of proposals that we received. The selected posters are showcased outside, and I do invite you, we have a healthy number of breaks throughout the day. I do invite you to look at the posters when you have a second. We will also prepared for you a very rich program that you see on the slide and online. Throughout the day, we will be looking at different aspects of neurotechnologies, combining different formats of interaction with our expert speakers that will join us here today. We will be looking at trying to understand what are neurotechnologies. Personally, I'm not even sure I fully understand what they are and what they mean. So maintaining the tradition of the Innovations Dialogue that starts with explaining to the audience what are the technologies we're talking about. This is going to be the main focus of the first part of the conference. We'll be then transitioning to analyzing more what are some of the risks that come with these technologies, as well as some of their potential military uses. And then after this third part, we will be wrap up the day looking more at the governance options and potential governance pathways that exist. So we have a very rich program for you. And for those of you that are here in Geneva that manage to stay with us for the whole day, the incentive is at the end of the day, we will have a reception, some refreshments outside of the room. So please do stick with us and you will be rewarded. It will be wonderful if those of you here in the room, but also those that are following us online, could take an active role throughout the conference and engage with us and with the expert speakers that will be taking part in the event. You can do so by joining the Slido page. You can see it on the slide here, both in the room and online. Just scan the QR code or go on Slido and use the code ID 25. This will give you access to an online platform where you can submit your questions. You can see what other questions have been submitted, and if there is one that you particularly like, do put a thumbs up. That will give the moderator another opportunity to prioritize questions that seem to have received more support from the audience and make sure that there is time for the speakers to address them. So before I give the floor to our director, Robin Geis, for his opening remarks, I just wanted to remind everyone that UNIDIR, as a voluntary funded organization, can only do what we do thanks to the generous support of our donors. This event is made possible by the generous contributions of the sponsors to the Security and Technology Program, which include the government of Czechia, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland, and Microsoft. And now, without further ado, I would like to invite here on the podium Dr. Robin Geis, the director of UNIDIR, that will be delivering opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to UNIDIR's Innovations Dialogue 2025, which will explore with all the great expertise we've managed to assemble in this room, which will explore the theme of neurotechnologies and their implications for international peace and security. UNIDIR is 45 years old this year, founded by the General Assembly in the fall of 1980. And throughout these 45 years, UNIDIR has always tried to help anticipate new challenges, emerging technologies, threats on the horizon, on the fringe, as Giacomo was saying. Threats that are not yet part of the kind of formalized agenda of the United Nations or international discussions. And as part of these efforts, the Innovations Dialogue is really one of our flagship events. It provides a unique annual opportunity for us to boost awareness among diplomats, the diplomatic community here and worldwide, boost understanding of breakthrough technological innovations. And over the years, we've looked at quite a range of different technologies that then over time became mainstream. Quantum technology was last year, but before we looked at repeatedly at innovations in the life sciences, deepfakes, AI on the battlefield before it became an inflationary topic that everyone is looking into these days. And so we've consistently tried to stay ahead with this particular event. Now, the great challenge in all of this staying ahead in theory and in discussions like these is easy. Drawing conclusions and making our insights impactful in this international system is increasingly difficult and hard. And we would really like to encourage you to not only share your expertise and think about the challenges that neurotech will pose in the future, but also, and equally important, give thought to how we can turn this into action points and make it impactful going forward. That's the hard part, it seems to me. On many issues these days, we do know what to do. We do know how we should cooperate internationally to address a whole range of global security challenges. It's not rocket science. The answers are often fairly simple, but we don't get into the doing, and that to me seems increasingly the great challenge for the multilateral system on many levels. Now, here at Innovations Dialogue 25, as I said, we want to turn to neurotechnology, and that is a field, of course, that seems to be revolutionizing already treatment in the medical domain. It's leading to transformative commercial applications. It gives us potentially unprecedented access to the human mind, but it is also starting to reveal a new reality, additional layer and dimension, that neurotechnologies hold clear military value. And both states and private actors around the world are now starting to understand how best to reap the benefits of these technologies, especially also in the military domain. That's really the focus of this event and the discussions here today. While the civilian applications of neurotechnology have already garnered growing international attention, the potential military uses have remained peripheral to the debate. So this is why we think it's timely to pick it up. And we want to bring this conversation closer to the international disarmament, arms control, global security community. And as you will see throughout my short intervention here this morning, there is a lot of crossover areas where already we can see how neurotechnology intersects with many of the ongoing discussions in the fields of AI, of cybersecurity, and so on. And make no mistake, these technologies are already spreading as we speak. Technologies that were once the preserve really of science fiction are starting to become a reality. UNESCO tells us that investment in neurotechnologies has increased by 700% in just less than a decade. And this, of course, has led to some breakthroughs. Brain-computer interfaces are allowing people with paralysis to control prosthetics and navigate digital spaces with their thoughts. Meanwhile, deep brain stimulation is helping increasingly to treat depression and Parkinson's disease. But just as the potential of neurotechnology is becoming increasingly clear, so too, as always, with any grand advancements in science and tech, so too are the risks. As we will see today, pervasive mental surveillance, cognitive manipulation, and neurotechnology-based discrimination are just some of the possible consequences of allowing the development of neurotechnology to go unchecked. The recent vast advances in consumer neurotechnologies are also putting their military counterparts on an accelerated path of development. Military applications, they can range from the augmentative to the restorative, and UNIDIR's research suggests that these applications will materialize both on and beyond the battlefield. Armed forces could use neurotechnologies for cognitive and physical enhancement of soldiers, as well as real-time monitoring and control of their cognitive, emotional, and physical states. Brain-computer interfaces could facilitate more seamless integration between humans and machines, allowing direct neural control of uncrewed systems, revolutionizing battlefield communications and human-machine teaming and interaction. Neurotechnologies could also help to treat the many serious injuries, of course, both physical and mental, that are frequently faced by military personnel. And while military neurotechnology remains in its infancy, at least as far as we know from publicly available information, its development is accelerating. In terms of safety and security, the connectedness of neurotechnologies may increase the surface area. Now I'm turning to the risks. In terms of safety and security, the connectedness of neurotechnologies may increase the surface area and gravity of cyber attacks. As neurotechnology devices become targets of malicious cyber activity, they could enable new forms of espionage, sabotage, disinformation, hostile interference more broadly. Legally and ethically speaking, the increasing integration of humans and machines, including the ability to directly monitor and influence soldiers' brains, has very serious implications that have yet to be properly explored and understood. Reaching into the mind, the last bastion of human privacy, obviously raises the most profound and fundamental questions about human rights, privacy, and dignity, if we were to go there. Direct influence over cognition could intensify surveillance, exacerbate disinformation, and it could lead and open up an entirely new dimension of cognitive warfare. On the battlefields of tomorrow, neurotechnologies could fundamentally affect the role of humans in warfare, accelerate the integration of humans and machines, and redefine the level of control exerted over weapon systems. It'll become less and less clear where human choice ends and where algorithmic decision-making starts. Reduced friction in the transfer of information between humans and AI systems, computers more generally, will further shorten already highly compressed decision-making cycles and timelines. Obviously, that can further risks of misperception and escalation. And reducing the time available for human cognitive input will tilt the balance a little further towards general algorithmic decision-making in warfare. Now, turning to the governance dimension of all of this, absent effective governance, competitive pressures could lead to a race to the bottom in the development of neurotechnology for the military domain. Efforts to stay ahead of rivals in an enhancement race could easily lead to the deployment of ever riskier technologies. And finally, as we've seen with all other dual-use technologies that have emerged over the decades, the wider availability and affordability of these technologies and commercial versions thereof could easily facilitate their adoption and weaponization by malicious non-state actors. I think in this moment, the world is increasingly waking up to the incredible benefits, of course, of neurotechnologies, but also to the seriousness of the risks that they pose. Mitigating these risks without closing off the benefits, whether in the civilian or the military domains, will require a balanced and comprehensive approach to their governance. And thankfully, this work is already starting and is already underway, and new frameworks are beginning to emerge. The OECD, for one, has developed a responsible innovation toolkit, and just this month, UNESCO adopted the world's first global ethical framework for neurotechnology. With global attention growing, there's now clear momentum towards putting in place governance frameworks that favor responsible development, mitigate risk, and maximize benefits for humanity. As these technologies move into the military domain, and we have no doubt that they will, the international disarmament and arms control community is well placed to address the many novel risks emerging from interactions with other areas of an ever-changing global security landscape. For example, the use of neurotechnologies in conjunction with AI-enabled military capabilities could alter our understanding of the concept of human control, a concept that is central to ongoing discussions in the governmental group of experts on lethal autonomous weapon systems. In the context of information and communications technologies, another field that has been intensely discussed in the various United Nations fora over the years, the pervasive use of commercial neurotechnologies could fundamentally reshape cybersecurity. And indeed, connectivity that directly integrates humans into wider networks creates novel vulnerabilities, threats, implications both for societies and individuals. Taking an even longer time horizon, the convergence between neurotechnology, biology, and biotechnology could enable the development of capabilities that will make the field increasingly relevant for the biological and chemical weapons conventions. And these are just a few examples of the many ways in which we can already expect neurotechnologies to intersect with disarmament and arms control and generally global security debates. As these technologies develop further and converge with other fields such as AI, biotechnology, and robotics, new challenges for arms control, peace, and security will surely emerge. It behooves us, as members of the global security community, to closely monitor new developments in neurotechnology, to continuously develop our understanding of potential crossovers, and to foresee and ideally forestall potential impacts for our work and the existing global security architecture and what's left of it. By having anticipated some of these developments and by having begun to understand their impacts, we can be better prepared to meet the challenge of military neurotechnology. And this requires us, of course, to look beyond the horizon, something that's easily set and always set and then so hard to be actually done, looking beyond the horizon but acting upon our insights. As I said when I opened this intervention, I think that's the grand challenge in front of us. And in the face of such significant disruptive potential, we really cannot afford to wait for these technologies to mature and go without any governance restraining frameworks. By taking neurotechnology seriously, even at this early stage, we have the opportunity to avoid the mistakes of the past. If we anticipate risks before they materialize, we can ensure that these innovations improve lives instead of endangering them. So let me conclude by encouraging you and all of us to take this opportunity to engage constructively, to make the most of the outstanding expertise around you in this room, and to work diligently towards translating our shared insight and understanding into concrete action. On behalf of UNIDIR and the organizing team, the security and technology team led by Giacomo Persipaoli, I really thank you all once again for your participation and your commitment to this event. I wish you all an engaging, enjoyable, and constructive conference. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin, for your inspiring opening remarks that really set the scene well for the day ahead of us. I would like now, first of all, to remind you again that this is the Slido code if you want to engage with the discussions. And I would like now to invite here on the podium my colleague, Gosha Lodge, the Deputy Head of Program for AI, Science and Technology, who will be taking over the role of MC for the first part of this day. Please, Gosha, over to you.
Thank you very much. And if I could kindly invite all of our expert speakers to join me here on the podium, please. Good morning, distinguished guests, both in the room here as well as our participants online, and good morning to all of our expert speakers. Welcome to this first panel of today, titled Neurotechnologies, What Are They? Opportunities, Challenges, and Future Developments. My name is Gosia Lodge. I'm the Deputy Head for AI and Science and Technology at the Security and Technology Program at UNIDIR, and it is my pleasure to be moderating this first panel. So in 2021, a team at Stanford University published a paper in Nature titled High Performance Brain-to-Text Communication via Handwriting. They showed that a person with paralysis could type 90 characters per minute simply by imagining handwriting. So that is roughly the speed of any one of us texting and messaging on our smartphones. Last year, researchers from the US Army Combat Capabilities Development Command published a study on pre-conscious threat detection using just a EEG-based brain sensing, and that showed that soldiers' neural responses can detect visual threats before their conscious awareness. So why do I mention this? Because these breakthroughs are no longer niche academic curiosities. They indeed show up in popular media science already, in The Economist, in Financial Times. And so it is very timely that given this sphere is now entering the public imagination as well as military R&D pipeline, that we're discussing this topic today. So this panel will take us from foundations through practice to implications. It will be structured in 3 parts, and we will explore the very basis of neurotechnologies and move into the demonstration of what the BCI actually is. And then we'll have a joint Q&A at the end of the panel together with everyone here. So let us start with part 1 and dive into the building blocks for understanding neurotechnology from the broad landscape to the focused discussion. And our first speaker, Dr. Hervé Chisbeis, neuroscientist, neurologist, director of the Neuroscience Paris Seine Institute, and a former chair of UNESCO's International Bioethics Committee. Hervé will help us understand what neurotechnologies are, what they enable, and how we got from early neurostimulation decades ago already to the complex interfaces we're seeing now. Hervé, please take the floor.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and maybe if I can have the slides. Yes. So already you have heard my declaration of links of interest. I am a scientist and a neurologist at La Salpêtrière, but because I chair a certain number of ethics committees at INSERM eBrains, which is the European infrastructure for neurotechnology and handling neural data. And I had the great opportunity to chair the various committees that raise this declaration, this recommendation of UNESCO that was just mentioned by Robin in the introduction. And I was also part of the OECD recommendation. So let's start by the basic definition of what are neurotechnology. To make it short, it's everything that will allow to listen to your neural system, not only to your brain, your neural system. So anything that currently through device systems, it's very important, or procedure, is going to encompass everything that is going to monitor, to measure, to access your brain activity, but also to predict and to modulate, which is something very important also, and result at the end in influencing, restoring, or anticipate structure, activity, and function. Now this is the clear definitions that you will find in the UNESCO recommendation. You have quite almost the same in the OECD recommendation, but it will be the start for standardization of what are neurotechnology. That could be invasive or non-invasive, and you can easily imagine that within the 15 minutes that was allowed to my presentation, I'm not going to go into the vast domain of all the devices that are able now to measure and analyze the physical activity of the brain, meaning the electrical activities that you know well, but also acoustic, also optical, magnetic, other aspect, including also blood flow. Also the chemical activity of the brain and the biological signals. So a huge array of detectors that are going to allow us to understand how the brain works, but also a vast array of means to influence the brain through various ways, magnetic transcranial stimulation or implants. So just to give you a few examples, and you will have a demonstration later of this kind of device by Natalia. Just taking a very old system, because EEG, electroencephalogram, was invented by Hans Berger already a century ago now. Now you can find small devices for $100 or less than 500, let's say, that are going to allow the recording of some of your brain waves, and from this to infer your level of attention or where you focus your attention. And you are going to find this device through headsets, through airbags, or even now through other aspects, for example, results that are detecting muscles activity when you have the intention to make a gesture. So the main message is that all this was invented in the medical field and for medical purpose, but now you can buy consumer headbands that are claiming to track your attention, for example, or your brain fatigue in the consumer field, and they are going to be used in education, on the workplace, or for recreation. Why? Because it became very cheap. It became very powerful because of at least the implication of AI, and we are going to see a few examples in the interpretation of the waves. And also, it's very important to see that they are becoming smaller and smarter. So wearables, these are very important things. You can also easily influence the brain activity. Transmagnetic stimulation was developed first for rehabilitation. You can also find some small currents like TTCS that are now used to treat some aspect of depression, for example. Why it's important now to focus more, because you could say this is low tech and this is something that will be easily controlled by the persons that are using the device. It's because of our progress in neuroscience, because our progress also in the use of AI. It's incredibly clear that we can make now mental inferences. For example, this very recent paper just published beginning of November in Science Advance, where it was possible from functional MRI, so recording brain activity at a very slow level, because functional MRI, you will get images in the second range, 1-2 second range, where neurons are working in the millisecond range. But recording activity using AI algorithm, it was possible from this functional MRI to infer what the person was seeing from short video. For example, it was possible to show a short video with 4 people having a lunch, and you record the images, and it was possible to say, okay, this person was looking to a video where 4 people are having a lunch, with another video different from the training set of images, obviously. So we are moving from images to some kind of mind captioning. It's with big machines, it's with an experiment in labs, it's with volunteers that are clearly spend hours in the machine, but it's incredible that from small sets of images you are capable to derive such a brain activity. Obviously, in the field of implants, and Katarina will say much more on BCI, and Sarah also later, it's incredible progresses. Here again, using new materials that allow recording at the surface of the brain in the premotor era. It was possible with people with deep dysarthria, so not able to say a word, to ask them to sing to the word and to try to pronounce them, even if they are not able to. And with this kind of new AI system, no more generative, but flow systems that are able to go through the patterns without token, to be able, in the range of a few milliseconds, 80 milliseconds, with an accuracy of 85%, so the words was right in 85%, to decode a vocabulary of 125,000 words. And very interestingly, it was possible to demonstrate more recently that in the same era, you have the word you listen to, you have the word you attempt to speak, but you have also the inner speech, the word you are thinking without even wanting to tell them. So we are now able, once again, it's in labs, it's with volunteers, etc. But we are now with high fidelity to be able to access to words that are just thought by the person, even without the volunteer to speak them. So clearly, we are at a time where we have the ethical challenge. On one side, you have the unmet needs, and you have to realize that just for the medical field, the cost of neurological and mental disorders is in Europe 1 trillion euros a year, in the States $1.5 trillion a year, an incredible number of unmet needs, and most likely neurotechnology will be part of the game. For example, just close to here at EPFL, it was possible with Wi-Fi to allow people with paraplegia to stand up and walk along the lake. But on the other side, you see how much this is challenging our physical and mental integrity, our individual autonomy, and raising ethical questions. This is why, as soon as 2015, OECD started a group to develop recommendation, and UNESCO did the same, to raise this kind of recommendation. And just to mention what was happening in the military field, DARPA, the US military agency, invested $2 billion in the field of neurotechnology research as soon as 2014. So it's a long time that military is also involved. And also you have companies like Meta, like Google, that are developing neurotechnology to help you being able to use your computer without keyboard, directly from your brain activity to the computing. So OECD recommendation took recommendation. I have no time to enter into the details of these 9 principles, and each of the principles has 4 or 5 declinations. But you can see immediately with principle 9 that malicious use, misuse and malicious use was already considered in the OECD recommendation. You can say that this is just soft law. So what kind of implementation? France took the lead, part of this process, and created the charters. The interesting things of this charter is it was co-elaborated, co-created by all the actors of the field, the private sector, with the academic, with the patient associations, with the state agencies. This charter, and the companies that are signing the charter engage themselves in recognizing the potential of the technology, but also the challenges, and they engage themselves to do a certain number of things to protect autonomy, mental privacy, and the rights of the user. For example, to protect personal brain data by committing to a clear information about how they are collected, how they are stored, how they are used and potentially reused, and the possibility for the user to refuse to share it. I have no time to enter into the detail, but you can see that the chapter 4 is once again to prevent misuse, malicious application, and manipulation. I let you go to the charter if you want. It's on the website of the French Ministry for Higher Education and Research. Close to 50 bodies now sign this charter. Small companies, big companies, academics, state agencies. Interestingly, it moved now to a European charter that was promoted by the European Brain Council in April 2025, the same process of co-elaboration between the private sector and the academic sector, including also the patient association. You can find it on the website of the European Brain Council. And I will finish with a recommendation of UNESCO. It started with a report of the International Bioethics Council. At the time, I was the chair of this council. And in this report, we identify a certain number that was already mentioned by Robin, but I'd like to return to the fact that we need to respect physical and mental integrity. This will be important for the military as well. The personal identity, it's very important, freedom of thought, and the consequence, freedom of decision-making, privacy, obviously, and we clearly mentioned that brain data should be considered as sensitive personal data. So that's something they are not at the GDPR now at that time. Equal accessibility, because as mentioned, these technologies will be very helpful for many people. So what kind of equal access, what kind of risk of discrimination, once again, misuse, unauthorized or coercive, and we already know example of this kind of coercive use. What about augmentation and enhancement, and what it means for the brain enhancement? What type of informed consent, something very important in the military field, and also something very often forgotten. Children do not have a small adult brain. They have a developing brain. And when it will come to neurogaming or to education, what will be the impact of neurotechnology on the development of the brain of our child? This is very important to consider for future generation. This is the same for adolescents. During adolescence, there is a reshaping of brain circuits with an increase of dopaminergic activities which led to risk behaviors, and it should not, the technology should not be used to promote this kind of risk. As said, the General Conference in 2023 moved to make it a recommendation at the international level. And I will not go into the details of this recommendation that was just adopted last week in Samarkand at the General Assembly. And you will find it soon in various languages on the website of UNESCO. But the very important things of these 163 articles, and Natalia, that you will hear later, was also part of the expert group, is to make definitions. Neurotechnology, I already mentioned, but also any kind of indirect neural recording or other technologies that combined through AI could make inference on your brain mental state. It's also important to consider the whole life cycle, because all these technologies are going to use rare earths and rare materials, but also a lot of energy to process the data through AI. So the whole life and the type of ethics by design is also very important and mentioned in the recommendation. We are also considering various numbers of vulnerable populations and various ways of applications. So please go through the recommendation and see the basic aspect of what should be the governance of neurotechnology in the close future. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Hervé. It was indeed a very helpful and insightful foundation of all of the neurotechnologies, and we're very impressed how you were able to squeeze everything into the 15 minutes. So thank you for that. We will now move to our second speaker, Dr. Katerina Chinel, Senior Lecturer in Brain Science and Neuroengineering at the University of Essex, UK, and the Director of the Essex BCI and Neural Engineering Lab. And Katerina's research focuses on collaborative BCIs, so she will now take us deeper into what BCIs can do for us today. Katerina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here today, and sorry, can I have, yeah. So so I will be giving an overview of brain-computer interfaces, and so we heard already from Hervé and in the keynote address how we had a flavor of what neurotechnology and BCIs can do. So why is this so important? Well, there is quite a few things happening now at the moment. Well, one is, of course, the rapid development of neurotechnology, and we heard about this. The other one is also the even probably faster development of AI, so artificial intelligence, and what it can do, especially also generative AI. And also how the development with the development of AI, of human-machine teaming, which is becoming now central to operations in many different sectors, in many different areas. So what is brain-computer interfaces? Well, brain-computer interfaces is exactly at the intersection of all of that: AI, human-machine teaming, neurotechnology. So just to give you an understanding of how a BCI works, so this is just a representation. So you heard from Hervé about measuring neural activity. And so BCIs is based typically on non-invasive devices, and very often on EEG for a variety of reasons, but probably because it's cheaper, it's non-invasive, so it doesn't require surgery. And also it's relatively easy to set up, especially now with the wearable technologies that are being developed. So there is a lot of work that is required. People probably do not realize how much work is required to develop to design a working BCI. And so there is a lot of machine learning algorithms, so very, very powerful algorithms that have to be developed and adjusted for BCI. So if you look at the signal acquisition in itself, that is quite, it can be a very difficult task, and that's why we need to develop, more and more the technologies that can do that. At the moment, focus on non-invasive, because with the invasive neurotechnologies, it's still difficult, but much easier to get a good signal. So to give you an idea why it is so difficult to measure neurosignals, think about, there is a big party in a big hall, say, New Year's Eve, so there is loud voices, music, and you are outside looking through a window, okay, so you just hear the noise, and you are trying to, you see your friend over there in the hall, and you are trying to say, to understand what they are saying to their friend, so the conversation. It's almost impossible, okay, because they are outside, the windows is closed, and so it's for neurosignals is something quite similar. The signal is very noisy, and so these algorithms need to extract the signal, the meaningful signal, into something meaningful. So identify patterns of activation. So at all levels, so the preprocessing, the feature extraction, which means finding the relevant signals, and then classification. So BCI transform as a neural signal into a meaningful and useful signal. Typically, BCIs, and we have seen earlier an example, are used for, traditionally they have been developed and used for example, people with very severe motor disabilities, to help them control external devices for communication, or say, I don't know, a robotic arm, or a prosthesis, or a wheelchair, or moving the cursor of the computer display around. And so in this type of BCIs, which are also called active BCI, there is the user have to be at the center of it, and there needs to be that intentional control of these devices. However, there are also different types of BCI called passive BCIs. And these, as the word says, does not require the active control of the user. These type of BCIs are based on monitoring the neural activity. So, for example, their attention, so one engaged in a task, so monitoring their attention, drops in vigilance. They are used in human machine interaction, to monitor emotion, to monitor stress and anxiety, for example, so in mental well-being. And, so there is a lot of progress in this type of BCIs. And what is also interesting about them is that they can be integrated, so the neural signal, the information from the neural signal can be integrated also with information from other physiological signals, as well as behavioral signal. So these passive BCIs are, like for monitoring mental activity, are typically developed for able-bodied users, well, for everyone, but even for able-bodied users. So even, for example, manual responses can be, information from manual responses from behavior can be used and integrated to have a better understanding of people's mental activity. Sometimes these devices, like these active and passive BCIs, are also used in combination with technologies for transcranial stimulation. So say, for example, that I'm engaged in a very long task and there is a drop in attention, so you can use, for example, I don't know, transcranial magnetic or transcranial electric stimulation to give a boost to the person attentional levels. Some examples here. So as I said, there is this monitoring of mental state. Some examples are those called neuroadaptive systems. So again, the mental activity is monitored, and then feedback is provided, and based on the state of the mental of the person or their mental state, there is something that changes, like the system, the amount of information that is given to the person, so they can control better what they are doing, or again, stimulation with other devices. It can be with active BCI control of robotic arms, neuroprosthesis. It can be used for communication. There are many applications in this, and this again is typically for those who have no control, well, very severe motor disease. So using a BCI is the only thing they have left to communicate with the external world. In our own lab, Essex BCI lab, we have worked, for example, in the last few years on using BCIs for enhancing decision making. And this can be also used for a team group decision making. So again, we use signals from the brain, but we also use a behavioral signal here. In this way, we can improve the accuracy and sometimes the speed of decisions. What is interesting is that in these teams that are supported by BCIs, we give them very simple tasks, sometimes such as discriminating a target from a non-target, or like in the example you see here, looking at identifying a target person from CCTV images. We also introduce artificial agents that these AIs work together with the humans, and we know that this can boost performance. So the humans, their performance is boosted by the AI, and the team performance is boosted even further by the machine, the AI. And we have done this in a number of settings, including, for example, detecting targets. Well, this is more in the military area, detecting targets from non-targets people. Again, the combining together BCI, human supported by CI, and AIs can boost team performance very dramatically. And so, again, about the work of this type, so decision-making in human-machine teams supported by BCI, we have recently observed something very interesting. When humans work with BCI, well, they are supported by BCI, but they work with the machine, so the machine, the AI, is part of the team. They tend to trust the AI a lot, and when the AI make a mistake, this is very disruptive, dramatic. It can disrupt in a very dramatic way human performance. What we have seen is that when the humans are supported by BCI, this disruption of their performance is much lesser. And so what we have seen that is BCI not only improve the human performance, but can increase their human resilience when the AI is inaccurate. And so, yeah, again, looking at the BCI in combination with in a human-machine interaction, we have seen that there are different types of this type of collaboration, if you like. So there is a monitoring where the machine monitors the mental activity of the person. There is a type of adaptation between the human and the AI and the human, which means that the AI they can change their behavior based on what they see from the mental activity of the person, being like changing the way they interact, changing the amount of information that they give, making the AI's own behavior more human. There is a lot of work of this. And so we can think about different systems in which human supported by BCI and machine can interact together. So again, they can be in the same team where the human is supported by the BCI and the AI adapts the behavior based on human mental state. We can have higher level, higher order AIs which give, which monitor or coordinate the whole team. And they send back, they can adjust how the team interact, they can adjust the amount of information. And they also, these AIs can also use the information coming from the mental activity of the person, as well as behavior, physiological, and the AI's behavior to improve, for example, decision making. So where is the BCI research going? Well, you have already understood by now that there is a lot of progress, and it's quite fast-paced, this progress in wearable devices that can measure mental activity. So AI, well, BCI devices, systems will become faster and more accurate. This is particularly true for passive BCI. We will develop more sophisticated adaptive systems between humans supported by BCI and AI collaborators, for example. The integration with wearable and operational the integration of wearables and operational environments. For example, we will see in a moment a demo of wearable devices, wearable BCIs. This is very important, this is a progress, because much of the research that I show you, examples of research that I show you today, is BCIs that are developed and tested in the lab. Going out in the real world, using these devices in the real world, it's a very different problem. And therefore, the development of this wearable neurotechnology can change this and improve this a lot. And so, well, you can imagine, we will see this later today, that BCI can be very relevant in the military sector. Again, there is a lot of investment. We have just seen, for example, how much DARPA is invested, but not just DARPA, in BCI technologies, for example, for cognitive workload management, enhanced perception. So, for example, what I showed you just earlier about being better at detecting targets, decision support systems, even strategic decision making. So not just detecting, simple targets and non-targets, but also, making more complicated decisions. And then, human AI teaming. What I think is very important is that the human in these systems is in the loop and has an active part in this loop. It's especially, for example, in cases of decision making, it's the human that is involved in the decision, actively involved in the decision process. So limitations. One thing that I would like you particularly to focus on is limitations of BCIs with non-invasive devices, which is the most widespread type of BCIs. So we have seen just in the presentation given by Hervé how BCI can, for example, interpret semantics. This can happen with invasive BCIs. With non-invasive BCI, it's a completely different thing. It's not, at the moment, it's just not possible to decode complex thoughts. Maybe this will become possible, but not in the short term, for sure. So interpretation of neuroactivity is still a big challenge. But especially for BCIs, for active BCIs, they are very slow. These can be they can be good, for example, for those who use BCIs for communication. Communication and prosthesis. But in real life, for example, imagine in the military sector, they are simply too slow at the moment to be just used in practice in the real world. So still quite limited in lab settings. And then just conclusions. BCI are promising to support and augment, but not replace human cognition. They offer real benefits to human-machine teaming. Technology is advancing rapidly, but still limited. But there is a lot of fast development there. And of course, we have seen, but we will see more of this. It's very important at this point. It's extremely important that we have good governance and regulations as the technology develops. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Caterina. I find it absolutely fascinating to learn how far we've come, and the fact that this is no longer science fiction, but reality is definitely fascinating, but also a little scary, which is something we will go into in the next panel on risk. But before then, now that we've understood the concept and theory, we will move into practice and welcome Dr. Natalia Kosmina, who's joining us online and will demonstrate how BCA actually works. Natalia is joining us from MIT Media Lab, where she's a research scientist, and she's also a visiting research faculty at Google. So if you thought that neurotechnology is far away, well, this segment will probably challenge that. So Natalia, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Hopefully you can hear and see me. I'm very excited to be here with you, and I'm just about to share my screen. Yep. Okay, great. Hopefully you can see my screen now.
Yes, we can see your screen, Natalia. You
Awesome.
can go.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you for confirmation. I'm just waiting to make sure that you actually can see it. So this is just a super quick slide to, as with Hervé's mentioned, right, declaration of different potential conflicts of interests, of course. And there is a lot of different, projects that I'm going to be showing you, and a lot of them are over supported by a lot of for-profit and non-profit organizations, but you will see dedicated logos for each of those projects. But without further ado, it's actually very exciting that I was able to listen to Caterina and Hervé presenting before me, because I actually did all the groundwork. Literally, I'm not going to tell you anything more than that, except I will add really quickly about invasive BCIs before we move into non-invasive BCIs. The space is really booming. It's very exciting. And I wanted to show you just these two examples where open surgery is not necessary. So open brain surgery. So one example here is from the company called Synchron, and this is very close to endovascular surgery, where you would actually use something like based on the placement of stents, actually. So no open brain open surgery is necessary. And the other example I'm very excited about, you might share my excitement, but also very telling in the space, right, where we are at right now and at this event, is living electrodes. So what you see here are actually living implants. And if you're not sure what you're hearing, I really want to stress this. They are alive. So these are alive masses of living species that can actually really change the whole structure of the implant itself. So this is work done at Cullen Lab from University of Pennsylvania. There is an actually DOI link if you want to read about their very interesting research. It's not done on humans just yet, but you can see how it can be potentially very interesting, because the whole idea of even moving beyond silicon, because from what we know, actually materials that we are using for implants, that space moves very, very fast. That being said, and we already touched on some of those, of course, but there are a lot of challenges with implantable BCIs. Katerina highlighted that, of course, the signal quality is in most cases great, but actually not always. And what happens very often is that in the first months of surgery, in some cases, in a lot of cases, actually with the first patient at Neuralink, there was sliding that happened, right? So the implant actually moved inside the brain. I know it sounds pretty scary, and it actually should be scary, right? Because of course, as it could actually lead to potential issues and challenges, right? And the whole idea, right? Multiple research actually looked into the idea of what even happens when the implants are being extracted. Couple of companies throughout the years had already went bankrupt, and we saw these extractions, and those companies were specifically serving populations who had significant health challenges like epilepsy treatment. So they actually talked about the issue of having that something of their own ripped out of them. So that's actually, I think, very, very powerful to an extent of understanding that it blends with your personality because it was inside of you, right? But and this is where we're going to be focusing the rest of this presentation for me. We're going to be talking, of course, about the non-invasive BCIs. We're going to be talking about them because, first of all, a lot of those are wireless, so you do not need to be at the lab anymore. You do not really need to be fully, equipped with a lot of sensors, a lot of electrodes. And also they actually are wearable, and I'm going to be able, though I'm not there with you in person, unfortunately, due to some travel arrangements, I will still be able to show you some of those on myself, actually. But just to give you an idea of what we are looking into the market estimates, right? We are looking at, this is in 10 years, right? Like around 19 billions for implantables. And look at this number. This is for wearables. It is indeed for all different types of wearables, but I'm going to get back to this in a minute. But just so you have a perception of the number, and this is consumer and healthcare markets only, right? We are talking 329 billion estimate versus 16 billion for the implantables. This is a very powerful number that should tell you where we are heading, right? And where we are heading, as Hervé mentioned, we want actually to start from the beginning, which is 1924. Berger in Germany recorded what we know as alpha band power. And it has been, as you can see, 101 years just recently, right? In summer, there was this little celebration last year. But what is very important to understand that this is not the only thing that happened in the past 100 years, right? So we obviously have now this technology, and it changed dramatically, and to some extent it did not yet. But we also had a lot of other events that happened throughout the past 100 years that changed us. Any type of military conflict is a huge boost to a lot of major technological advancements. All of the major ones we have seen are stemming from the conflicts. Of course, we also saw, we all lived through COVID-19, which was a huge pandemic. We saw how we together as communities, as society, as scientists actually, and all the labs around the world can come together very quickly to pull together this amazing new type of vaccination, right? But at the same time, we also saw how disinformation and how fast it actually spread it, right? And of course, as we already alluded to, right, with the rise of LLMs, just one of the byproducts of AI, we can see actually what will most likely happen with our society and how fast one byproduct changes the whole fabric on what we stand for, what we believe in, right? But of course, this also all brought the changes to the interfaces, right? I don't know if most of you hopefully do remember the, as I call them, dumb phones, right? But we are now heading into the era of AI phones, you know, the ones that should supposedly know a lot about you, what you would need or want, or do they, I guess? It's a great question. And what is very important is that now there is this huge push to move these phones, the devices that are external to you, to actually have them fully on your body. So you would see, you know, different types of watches. I'm pretty sure some of you right now in the room are wearing a lot of different rings, right, that track your sleep, a lot of glasses, right, the ones that are being promised by Zach and some of other, you know, CEOs and tech billionaires as a super ultra intelligence just on the bridge of your nose. And again, you would think that, you know, there is this potential and opportunities of doing a lot there, right? But what it actually meant for BCI world, for neuroscientific community, that now we actually do not need to have our, you know, participants, as we call them more often, subjects, come to the lab, right? We actually can have these systems embedded directly in everyday variables, something that is very commonly used, everyone knows how to wear, and you don't need a person to come over, just lay in a fMRI for 1 hour, but you now can have multiple hours per day of recording of real data when a person is doing something that is theirs to do, not a task that we would give them artificially, which is excellent for what we call fundamental science, like watch a movie so we can watch how those letters are being written. Those are all excellent. But imagine, and this is what is happening right now, you can now record all of that when you are arguing with your spouse, you are doing your shopping, you are telling your kids that it's not great to, you know, bring a bad grade from school, and so on and so forth. You're arguing with your manager at work, you're writing an important and stressful email. All of that can be now tracked and measured because it is on you. It's not even in your pocket. It was a continuation of the intelligence, but now it's literally measuring, in addition to all of that information, your physiological responses. And of course, again, we're gonna definitely be focusing heavily on the glasses in this talk, but also on some other form factors I will be showing you throughout. So some of those here are actually form factors that can be, as Hervé already mentioned, purchased for under $500. I'm going to show you just a couple in this first row. Hopefully you see me over there very well. So one of those, just from this first row, is a device you can purchase for $200. So it just is being worn like this. You see, just took me exactly, what, couple seconds to put it on. And with my haircut, you barely actually can see what I'm wearing, right? This is one. It's sold for meditation purposes. So for you to actually see it better, I'm gonna make it as a bit of a better background like this. So meditation headband, $200. If you're gonna go next, you're gonna see this pair of headphones. I turned them specifically so you can see where the electrodes are here. So these are on the cushions of these electrodes. I'm not gonna put them on because I do want you to just see the device itself. It's a regular pair of headphones. You see wireless, but the cushions are having embedded EEG electrodes. Then finally, I'm not going to be able to put them on because I have my own pair of earbuds in my ears already. So I'm just going to show you the outside pair here. These are the earbuds. And again, just gonna zoom it for you. These are literally the earbuds that have 2 EEG channels. All of the ones that I'm showing you are specifically designed for attention and focus management in the workspace, education space, and other environments, except the tiny headband that is right now being promoted for wellness and sleep. And guess what? There is much, much more of those, right? Again, embedding them in something like XR headsets, VR headsets is being possible and very feasible. And these are just some of the ones we actually have developed at the lab. So where you see tiny brains are where the electrodes actually are. So you can see all different shapes, forms of different headphones. And actually here you can see one of those, which is maybe you saw it, Vision Pro from Apple, where we just replaced a band actually that is being sold by default with our band that has 32 channel EEG. And of course, the glasses, right? I have shown them multiple times. This is my pair. Again, I'm gonna just wear them right now. And with my pair, you actually, again, you can see it's maybe a bit thicker than a regular pair. But if I would not show you, you would actually not even know what am I wearing. In the case of the glasses, you can actually have measurement of your brain activity using EEG here on the sides of the temples, as well of your eye movements on the bridge of your nose. And there is no microphone in this version, and there is no camera in this version for privacy and security reasons. But again, as I mentioned earlier, the beauty of these is that you actually do not know, you don't need to have any specialized person to actually come and put it on you, right? You can do it as I have just did on camera. And the beauty is that a 5-year-old knows how to wear a pair of glasses, and 85-year-old knows how to put on a pair of glasses, right? You do not need to go through any of these, complicated setups. If you need to have a device, you can put it on very fast. If you need to discard device, you can take it off very fast. This is also what gives you a bit of agency compared to the invasive systems. You're not going to be able to run after a neurosurgeon and tell them, hey, can you just take it out? I don't like the CEO of the company that put it in my head. That would not be really possible. It is, again, a complicated and dangerous surgery. In this case, if you don't want to wear it anymore, you're not obliged to wear it. There's a lot of things that can be done, and it's actually very dependent on the location of the sensors. So not actually the number will make the difference, but the location. So is it on the occipital cortex, which is the back of the head, or we also call it visual cortex? Is it in the front here, as the tiny headband that I showed, which is prefrontal frontal cortex? Is it here more in the middle, which is called premotor and motor cortex? So these locations is what matters. Where do you place it would actually tell you what most likely you will be able to capture. Some of the other things you would have much harder time to capture. So I'm going to guide you through some of those applications. I usually call this actually BCI API. So when you would need to get a specific activity or a specific type of cognitive or affective state from the user, you would get, for example, a performance assessment, a cognitive load assessment, emotion assessment, confusion, imagination, intent of a person. So what actually can be realistically done today, right now? We are end of the 2025, right? So this is a system which we call what you think is what you get. So here it's actually printed in thick blue print, so you can actually see how it fits. But the person is wearing a HoloLens 2 and has the clip on for the back of their head, which is visual cortex, and front of the head, which is frontal cortex. And they imagine an object in their head, and that object appears on the screen in front of them. Here is a little video for you. The person just sees nothing on the screen in front of them, and then they imagine a red cube, and that cube appears in front of them. They just think about it. There is nothing like flickering, nothing is being instructed, so they're just doing this in real time. And the same for the soccer ball, right? They would imagine a soccer ball, and the soccer ball will appear on the screen in front of them. Next one is image classification reconstruction from low density EEG. So there was already a lot of conversations that we had in the beginning, in the introduction notes by Robin and by others, talking about speech and speech reconstruction, that you would imagine words and you can actually closely match what we are doing with our written or typing capabilities today, right? But what I'm going to show you, look at this image here, right? This is the image, and I'm actually going to guide you what you're seeing specifically. Each first column in this image is what we call ground truth. So it stands for that letter G there. And it is what a person was looking at. Each second column is reconstructed image, so RE, reconstruction. And this is what we reconstructed from the brain activity of the person. So again, each first column, what you are looking at, each second, what we reconstructed from your brain activity. This is not done using any huge data sets. It's not done using any type of fMRI or any other type of machine. This is done with a device that costs 999 euros and is sold in 185 countries in the world. This is it. And it's just 8 electrodes on the surface of your head, EEG electrodes. So you don't need to go in a fMRI, you do not need to do anything special here. And more important, this data set is not enhanced, it's not pre-trained with other data sets from some other people, from a lot of other people as it is usually done. No, this is a pure data set in the sense that it was recorded just from the data of a person looking at just those specific images that are native to that person. It's not perfect. Here we have some, as I always call them, Halloween-ready images. I mean, Halloween passed, it was a month ago in US, but I always call there some pretty scary results, of course. But this result, even at this stage, would have not been possible even 3 years ago. And this is all thanks to the AI advancements that allowed us to create this system. If you, for any reason, interested in this work, we actually also have another direction for this and going further, which is 3D reconstruction. So a lot of 3D reconstruction work, so instead of showing 2D image, we would show 3D image. It's actually done usually in fMRI for a lot of reasons, but now we again able to do this specifically using EEG. And here is some of the early results of that work, and we will have a paper appearing just in a week from now at one of the big AI/ML conferences called NeurIPS. This is just to show you that we are moving very, very fast in image reconstruction world, and the speech will follow. So a lot of advancements in implantable BCIs will be translated into non-implantable BCIs. Another example, of course, is robotics. So this was recorded actually not super far from Geneva, just 10 years ago in Grenoble in France. This is a drone, and here's a student on campus piloting this drone using and wearing a headset. So just in the open on campus, just staying there as well, just looking what's happening there to ensure that he has a full control of it. So that has been 10 years ago. And what we can do right now is do very similar, but much more powerful work and moving it much further. So here I'm going to show you a quick video of the autonomous wireless eyes-free BCI interaction, which we designed for assistive use cases, but can be used for a lot of different cases. So here you would see the spot robot. You might recognize it from Boston Dynamics. And you can see in this video, it's myself, but we obviously did this work with actual users, and the paper is done with actual users. I'm just here modeling this, the system. You can see I'm wearing the glasses, the very same glasses I'm wearing right now in this video. And I'm not moving, I'm not talking, I'm not doing anything, but as the system, actually the robot asks me a question where it should go. And then it moves to the kitchen area. So it's a dedicated, like here, separated area. And it will continue asking me questions, and I will continue to respond to it. But responses are all done while I'm thinking. So I'm not moving, I'm not talking, it's all done while I'm thinking. It's a system that fully runs on 2 iPhones. So you don't need any cloud, any GPUs, any huge compute. You only need 2 iPhones, a pair of the glasses, and of course the robot of your choice in this case. And we shared all the architecture, of course, and the robot can in real time adjust to its space and environment if it is being changed. It can do a lot of different things. Of course, the video is pretty long. You can find the full video online and read the paper if you're interested. It can open the doors, bring you a lot of groceries, carry a lot of things for you, and do so much more. And of course, you know, this is getting more and further along in the space, right? I'm going to show you one more application, because obviously a lot of people, when they hear about BCI, they think immediately about the control, right? Oh, how I can control an object, and that's just about it. And here's an example with large language models, where the system, this was published this summer, it's called Neurotechnologies, is actually not for control. It's actually using just for the purposes of, you know, replication. It's using the same tiny headband that I had just shown, but it actually takes the cognitive state of a person as an output and feeds it back to the chatbot. So the chatbot knows, for example, if a person is engaged, the content will be adjusted. So for example, if I'm very engaged and I want to know more about neurotechnologies while I'm reading about them, I'm going to get more of those references and links. And if I'm very bored or tired, I will get less of the content and less of the information. And it's very important to understand that we are actually moving past this planet. A lot of the work that is done right now is actually done in the space. Here we see some hyperscanning in 0G, when you can see multiple people wearing the device at the same time. And this is our launch with Virgin Galactic last year together with NASA, where this is actually embedded in the headband that our astronaut is wearing during the launch, because there's a lot of opportunities of measuring brain activity and other physiological sensing in space, where we know that the body actually undergoes a lot of significant and fundamental changes. And of course, this can be done to train, right, the astronauts in our case, to perform better, to perform faster, to be ready, right? Optimize performance. This is the key term here. And we design actually systems to respond to those, right? We do a lot of simulators, and at the same time, as you can see in the image, they are wearing these glasses and different sensors that we can actually use in space to support them when there is a split-second decisions that need to be made. We already discussed, so I'm not going to go really in depth on the ALS use cases, so conditions that have significant health challenges, or use cases, for example, for ASD, autistic spectrum, or minimally verbal autistic spectrum. These are the patients who have capability of saying 30 words or less. But it's also important to understand that this type of work also allows us to test a lot of hypotheses about speech production and other modalities. Like here, for example, in this work, we use a system in addition to the glasses that is called alter ego, which actually is about the speech subvocalization, or in some cases is called known as silent speech. So when you are saying a word, but you actually do not open your mouth, right? But you still have activation of your vocal cords. You can try it yourself right now. But to finish this presentation, I want you to show and watch with you one video.
Hello, my name is Mark S. And I have, of my own free accord, elected to undergo the procedure known as severance. I give consent to sever my memories between my work life and my personal life. I acknowledge that once the procedure is complete, I will be unable to access my personal memories whilst on the severed floor.
Say gratitude.
Nor will I retain work memories.
Hey.
Sorry, when I return home at the end of the day. I make these statements freely.
Of course he did. And when I show this video very often, people think that I'm actually closing with like fictional dystopian direction, but I'm actually not. What I have shown you is a trailer from a very famous TV series, at least here in the United States, called Severance. But I'm also right now showing you an image of something called corpus callosum. Corpus callosum is a part of the brain and also a surgery, so it bears the same name, that literally does one function. It connects two of our hemispheres in our brain. And so there are around 60 patients since 1942 who underwent corpus callosum. So they actually had the connection between the two hemispheres severed. So it was cut. It was cut for the reasons of medical treatment, for epilepsy treatment. It has very, 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 complicated case of epilepsy. However, what is very interesting, and I highly recommend you going and checking that link there in the bottom of the slide, is the fact that when these patients are being shown two images with one of their eyes being closed, for example, a red shovel to shovel the snow, and then an image of a little cute puppy, and then they are shown an image of a pile of snow, huge pile of snow, and they're asked the question, which item have you seen that I need to use on the snow? They will always answer correctly. They will always tell you it's a red shovel, but they will never be able to tell you what was the other image they saw, or did they actually see the red shovel? It's because the connection is severed, so they actually do not see. They did not see those stimuli. So we are very far in theory from that crazy severance example in the trailer I have shown. We are actually closer to creating severance than even creating some of the matrix use cases right now, if you go really on it. And I would let you just sink that in, right, if you have seen the TV series. And I think it's very, very important to understand that the progress that is being done moves very, very fast, right? We actually pulled together over 500 science fictional examples from different science fictional media, like Severance and Matrix and Peripheral, and we actually separated them in the use cases like emotion, stimulation, even consciousness transfer. And we have a huge, huge website where we explain scientifically how far these cases are right now from becoming a reality. Those are those little tiny green bars over there. And you can see that there is not a single empty green bar. They're all halfway through. So in a lot of these use cases, we're actually moving very fast forward to make them reality. And of course, there is so much more, right, in these use cases that I have not even been able to cover. But what I want to finish and conclude on is that we went through many computing evolutions. And we are now living through spatial computing, but we will be heading into the era of neural computing. We already entered it and we are heading actively into it. It's all the ages from young to old. It is all the places. It's from Earth to space. And as Hervé and Katerina, and I'm pretty sure we're going to talk about it further, already talked about the ethical implications and ethical regulations, I cannot stress enough that we really need to protect the privacy of our thoughts in the current era. Because in 5 years, we'll have no privacy at all. And there's something like Shazam for your brain, which sounds pretty awful, and I hope that you agree with me, will become a reality. And there is a lot of things that needs to happen on the policy level, of course. We are doing some of our fair share by creating, for example, licenses that are dedicated for humans, like AI Zero, that is actually fully prohibits the use of AI on any type of data generated by a human, versus AI 100, if these use cases should be allowed, if human actually wishes AI to be allowed to be used. But a lot and much more should be done. And I really encourage you to actively join this conversation and be part of the action and be on the right side of history. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Natalia. This is truly mind-blowing, and I can see the Slido is getting more and more questions that we will get to at the end. Throughout your presentation, I was just thinking to myself, we talked a little bit with Hervé just before the panel started, and I mentioned I once went to a conference on tech a while ago already, and somebody there explained that in the late 13th century, when the corrective glasses were invented, they were perceived an invasive technology. And of course, we don't even think of glasses as technology anymore. So I can imagine these AI glasses and BCI will eventually become exactly that, just the natural part of ourselves very shortly into the future as well. And with that in mind, I think this is now time to move into a little bit more about what it means in reality and whether this technology is soon to be deployable. And I will now move into our last speaker and welcome Sarah Berger, Director at the Notre Dame IBM Tech Ethics Lab, and a senior leader in IBM research, working in the intersection of technology, development, governance, and ethics. Sarah will help us understand exactly what's deployable already today, how industry defines responsible neurotech, and help us explain a little bit about what may happen if we don't get this right. And that will sort of give us a segue to our next panel after the break, specifically on risks and all the concerns that have been already touched upon by our experts this morning. Sarah, thank you for joining us. And just to kick us off right away about this deployable reality, how far from the standpoint of industry are we? As we've seen the frontier from the demonstration by Natalia, how close are we to the real world deployment, and especially what types of breakthroughs you see from the private sector that you're prioritizing to take from lab to the actual use?
Yes, well, thank you for having me. And I just want to say something really quick. Everything I'm about to say are my own viewpoints, representing my own personal experiences and expertise. They do not represent the official viewpoints of IBM or the University of Notre Dame. So to answer your question, I think it really depends on what we're talking about when we say real world, because as my previous panelists talked about, it's really hard to deploy technologies for things like medical devices and research. It takes a long time to get it right. And so there's a big difference between medical and direct-to-consumer DTC devices that Natalia was kind of walking us through. That's also because there's a lot of regulations, safety standards and such that these devices have to go through. When it comes to direct-to-consumer, Natalia kind of stole my thunder already, but I'm actually wearing one right now. So she showed it, but I'm wearing a EEG device, and it was hidden on purpose. It is not on, so I'm not collecting any data from anybody or myself. But this you'll see is just earbuds, and they have on the back of them these two little electrodes that collect data from my temporal lobe. They're supposed to be helping with stress and also attention. I don't use it for that. I just collect them and test them out and see if I believe them or not. But I mean, the point of me wearing this is that this is light. This was under $400. This I can use with my computer. It's Wi-Fi enabled. This is here now. And there are smaller ones. There are different versions of this. You could be interacting with somebody using one and you wouldn't know. So it's now. I want to also say something on that before going into priorities. And that is that it's one thing to deploy something like this, right? It's hard. Like anybody in this industry is going to say, getting the hardware right is super tough. At the same time, deploying is one thing and scaling accuracy, scaling reliability, scaling trustworthiness, scaling safety is a complete other animal. And you know, the narratives about these things are just as powerful, if not more powerful, than what they're actually capable of. So I mean, they're here, they're doing things, but I also want us to temper the hype a little bit. In terms of what I would say industry is prioritizing, I would say it's three things, and I'd be interested to see if my colleagues feel the same here. One I would say is prioritizing materials, and that's a huge statement. So what I mean by that is longevity of materials. So when you implant a device, our bodily fluids, our blood, it's very corrosive to a lot of these materials. So how do you make them withstand that so they can last longer? And also, they don't necessarily develop scar tissue as easily. So they're more biocompatible, for example, or even things like a battery. Can you make it last longer so we don't have to charge every 8 hours or so? Do we make this more flexible? Again, so that we're protecting nervous system tissue. It can go around nerves, it can go around brain cells. And do we also, in that process, can we make it more accurate and can we collect even more data than we have before? So there's a new breakthrough around neural threads. These are devices that record from electrodes, but they're actually thinner than a human hair. And so we went from, you know, a few decades ago to only being able to collect 100 cells at once to now thousands of cells because of this, and that's huge. I would also say, and Talia has also alluded to this, that we're also trying to have materials that become less invasive. So she talked about being able to use a catheter to go up into our blood vessels. And so rather than going in the brain, can we go into the blood vessels? Other people are saying, do we have to go into the brain? Can we sit on top of the brain? Can we sit on top of the skull? Can we sit on top of the head? Do we have to even be on the head? Can we be on the face? Can we be on our wrist? And so we're trying to make these devices not just wearable, but like more useful and less invasive overall. The second thing I say that we're prioritizing is software and just algorithms in general. I mean, obviously, we've heard the term AI multiple times. This is more than just generative AI. This is just sometimes even vanilla machine learning and deep learning. How do we make these better? Because this is what is interpreting these brain signals and also ultimately what is potentially recreating the signals if we're going to do any sort of stimulation. And then finally, and I think almost more importantly, it's data. And it's data quality. So how do we collect and how do we share the best kinds of data to be able to do this work well? This means data diversity, different kinds of people wearing these devices or implanted with these devices in different locations and different environments. And it also means doing specific tasks and having specificity there. So unlike large language models and these AI models that were trained on the internet, basically, we don't have that much brain data lying around. Even in the brain biobanks that we do have, they are protected by a lot of regulations, sometimes by HIPAA and these types of things. So it's not very easy to necessarily share that and be able to replicate the things that we need. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I hear you say that this is already here now, although, as you say, it's very difficult still to develop and, of course, scale up. But I'm pleased to also hear that, as you say, we need to manage our hype, because it's obviously important that we get it right. And as you said, there is a lot of sensitivities to make sure that we have the safeguards in place. And so I wanted to get a little bit more into that responsible development. Companies already, given AI advancements, are developing their own internal governance frameworks. And of course, IBM has a long-standing history of the neuro-inspired computing, and therefore their own internal processes as well. And so I wonder if you can take us a little bit more into what that means in practice for you, for your sector, what responsible development of neurotechnology means, and what kinds of collaboration do we need to see between governments, researchers, industry, to ensure that we do get it right?
Mm-hmm. I think in general, I guess I'll start with maybe some of the problems that I see people don't do. They don't start early enough. So a lot of times I'll hear folks that are developing these devices and they get halfway through, or maybe they develop the first version and they go, now we're gonna get feedback. And it's too late, right? You've already spent so much time, and if you haven't already worked with your end user or the people that you need to have incentives from, you're going to have to start from scratch. You're going to have a lot more time and money. So I would say start early and make it more about co-creation and participation. I know those are hot words right now, but like, you shouldn't be making things for somebody, you should be making things with somebody, or else it's not going to work the way that you want it to. And that's including, I mean, in this case, if we're talking about, you know, BCIs for like the military, you should be working with soldiers right up front to make sure that they would actually use this thing and have the incentive to use this and feel comfortable doing so. Another thing I think is, so in addition to starting early, like starting during the design of these technologies, is this isn't something that doesn't end. It's not like we're gonna do this and then we're done with responsible tech or ethics. It's a constant process and you're gonna get some things wrong. So engage consistently, engage often, even when you think you're done, follow up. I know that sounds maybe obvious, but again, I don't see enough people doing this. And what that takes is an infrastructure and an ecosystem. It takes bottom-up and top-down processes and education throughout the entire company on how to do this. And as you were saying, it takes collaboration. Like, no one company can do it all. And as you've already heard, all three of my colleagues talk about, this is not just one technology, right? It's very easy for us to say, this is a BCI. There's so much more here, right? This requires supply chain and materials. It requires internet connection. It requires somebody to, if I have a problem, I call them up and they help me fix it, right? This is an ecosystem of many technologies and people. And so we have to engage with all of them. How do you do that? You can do that through collaborations, through joint research agreements, through, if you plan ahead in time, having hubs of computer systems together. There's so many things you can do, but the point is to identify your stakeholders early on and to think much more broadly than just the device that you're creating, but the actual impacts and the outcomes that you want at the end of it.
Thank you so much. And as we know, the technology is not yet as mature, but I think indeed this is the reason why we're all here today, to make sure that we start that discussion early because of the immense risks that might occur if we don't. And so in terms of those risks and getting a little bit into the sort of negative scenario, I just wonder if you can talk a little bit about implications if we got it wrong. What are the risks that you see in terms of development, and why does it matter that we pursue the ethical, legal, and secure development of those technologies?
Yeah, so I've been thinking about how to answer this because I know that the next panel is going to talk a lot about it, and I know we've already heard from all of my colleagues about this. So the obvious risks that we're going to hear more about that are very important are things like security, privacy, human agency, human autonomy, dignity, enhancement, and so on. So that's there. But I'm trying to come up with some things that maybe we won't get a chance to talk about that are also really important. So one thing I am very concerned about is inequity. We already have so many divides in this world, just basic human needs we're already inequitable on. In different countries, we don't have access to healthcare, equal access. We already have multiple digital divides already. And I just worry that we're adding yet one more layer onto this about access to well-being, around access to technology if we don't get this right. And what does that mean? I also worry, and this, I rarely hear this be brought up, I worry a lot about e-waste, especially for direct consumers. I was reading before this panel, I think that by 2030, we're gonna be at 82 million tons, million tons of e-waste. And I mean, let's face it, like, what happens if in a couple of years, this doesn't work anymore? Am I gonna recycle it? You know, like, people will probably throw it away and then it becomes a problem for everybody. I worry also about obsolescence. So we've had a couple years ago, people were implanted, I think it was called Second Sight, and they were implanted with devices that help them regain sight after not having vision for a while. And then this company went bankrupt. And what happened? Many of them couldn't get explanted right away, so they're at risk for serious illness and infection. Some still kept their device in and all of a sudden lost their vision during the day, which is extremely dangerous. And then you also have the long-term impacts of this as well. And you know, what are the plans for this? How do we make sure that there's maintenance in place with these things, no matter what their use is? I also, speaking of use, worry a lot about multi-use. This is something that actually got me into ethics in the first place. My previous work in neuroscience and neurotechnology was for the brain and pain. And I have now learned that some of the same things that I was developing to try to prevent or ameliorate pain could be used to prevent care for pain or make pain worse. And that is something that we all need to consider. And then finally, I think, gosh, it's so hard to stop, but I think there's one more, and that's complexity. If we don't get this right, we're gonna have a hard time keeping up with the complexity and the accountability. So one can imagine a day where, let's say you have something implanted and you're not feeling well. And you can't tell if that's because of your underlying illness, or maybe you've changed as a person. Is it the device itself? Is it user error? Is it the underlying algorithms? Is it because the signal is not good in your area because of weather? What is it? How do we figure that out? And who's accountable for what part of it when this is a massive ecosystem, you know, sitting inside of our bodies or on top of our bodies? But there will be a lot more risks, I assure you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we can already, myself, I can already think of many of those risks, especially in our field when it comes to the military use, which we will get into a bit later. And this is why it's so important that we start very early on and start talking about not only the amazing uses that we can see with the technologies, but of course ensuring that those risks are mitigated. Thank you so much, Sarah. We will now move into the final part, and that's the Q&A with the audience and our panel. I can see a lot of questions already from the audience. We won't have time for all, but we have another 10 minutes to go through some. So let me start with the first one, and anyone can take the question as you see fit. The first one, how can technology identify the correct input and data to process? For example, given the chaos in the mind, such as intrusive thoughts and other input going in, how will we know which one is the one to focus on to use? Do we have a volunteer to answer that question? Hervé, please.
From what we have seen for the last 10 years or even more, because it was with the ethics pillar of the BRAIN initiative or the Human Brain Project, we see that the companies that are developing, most of the companies, they are highly requiring a framework. because at the end of the day, the desire of companies to have a market and to secure this market. So this is something very important for them to have a given framework. And what we are seeing with the charter, the French charter, and now the European charter, is that the company are also fighting for some kinds of label to develop their practice in an ethical framework, because one thing which is very important is the trust of the consumer. So in this case, some practical elements are very important. Sarah just mentioned what we name now neuro-abandonment, and the eBrain's science ethics and society committees that I'm chairing is just going to issue an opinion on neuro-abandonment, because it's clear that we need to have somewhere a body which is going to collect the software and also information about the hardware, the batteries and things like that, to be able to help these people. It's now 20 companies that went into bankruptcy, with people with a retinal implant, with people that were saved from some pain of their migraine with some vagus nerve stimulation, and then they are just abandoned. So it's not possible to behave this way, and it's a matter of global solidarity. So it's not only involving the companies, it's not involving also only the academics, but it's involving the society as a whole. What kind of society we want, and we have as public bodies like eBrain, we have to do something to prepare this future.
Thank you very much, Hervé. And of course, you are right. We absolutely need to think about these ethical frameworks early on. Continuing, there are so many questions, but continuing with the sort of theme of safeguards, one of the participants is asking what safeguards exist already, or if not, what can we think of to prevent unintended activation and signal interference, especially in BCI drone systems. And I think in our field, especially when we're talking about high stress conflict zone deployment, how can we ensure that that safeguard is there? Do we have a volunteer to answer? We have, sorry, Katerina, and maybe Natalia, if she wants to.
Yeah, so that's exactly what is something that it's a problem that we still don't have, but we need to address very, very urgently, and that's why there needs to be a regulation about, we have seen how so much technology there is that you can just readily use. So we need to regulate the data. How are the data used? When can I say, okay, I don't want my data to be used anymore. I want my device, whatever it is, and wherever the signals are going to, the data are going to. When can I stop it? And the signals that or the data that you already have, when can I say, I don't want my data to be used anymore? So these are all things that need to be urgently regulated. A lot of it actually, it's not a new problem if you think about, not specific to neurotechnology, neural data and data coming from neurotechnologies, because if you think about AI and generative AI and all the data, our data that we're taking all the time as we use our mobile phones, we interact with our apps, we do our web searches, all those data are taken from us, and someone is deciding how to use those data. So definitely there needs to be a regulation, that very, very urgently this needs to be addressed.
Thank you very much, Katerina. Natalia, did you want to comment on this one as well?
Very quickly, yes. So there is actually a very...
We can't hear you. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, now it's better.
Awesome. So yeah, just really very quickly to add, what is actually done right now for actually all the use cases, military and healthcare use cases, is double confirmation. So what it means is that, for example, to ensure, even for wheelchair control, right, it's a great use case of the technology. You would still want to ensure that the person feels confident, and when they're, for example, outside or even within the apartment, they are not like stressed, or maybe something stressed them, right? And you don't want their wheelchair to start moving randomly in completely random direction. So they would actually issue two different mental commands. For example, let's say you want your chair to go left, but before it will go left, before you will issue an order, go left, whatever it would be, like imagining left movement, something else, you would actually need to do a completely different mental command. So it had nothing to do with the wheelchair movement control. So it will be unambiguous for the system that you have a confirmation that that's what you wanted to do and what you want to issue. There are quite a few safeguards that are implemented in this vein to ensure that you are confirming that this is what you wanted, and not because someone made you unhappy, stressed. Again, high conflict situations where obviously there might be a bit less control that is happening, but you actually are explicitly saying this is exactly what I want to happen. I want my wheelchair, or again, and then all other use cases to actually happen, be released, etc., etc.
Thank you very much. We are at time, but I just want to ask the last question, and maybe to Sarah, just to wrap us up. Basically, how far are we with neurotechnologies? So what can you envisage in 5 years' time?
All right, I think it works. I always dislike this question because it always goes faster than I think it is. I mean, I think we're going to get to a place in the next 5 years where we are seeing more use of this because these are being combined more and more with artificial intelligence, and I mean that just creates more demand, you know, on the whole ecosystem. And I think we'll see more of this in workplaces. That's where we're already seeing this. So people are using devices like these for truck drivers, monitoring them over long rides to make sure they don't fall asleep at the wheel. They're using them in factory settings for quote unquote safety measures and such. So I think we're going to see more of this next 5 years. I hope that we're going to also have some breakthroughs in medical technology. I think that's been the most promising. I'm surprised that we didn't talk about it here, but I think a couple years ago with just GPT-1, we were able to, you know, we were able to infer the gist of what people were thinking, seeing, listening to, and already these large language models are being translated into, or basically allowing us to translate neural thought into command in real time so that people with disabilities can speak again, can move again. That's huge, and I think that's only going to get better. I hope that that becomes faster in the next 5 years. I would imagine it would. So hopefully that ends on a good note.
Thank you very much. With that, please join me in a round of applause to our speakers. Thank you so much for joining us today. And also, Natalia, I know it's very late or very early, depending on whether you're an early riser or a night owl, where you are. So we appreciate your time. And now the coffee's ready, so we have a 10 minutes break. And please join us back at 11:30 for the next panel, where we'll dive into risks. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the UNIDIR Innovations Dialogue on Neurotechnology. My name is Wenting, and I work as Associate Researcher for the Security and Technology Program at UNIDIR. So welcome to part 2 of our discussion. We just learned from panel 1, about really the concept of neurotechnology and the state of the art. Now we will turn to, what would be the potential risks that neurotechnology can pose to individuals as well as to the society as a whole. We already heard some speakers, alluded to the risks just now, so the anticipation is definitely high. And we will equally examine, the possible pathways for risk mitigation and responsible innovation. Like the previous panel, our discussion will focus primarily on civilian neurotechnology, given that most development in this field are emerging from the commercial space. So we will have, other panels later today that will look more closely into the potential militarization of neurotechnology. I'm very pleased to introduce my speakers today. So, from my right-hand side, and I guess for you is from the left, we have Dr. Damien Eke, who is Assistant Professor in Ethics of Emerging Technologies with the University of Nottingham and the founder of the African Brain Data Network. We also have with us Milena Kostas-Trescasas, who has been a member of the United Nations Human Rights Council's Advisory Committee and Rapporteur on Neurotechnologies and Human Rights. And to my left-hand side, and I guess for you is on the right, Dr. Ricardo Chavarriaga, who is a group lead for responsible AI innovation with the Zurich University of Applied Sciences. And last but not least, Dr. Regina Mayu, the Director of Neurotechnology with the Center for Future Generations. So welcome to the stage, everyone. We are one very lucky panel because all speakers are in person. So just a reminder that if you have any questions, please feel free to submit via the Slido platform. The QR code is not here currently, but you should be able to find it on your desk, or for people joining online, it's basically the same Q&A page that you opened for the previous panel. We will have a dedicated Q&A session at the very end to address the questions you raise. So we will first turn to you, Damien, to look at the potential risks of neurotechnology. So we know that neurotechnology applications can very often, generate a massive amount of data. What sort of data-related risks can we expect from the development and use of neurotechnology? And also, why is protecting neurodata so important in your view?
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. I think we need to start with definitions, what we mean by neural data or brain data or neuroscience data, however we want to conceptualize it. Because for years of working with neuroscientists and in this space, I've come to understand that not all of us agree with what we mean by neural data or brain data. But to make sure that we are on the same page, I think when we are talking about brain data, we mean those signals, raw signals, as well as derived data that capture or represent or reflect brain activities, structural or functional structures of the brain. So the emphasis I want to lay here is that we need to agree that brain data does not just include the raw measurements, but also includes the derived data that come with them, or that are created with them. So with that in mind, neurotechnologies have made it possible for us to actively and passively collect these types of data. and then in turn it feeds back into the development of these technologies. So there are not a number of data-related risks that we can think about here, from ethical, legal, technical, and societal risk. But then I want to focus on a few of them. One is privacy and surveillance. Because from what we have had earlier, from the initial panel that we had, neurotechnologies can capture mental states, emotional states. So that means there are risk of covert neurosurveillance, which the keynote speaker also mentioned, by employers, by governments, or by different stakeholders. So there are also then possibilities of non-consensual extraction of mental states from people. So privacy is a major issue. And in the space where there are emergence of data protection regulations around the world, we do not have data protection provisions that are specific to neurodata. So that is a major problem. And then there are also issues of re-identifiability, because traditional anonymization techniques have failed to give anonymity to neurodata. Years ago, defacing fMRI or MRI data was sufficient to anonymize the data. But now, with the emergence of AI techniques to re-identify the images, even from defaced fMRI or MRI, it's no longer possible for us to say that defaced images are anonymous data. So the risk of re-identifiability emerges from the uniqueness of this data. And this is what the initial panel also mentioned, because these are data sets that capture brain prints that are very unique to individuals. So it is a problem. Re-identifiability, the risk of re-identifiability of these data sets, even from defaced or supposedly de-identified images, it's still possible. There are also issues of data security, and this also emerges from the uniqueness of the data, because neurodata is highly sensitive. There are possibilities or vulnerabilities of data breaches, or maybe hacking the neural interfaces, which also was mentioned in the initial panel. So, for example, with implantable BCIs, security failures could potentially translate into loss of control over assistive devices, or safety risk of if neurostimulation is altered. So these are possible risks of brain data. And then there are issues of data ownership. Neurotech companies these days often claim ownership of or broad rights to reuse or resell of neural data or brain data. But is it what should be? Because if we consider neurodata as personal data, can another person or can a company own another person's personal data? So that is also an issue that we need to consider in terms of data ownership of brain data. And also, thank you, Sarah, for bringing up the issue of inequity earlier on, because bias and inequity are issues that we need to think about in terms of brain data, because data sets that are often used to train neurodata often underrepresent populations in the global majority. I wouldn't call it the global south, but the global majority. And also underrepresent female or older people or people with neurodivergent characteristics. And this leads to misclassification or reduced accuracy of these devices to these people. So that means the generalizability or the accuracy of these devices will be very limited or low in these populations. So that is also a problem. And then cross-border transfers of neural data, because as much as we are now seeing these neurotechnologies being used in the global majority, and these are regions or countries with maybe limited regulations or governance mechanisms for these data, there are possibilities of neurotech companies using majority of the data they train from these populations also in what we can also frame as data colonialism. So that is a problem, creating maybe epistemic or economic asymmetries that are unnecessary in the present situation, and also considering the increasing digital divide, which also Sarah alluded to earlier on. And also there are issues of inferences and profiling, because advanced data analytics using brain data can infer maybe susceptibility of mental illnesses, or maybe personality traits or risk-taking tendencies. So that means there are possibilities of behavioral and mental manipulation, or maybe discriminatory profiling or psychological micro-targeting. So these are maybe example of the issues that we can identify from the use or maybe from the design also, the use of neurotechnologies, which are proliferating now, not just in the global north, but also in the global majority.
Thank you so much, Damien. You definitely raised some very alarming concerns. Now I will turn to you, Milena. So it seems that human rights often come up as a key area of concern when we talk about neurotechnology these days. Could you perhaps elaborate on, in what ways neurotechnology may intersect with human rights, and how might this technology put our fundamental rights at risk?
So thank you, good morning, and thank you for the invitation. And of course, during these past years, for me, what it became really clear is that human rights must be at the very core of any governance framework on neurotechnologies. And of course, for me, human rights is the primary reflection on the acceptability of neurotechnologies. So what I think is that only those neurotechnologies that can be developed in respect of human dignity and in full compliance with human rights must be acceptable its deployment. So this is why I think also human rights are the basis for the development of any framework at the global level that can also be respectful with the objectives of the UN. So I think it's the needed framework in order to bring technologies which are made for peaceful use. So we need respect these human rights to make sure that we are developing scientific developments and technological developments for the good of humanity. So coming to your question, more concrete, for me, we studied in the advisory committee. We delivered this report in September 2024 to the Human Rights Council, and that was the key question: how these technologies impact human rights, and do we have an adequate framework to face the new challenges being posed? So the first question for me was to understand why these technologies were unique. What were the unique risks that were posed by these technologies to human rights enjoyment? And are we just the continuation of trends and dynamics that are already in place, or do they introduce something new? So that was a bit the main reflection. And we came with like 4 ideas on why we think that these technologies are different in certain way. Obviously, because of their unprecedented capacity to interact and influence our brain, mind, nervous system. And this leads us to see that these are disruptive socially and legally, because they enable the exposition of cognitive processes, because enable the direct alteration of a person's mental processes and thoughts, because they are capable of bypass the individual's conscious control or awareness, and because they enable non-consensual external access to thoughts, emotions, and mental states, because they are nurtured by neurodata, which this data is needed for the own functioning of these technologies, also for the calibration and the optimization, And finally, because as Damian mentioned, they have to collect a large amount of data and process this data, which is very sensitive for the person. So they will be taking information from the person, which is very important. How these interact, or how we thought that privacy, freedom of thought, and non-discriminations are involved in these processes, in the use of these technologies. We thought that they are put at maximum risks, these three ideas of the human rights, which are also the foundation of human rights. So we thought, we asked to ourselves, do we have the adequate framework to meaningfully protect these rights with the advancement of technologies, of neurotechnologies, and the deployment of technologies? So when it comes to privacy, as Damian has mentioned, we think no. We will provide a large amount of information that obviously will be used in combination with other information about us, but this will lead, if we don't put the right guardrails, will lead to the commodification of not only our data, but also the content of our mind. So are we ready for that? Also, this will lead, as he mentioned, also to discrimination in several areas, but also how these new possibilities for discrimination will impact current policies and years of policies to fight against discrimination, racial discrimination, gender discrimination, discrimination of people with disabilities. How can we make sure that these technologies will not maximize or make still worse these policies or the ideals of discriminatory application of technologies? And finally, also we highlighted and I'm finishing, the interlinked with between privacy and freedom of thought. Because we need mental privacy, we need a sphere of internal privacy to develop our thoughts. So it's not only to speak, linking privacy with data and information, it's also the own privacy that we need to develop thinking. And in that sense, these technologies may interfere, may also alter, and may also read into a certain way and infer from the data our thoughts. So we will be opening the door for external interferences that maybe not be lawful, but it's difficult also for us to understand when these interferences are happening and how, and to explain why we think that these are human rights violations. So there is a lot of difficulties also to define these kind of interferences. And just to close, some examples on how, what are the consequences also of interfering with freedom of thought through these technologies. For example, the limitation, it was mentioned this morning, on our agency or making decision capacities. For example, blurring the lines between what is our thoughts and what are the thoughts that have been influenced by an external device. Also, it can affect our psychological stability, and also we can see also that this might lead to mental health problems. Also, for example, let's talk about the very future developments, but there are already people talking about these are the objectives, for example, the removal of memories or the implantation of memories. So all these things will impact also on our capacity to think, and I think there is a need also to link this with critical thinking, how societies might be influenced through these technologies to be more passive, less engaged or less active, and how this might lead also to impacts on our understanding of democracy and society, how we think that society should be evolving in the future.
Thank you so much, Milena. I think you raised a lot of interesting points, especially at the end, the black box issue, if I can put it that way. So the potential risk of our inability to distinguish between our own thoughts and what could potentially be imposed on us. That's really interesting. And Ricardo, if I can turn to you next. So we know these days AI is becoming increasingly intertwined with neurotechnology applications. So what sort of impact can we expect from this convergence? And will this new phenomenon, essentially amplify existing risks or even create entirely new ones? Over to you.
Thank you very much. And we are here to be the fearmongers, to discuss about risks and to basically make you scared. And I'm known to sometimes not doing what I'm asked to. So I'm going to start with what I think is the biggest risk of neurotechnologies, which is the risk of inaction. The risk of stopping the advancement of science and technology because we are too afraid about negative impacts and not fully realizing the potential that these technologies can have in the humanity and society. And as a reminder that it is one of the human rights to benefit from science and technology and to equitably distribute those benefits. So that I would like to start with that before entering into probably the more fear-mongering side. And I think fora like this are very important because they acknowledge that we need to move forward with the development of these technologies while being attentive to the negative impacts that they may have. And I have been asked to talk about AI and neurotechnologies. And let me start by saying something that might be provocative, which is the fact that neurotechnologies as such, they don't exist. It's not a technology like quantum or like AI. Neurotechnologies are indeed the integration of multiple technologies for the purpose of measuring, processing, and modulating brain activity. So when we talk about neurotechnologies, in reality, we are talking about combination of AI, combination of Internet of Things, of cloud computing, of algorithmics, combination of new materials, combination of robotics and assisted devices. So when we try to identify these risks, we need to be very clear in which context are we talking about and which other technologies, emergent or consolidated, are being included into that discussion. Having said that, since we are integrating these technologies, when we talk about neurotechnologies, we're going to inherit the risks that have been identified in these supporting or coordinating technologies. Specifically, when we talk about AI, there is a large body of work that have looked at the issues on fairness, the issues on security, the issues on privacy, and we'll certainly have those issues with neurotechnologies enhanced by the characteristics of the type of information that we can get from the measurements of brain and cognitive data. So when our conceptions of privacy that we have from, say, previous uses of technology to gather data about humans is going to require certain thinking to change and to adapt to the possibility to introducing these new pieces of information that come directly from the interaction with our neural systems. And knowing that these neurotechnology-based systems are an integration of these multiple other technologies, we also need to acknowledge that there are very few products that are developed by a single entity. It's actually a risk that comes from an ecosystem of actors that will contribute throughout a complex value chain. Some of them may be within the private actor or the private sector. Others might be in a domain-specific sector like the entertainment or the medical. Others might be in the military domain. And the development of the pieces that contribute to this value chain may have gone through different process of regulation and oversight. And risks may just creep through the cracks of these multiple frameworks So we need to move to this idea of having one regulation about AI, one regulation about neurotechnology, one regulation about robotics, and see how the different instruments that we have, that might be sector-specific, interact and complement each other to be sure that we don't create such big cracks where risk may be creeping out and reaching the final users. So I have talked about the actors, I have talked about the, the technology. My colleagues have talked about data. Also, I'm not going to enter into many details. So an issue to consider is that in most applications, the neural data is not going to be used alone. It's going to be used in conjunction with other modalities that are already being measured today and for which risks have been identified. Important to look at how those risks are actually enlarged by introducing this neural data. And Milena mentioned how it is sometimes difficult to oversee what kind of information is being extracted from this neural data. And more importantly, is also extremely difficult to assess how reliable this data is. However, the fact that these systems don't work, that doesn't make the risks disappear. If we can imagine systems that are biased and provide information that is inaccurate for certain people about their cognitive capabilities. And as a consequence, these people may be denied certain opportunities in a near or far future. So the presumption of performance, the presumption of accuracy can already lead to certain risks when we use this information to identify the characteristics of people and what kind of skills they may have. And history has shown us through the vision trials that even without solid evidence, we can already put people through the bonfires. And last but not least, I would want to talk about humanity. So these are technologies that are intrinsically linked to what makes us human. So how our mind works, even if we don't know how it works. So we have these systems that can measure and can also take that information and loop that back to influence our cognitive processes. We need to acknowledge that we know very little about how do we work. We have made tremendous advance, but we are still far from knowing everything. So the implications of how our interventions through neurotechnology may change those cognitive processes is something that is clouded in uncertainty. That doesn't need to make us stop. That means that we need to act with caution, that we need to ask ourselves, what are these processes, these tasks, these roles, and these responsibilities that we consider inherently human and should remain human, and how those can be extended, augmented, improved by delegating and sharing responsibilities with machines, which is one of the greatest opportunities that neurotechnologies bring. It's not an easy question to solve, and we cannot solve them a priori. And in the second part of the panel, I think we'll enter into what can we actually do to solve these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ricardo. A lot of food for thought, indeed. And I especially like the, sorry, okay. Yes, please feel free to jump in.
Okay, so just to amplify what you said, Ricardo, we are not starting from the scratch with identifying risk of neurotechnology. I think we have a lot to learn from AI. AI, we have had maybe a decade or two of identifying this risk in AI. We need to use that knowledge to work with neurotechnology. That way, we can then solve other problems that neurotechnology presents, or other risks that neurotechnology presents. Is this technology being also overhyped like AI? Yes, but we should not maybe allow that to be cloud also the attendant risk of these technologies for the society.
Thank you both. And now I would like to go to Virginia, and thank you for waiting patiently until now. So could you maybe shed some light on the potential societal or cognitive harms linked to the use or rather misuse of neurotechnology, particularly in relation to disinformation and cognitive manipulation? Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to. And I have to say thank you to my esteemed colleagues because I completely agree with everything that's been said so far. And I'm actually just going to build on that and go maybe a bit deeper and paint one specific quite dystopian scenario of how I think some of these risks could play out concretely in society. So I've become particularly interested in what happens if and when neurotechnology becomes as mainstream as the smartphone. So embedded, as we've heard, into headphones, into earbuds, watches, glasses, and even jewelry, and sold by your favorite big tech company. And I do think there is a strong possibility of this type of mainstreaming happening in the next 5 years, based on the market signals that we've seen, including massive investments from big tech companies. So obviously it's true that consumer devices typically lack the resolution of clinical ones, particularly implants, and that does mitigate a lot of the concerns that we have. But once the technology is in millions of people's ears, there's a different question. And that question is, what is the minimum inference about someone's mental state that a malicious actor could exploit? So I would argue that even the most basic metrics like focus or alertness, which many of these cheap wearables are capable of, already opens the door to cognitive manipulation. So imagine this. You're hard at work, trying to meet a deadline, and you get a notification that pops up on your phone. Your headphones have detected that you're getting tired and you need to take a break. So you hop over to your favorite social media platform to do a bit of scrolling, and you see an ad for a product that you've had your eye on for a little while. And because you're a bit tired and you fancy a little treat to yourself because you worked hard, you go ahead and you buy it. The key premise here is that the platform knew you were on the fence about that item based on your scrolling habits, but it also knew that you were tired in that moment, and it pushed that ad to you in that specific moment automatically. Now, this is entirely possible with today's technology, as we've already heard. The key is AI, which is integrating in lots of different ways with neurotech. If a platform has longitudinal data about you, personal data about your spending habits, your likes and dislikes, plus access to your brain metrics instantaneously, that opens a door for malicious actors to target individuals precisely with the messages most likely to sway their opinions and behavior at the moment in which they're most susceptible. But it's also not just a question of timing. So at the Disinfo 2025 conference in Slovenia, which I was at a few weeks ago, I was struck by how sophisticated the business of anti-disinformation is, tracking all kinds of different metrics. And yet the only thing that cannot be measured is how content actually impacts people. Does it resonate with them? Do they have an emotional reaction to it? Are they even paying attention, or are they just scrolling past it? So in a way, the mind is the final fortress in the fight against disinformation. And mainstream consumer neurotech could break down that final fortress by giving actors a window into people's immediate gut reaction to content. And I'm talking not just about advertising, of course, but also propaganda, hate speech, and also political campaigns. So combined with today's powerful generative AI tools, it's become super easy to generate deepfakes. We could also see AI-generated content personalized for individual brains, opening the door to large-scale cognitive surveillance and manipulation. So basically what we could potentially see, if we get this wrong, is we could see a Cambridge Analytica scandal on steroids. And depending on who's doing it, you could consider it cognitive warfare, but I'll leave that for the next panel, of course. So just a couple of notes about how feasible this is. You don't even need to hack consumer brain data in the traditional sense to get it in this way. You could fish for it. Imagine you're someone struggling to keep up with life and you get an ad on social media promising to help you manage your ADHD symptoms, which by the way is a borderline medical claim. Instead of a 5-minute quiz to help you assess your ADHD type, which I'm sure we've all seen, it could ask you for access to your headphone data while you watch a short video, for instance. They might say they record the data only for the time where you're watching the video, or maybe they don't say anything at all and they just keep recording data in the background. And you might not even need to fish for this data. Right now, digital companies are racing to integrate AI chatbots into every single part of our lives. LLM features are popping up in email, in word processors, and even have dedicated browsers, integrating already with vast amounts of our personal and professional data. And once consumer neurotech goes mainstream, which by the way these same companies are investing in, they will inevitably want to fold brain data into that as well. So just to conclude, I think the way AI is entering every aspect of our lives is already a risk for the degradation of the information sphere. Neurotech could come in and turbocharge that risk by opening up the black box of the mind, as we've already heard, and creating a whole new level to profiling and commodification of personal data, a practice which we simply cannot allow with brain data.
Thank you so much, Virginia. I think from your remarks and also from Ricardo's, we can see that AI not only enhances neurotech applications, but it can also introduce some AI-related risks to the world of neurotechnology, which does seem really alarming. Well, I guess now it's enough for the risks. We should probably also reflect on the solutions and what can be done about the risks that we just discussed. So, Ricardo, I will start this with you. What responsibilities do scientists, technology developers, and industry actors have in ensuring responsible neurotech development?
Thank you very much. Pay attention, because in the next 5 minutes, I'm going to give you the solution to this problem, which of course is not true. So this is an incredibly difficult problem, and we're not going to solve it in a simple way. And in my humble opinion, the first step towards addressing these issues, something that was mentioned by Damien before, is to acknowledge that not everything is new. We are in the middle of a narrative of hype that keep telling us that everything is disruptive, new, moving too fast. But the reality is more nuanced. Certain things move very fast, others move extremely slowly. We see in the AI space, for instance, how most of the breakthroughs and the advances and the narratives are pushed by companies that are burning cash at an extremely fast rate without already identified a proper pipeline towards value. And the same thing may happen with neurotechnologies. All this hype may disappear if we don't find these areas where value exists. So what we need to work on, in my opinion, is to start identifying what are these unique characteristics, not only of the brain data, but also the neurotechnology applications, and what are those lessons that we have learned from other emerging domains that can still apply. We are today taking planes that hopefully they don't fall one after the other, so we are able to manage risks in extremely complicated or complex systems. I'm not saying that this is exactly the same, but we are able to do so. We are able to manage risks in the development of pharmacological drugs that interact with our human body. So there are certain areas there that we can leverage for our own knowledge. Don't try to redefine everything, but focus on the delta. Focus on what is actually different when we deal with neurotechnologies from the technological, the societal, and the policy side. The second aspect is to embrace the uncertainty. We cannot solve these questions a priori. The effect and the impact of these technologies, they materialize when they are in the wild and individuals and societies started to use them as it is expected, but also to repurpose them, to use them for positive ideas as well as for malicious and for our misuses. So we need to understand also while we go, and we need to move towards a type of governance that is lean and agile to address those. So we need to innovate in governance. So we need to acknowledge that to govern and oversee these technologies, we need to use the whole stack of governance instruments that we have that includes binding and soft law, international and regional regulations, technical standards. Whenever we have more evidence, we can go into wider consensus, into more fixed instruments. When we have uncertainty, we need to be able to correct course and address those risks as they appear. And we need to empower the different actors to do so, which leads to my final point, which is that it takes a village. This is an issue of ecosystems rather than technologies. And we need to understand the play field, who are the different stakeholders, their capacities, their level of agency, and their interests. We need to design governance mechanisms that are actionable by these actors, and we need to provide a corresponding infrastructure and tools for these actors to abide to that governance. We see the example of, say, data sharing. We know that there is this tension. We would like to gather data for as many people as possible across the world, to have systems that really reflect the diversity of those people, and have therapies and also consumer products that can serve them well. But if we want to do that, a researcher at the university or a developer needs to navigate an incredibly complex landscape of privacy-related AI and neurotech regulations with the resources that they have. And this has become a burden that actually becomes a barrier to actually address this issue in a responsible way. So understanding that, and when we think about policy and governance, start thinking already on how to operationalize that. Let's make this a parallel process of development and not a sequential, where we first set the guidelines, then we set the policy, and then 15 years after we start thinking on how to implement them. This is one of the things that we have learned from AI. We could have started earlier with the implementation, and I hope that we don't repeat the same mistake with neurotechnologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ricardo. Excellent points. And like you said, we probably don't have, a single solution for all the problems we face in neurotechnology. But what you just mentioned are definitely, good starting points. And I think, yes, I agree that there's a lot of lessons we can learn, maybe from the AI field, to inform neurotech governance. So now I would like to turn back to you, Damien. So earlier you talked about the risks associated with neural data. So looking at the potential solutions, what sort of measures do you think will be necessary to safeguard our neural data and prevent misuse?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the easy answer here will be for us to develop privacy-preserving technologies, differential privacy, secure multi-party computation, federated learning, homomorphic encryption. That would be an easy answer, but maybe that will be a cop-out, because there are other, maybe wider actions that we need to take. And I think Milena rightly pointed out one of these, which would be to recognize brain data as special in law, similar to the way we recognize genetic data in data protection regulations. The reason why genetic data is recognized is because of its exceptionalism. And that is what most people have argued in this space, that neural data is exceptional and it has to have special recognition in data protection regulations. That way, and I believe the conversations about neural rights have been streamlined to mean this at the moment, where we recognize the brain data as special, legally defining neural data as requiring highest level of protection. That way, there will be no ambiguity in how we need to treat neural data. And then also, we need to identify that informed consent processes are still very fuzzy in in the use of neurotechnologies. So strengthening in the consent process, maybe understanding that consent must go beyond standard digital forms that we have, and maybe to dynamic granular consent for each data use will be important. Or maybe real-time opt-out during neural recording. So these are things that we can do to strengthen informed consent processes. But also, this is maybe one of the most critical, maybe a mandatory local data processing that does not require the cloud. What if we have mandates for processing neural signals on the device rather than in cloud services or cloud servers? So only transmit aggregated or non-sensitive outputs, or maybe ensure that The raw measurements or raw signals are encrypted and never leaves the device unless strictly necessary. So this will actually protect brain data. And I've seen a few devices embedding that into their systems now. And also having clear rules on data ownership. Having clear distinction between data controllership and data ownership, because most people are still very confused about that. Controllers still believe that they have ownership of the data, which they are not. Having clear rules on that and having those distinctions very clear for the ecosystem will be very important. And then for cross-border transfers, maybe requiring what I call decoloniality impact assessment will be important here for cross-border transfers to ensure that data colonialism or digital colonialism doesn't happen, and also resolving or addressing issues of increasing digital divides. And I don't know, maybe Ricardo will be best placed to discuss this. Maybe do we need certification for neurotech devices that employ privacy-preserving technologies or techniques that actually work? Maybe certifications for them might be something that we need to consider.
Thank you so much, Damien. And Virginia, going to you next. Your work at the Center for Future Generations has been looking into the EU neurotech governance. So could you maybe help us understand how the EU is approaching this topic and any lessons learned for other regions? Over to you.
Yeah, thanks again to both colleagues for setting the scene there, because the EU is kind of in a funny situation when it comes to governing neurotech, because on the one hand, a few years ago, we had the Lyon Declaration by European member states, led by the Spanish presidency, which emphasized that European neurotech innovation should be human-centric and responsible. Great piece of soft law. Of course, we've had the industry-focused, the European Charter, led by the European Brain Council, of course. And in terms of regulation, Europe has some of the world's most stringent and comprehensive data protection laws anywhere in the world. Obviously, primarily the GDPR, and also the world's first comprehensive regulation on artificial intelligence, which prohibits some of the most sort of extreme risks that we're concerned about. And yet brain data is not actually mentioned, as Damien just alluded to, in any of these frameworks. Just a sort of a brief non-binding reference in the AI Act. That doesn't mean that brain data isn't covered, but as Damien just illustrated, it does leave room for interpretation and uncertainty. More concerning than that for me right now is the geopolitical situation that we're in, because the EU's digital privacy laws are under a lot of pressure from all sides. So the AI Act is actually being delayed, its entry into force at the moment, at least it's expected to be. And at the same time, just last week, we had a package called the GDPR Omnibus introduced, which aims at simplifying GDPR for businesses. But that might actually significantly change how personal data can be handled, including potentially allowing, quote unquote, non-identifiable personal data to be used to train AI models. And as we've discussed, the challenge with brain data is that it can be said that it's not de-identified, but it never really truly can be. So that's definitely a big challenge. This overhaul might also change how the nature of consent. I won't go into details on this because it's technical, but on the one hand, it might help, but there's also a chance it could make things a lot worse. So happy to discuss that. So overall, I think that the EU has a really strong legal basis for governing neurotechnologies. And I think that means Europe has an opportunity to lead on responsible neurotechnology, but we're not there yet. And I completely agree with Ricardo that the greatest risk is inaction, including missing out on the opportunities, and also the need for a comprehensive approach and actual implementable tools. So at CFG, we're arguing that Europe needs a comprehensive strategy on neurotechnology, which would be a suite of coherent policy actions aiming to support a safe and thriving neurotech ecosystem. So just briefly, it would rest on 3 pillars. The first would be funding responsible innovation for unmet medical needs as a priority. The second would be regulatory cohesion, targeted amendments to fix the gaps and inconsistencies that Ricardo mentioned, and Damien as well. And third, raising public awareness of the risks and opportunities, and also ensuring that citizen engagement happens throughout the whole governance process and also in the design of the technologies, which was mentioned on the previous panel. And we do have a white paper coming very soon on this topic, so please follow our work if you want to learn more. I'll just finish by saying that I also think that now is exactly the right time for such a strategy. Europe has about 30% of the world's market share in neurotechnology. And with the UNESCO recommendation just adopted, which offers an excellent suite of policy actions as well, the EU has a responsibility to implement the parts that fall within its competences, which is quite a lot of them actually. Meanwhile, in the US and China are moving fast as well. China has announced its roadmap for BCI industrial leadership by 2030. And in the US, several states have amended their privacy laws to address neurodata, and there's even a federal bill that's been introduced. So at this rate, Europe risks falling behind. But I think if we can act strategically, quickly, Europe has a real chance to lead on both competitive and responsible innovation, and to offer then a valuable governance model for other regions as well.
Thank you so much, Virginia. And finally to you, Milena, from the UN perspective, what role should the UN and potentially also other international organizations play in shaping global norms and ethical standards around neurotechnology?
Okay, I'm speaking in my personal capacity, not in the UN perspective, but I will give my perspective on the UN potential facilitation role that should be played. I think the UN, we are here discussing, you are an agency from the UN, so I think it has a key role and central role in facilitating discussion and raising awareness. I think the fundamental need today is fostering international cooperation through multilateralism. So for me, this is the right fora to open the discussion to all the states. We have a fragmentation in different states, those that develop these technologies and have the capacity, the technical capacities, those that for them this is science fiction. They are still trying to understand what is AI. So, you know, we have very different capacities in countries. So I think the UN has a key role to provide this information on the state of the developments, and also realistic foresight on what can happen and what are the impacts at the human rights level. I think you mentioned already this need of comprehensive approach and coherency. I think this is key. All the initiatives that are taking place now from different agencies of the UN. We spoke about UNESCO, new recommendation. We have also the UNICEF that has provided or has published a policy paper on children's rights. We have also now UNODC also providing a technical assessment on the use of neurotechnologies for law enforcement and criminal justice. We have also UNIDIR. We have also the Human Rights Council. So we have very different bodies at the UN level that are taking initiatives. So I think the next step would be also to provide some kind of global coordination within the organization, but also to help the organization to interact and to provide guidance to states, but also to private actors. From the human rights perspective, I think this is key. The Office of the High Commissioner has the VTech project, who already is working with private actors and also with the states, providing guidelines. They speak about this mix of different tools to help these actors in providing, in ensuring that human rights are included in the discussion. So I think it's a time to take a stock, as Ricardo was mentioning, of all what we have done up to now, to take note of the lessons learned on other technologies. But I think neurotechnologies for me is the, how do you call it, the point of the iceberg, yes? So can also provide us the opportunity to reflect on the future and to provide some foresight on what we want technology to become and what is the useful technology for the society. And this makes me also, Ricardo made me think about these needs. Sometimes when I look to the technology from the human rights perspective, I think many applications that are still proposals or potential developments do not have at all in consideration human rights approach and dignity. So they are potentially very intrusive from the human rights perspective and would be counterproductive from the perspective of human rights perspective of the human rights. So I think that is the UN can also help to identify what are the good applications of these technologies, and also to provide this assessment or needs assessment on where development and design should go for the benefit of humanity. And let me finish also to say that I agree with Ricardo. One of the main parts of our report was this addressing the challenges to maximize the opportunities. So we focus absolutely on the opportunities in the medical field, in the knowledge of how our brain functions, but my perspective is that we have to be humble also and do not provide or put or deploy what we cannot control. So I think we need this macro framework in order to make sure that this will be developing for the good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mirna, and to all for sharing your very insightful perspectives. I think we started the panel a bit late, so I hope you don't mind staying for a few more minutes. So we received a lot of interesting questions from the audience on Slido. Unfortunately, we won't have time to go through all of them, but I picked some of the questions that I found especially helpful. And so the first question is related to neurodata. So I guess it's for you, Damien. The participant is asking, how is neurodata obtained from different devices and different applications managed? And what is it mainly used for?
Okay, so typically, neurodata obtained through these devices are processed through cloud systems or cloud servers. Only a small number of devices actually allow you to process the data sets on the device. And because they are processed in the cloud, there are possibilities of the tech companies having access to them. There are possibilities of also, or if it is through the employer having access to them, or the government having access to them. So management of neurodata collected through devices, it's a problem. And that is why responsible data governance or data management of these data sets are very critical to responsible use of these technologies. But what I will recommend, what I usually recommend is devices that have on-the-device processing of the data rather than the cloud servers.
Thank you so much. I think that is a really important question, and thanks for the response. Well, I have another question that I think all the panelists can weigh in on. So I think that's actually a really interesting question. So if you think, are there any risks you think that are mentioned in the media but are overhyped, misinformed, or misunderstood when it comes to neurotechnology? Maybe I will start with Virginia. I'm so sorry. Do you need more time?
If I can have one more minute, because I have too many.
Sure. Ricardo, would you mind kicking us off? Just
Okay, yes.
overhyped or misinformed.
I would say that all risks are overhyped, underhyped, misinformed. So the main reason for that is that when we talk about risks like this, we talk about the general. It's a risk to privacy or to mental privacy. And in order for us to assess the likelihood of this risk to materialize and the impact that it may have on individuals, we need to go down to what is the specific context in which this risk may materialize. What is the risk of a breach of mental privacy by using a specific consumer-oriented or medically-oriented device? Who has access to it? So that's part of the answer, that we have a little bit of everything there. So some of the things that I think can be, say, misinformed is the belief that we can automatically read any thoughts from people from a system that I just buy directly from a supermarket or an online platform. This is not possible today. We can identify certain patterns, usually very general. In certain cases, we can train algorithms that are specific to that person and identify a few mental tasks, we call them, for that person. But there is not such a thing right now that can read our minds, just in any context or with any means. So that's one that is definitely misinformed.
Thank you so much. Over to Virginia.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think if I can interpret the question as what is overrepresented in the media, I would definitely say the hype around Neuralink is one. So actually the European Parliament did a media analysis recently of seeing how often neurotech comes up in what context, and Neuralink absolutely dominates the discourse, when actually it's one of several different implantables companies that are all working on this technology on the one hand. But also, I mean, as I've been working on and as I argue, I think that implantables are still reserved for very specific cases in which people have a real need for them. I think a lot of the media centers around, you know, oh, Elon Musk wants to put a chip in all of our brains because the company has said that, but I think that's still a long way off, to be honest. There's still people's, you know, adoption of that is still going to be quite low. I think instead, I think that this potential wave of consumer neurotechnologies that could sort of creep into our lives through the companies that we already trust is a much more pressing issue that we're not talking about enough. So I agree, again, there's a kind of like an overrepresentation and a misrepresentation of certain things.
Just to add something, I mean, I think I agree there is a hype on risks, but I think it's also natural hype on risks, in the sense that from a legal perspective, I realize we don't know how these risks will materialize. We don't know in which ways, we don't know, or these ways will be also unknown. We can know how to detect the human rights impacts or interferences. And at the same time, we are very aware that we don't have adequate frameworks, at least from the perspective of the human rights protection. Our frameworks are not still developed enough to face the new risks that are being posed. So I think it's realistic, and this also calls for states and all actors of society and private actors, as well as Ricardo mentioned, to be responsible on that. We cannot, how do you say, allow the huge development of technology while we don't develop at the same pace the mechanism, legal framework to protect and to avoid that the worst will happen. So we have to keep this at the same pace of development.
Okay, so not to answer this question, but I want to go back to the earlier question and give two examples of conversations I've had with research groups. One was in the UK. I was speaking with a group that was using FNIRs for research. And then I asked them a question, where is the data? If you do a scan, where is the data? And they said it's in the company server, the Neurotech company server. And then the company gives them access to the data to analyze the data, but they don't take it out from the server. And then another conversation was with a group of researchers in Africa working on EEG. So the EEG device was donated to them by a company in the global north. I don't want to mention the country. And then the only condition for use or donation of that device is that all scans will be sent to them. And that was the condition of actually donating the device. So in these two instances, you can see that the neurotech companies are consistently and maybe consciously trying to make sure that they have control over the data that are generated from the devices. And that is, for me, a way to control the data, a way to have access to the data without maybe proper consent from the participants. And that is something that we also need to be aware of every time.
Very quickly, one risk that I would like to see more in the common discourse is discussed in specialized fora, but a little less in common discourse and was referred before, is these asymmetric relations. So when we look at the global distribution of investment in technologies, we can see a clear pattern. When we see the global distribution of investment in research, we see a clear pattern that overlaps with the previous one. And when we see a global distribution of the organizations that lead efforts to develop governance, we also have a huge overlap on that. So we have a few actors with deep pockets, with infrastructure and influence in the regulatory process that influence the rest of the world. So there are risks of regulatory capture, there is a risk of a governance that is not global enough that may lead to an inequality by design.
Thank you all for this very, fascinating point and for the discussion overall. Please join me in a round of applause to our speakers for their important insights. And with that, I know we have run over time, so I will not like to delay your lunch any further. Please enjoy your meal, and we will resume in about 1 hour, or rather 15 minutes now at 1:30 p.m. Geneva time. So in the next panel, we will be looking into neurotechnology in the military domain. So thank you all once again for your attention, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Hi, Lucas, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Lucas, can you hear us? Lucas, can you hear us? Hi, 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 Lucas, can you hear us?
He's touching something on the.
I thought that was the thing, and I didn't realize it was your, like, wow, your screen has a whole bunch of.
Great. Great. So welcome back, everyone, from the lunch break. If you were also taking lunch at the same time as us, to the third panel of the day. And we are going to dive into an examination of neurotechnology in the military domain. So my name is Sarah Grant-Clement. I'm a researcher at UNIDIR, and I am delighted to be moderating the first part of this two-part panel. So I'm conscious that many of you, if you were eating lunch, may be suffering from some post-lunch induced sleepiness, but I can assure you that this panel will wake you right up, and we will be discussing some very interesting and relevant areas together, along with this fantastic panel, which is next to me and also online. So if you've been following us from the start, you will have heard from the previous speakers already about what neurotechnology is and what it can enable, as well as some risks to individuals and societies. But now let us dive in deeper into the military applications. And the first part of this panel discussion will delve into the uses of neurotechnologies in the military domain, and highlight why these technologies have military potential and how they might be integrated in the military sphere. The next panel that comes after this one will be examining implications and risks. So this panel won't be touching upon these points just yet, and really fully devote ourselves to understanding the state of play and what exactly is used or considered for use over the next hour or so. And to do so, I'm really delighted to have here with me three stellar experts who will increase our understanding on current uses and future trends of neurotechnology in the military domain. So to my left, I have Professor Margaret Kosal, who is Director of Graduate Studies at Georgia Tech. And to my right, I have Dr. Johan De Heer, who is Director of Research, Technology and Innovation, Brain-Computer Interfaces Lead at Thales. And online, we are joined by Professor Lucas Kamensky at Jagiellonian University at Krakow. So if you haven't already, I invite you to read their biographies, which you can find in the participant pack online. And in the interest of time, I won't read through them. And I also encourage you throughout the panel to submit your questions through the Slido. And without further ado, as I want to make the most of every minute we have together, I will turn to our speakers. So my first question will be to the three of you. And I'd just like maybe a quick answer from the three of you, just to lay out the scene and explain to us how are neurotechnologies currently being utilized in the military domain. So I propose starting with you, Maggie, if you would like to. Do you want to come?
There we go.
Okay.
We can improve. And most of my examples are going to come from the US Department of Defense and the associated military services. Currently, actual use is overwhelmingly, thank you, in medical rehabilitative purposes. And that can range from brain to prosthetic control, prosthetic to brain feedback, sensors on the prosthetics, particularly there's been great development in terms of sensors to be able to tell force, something that we don't often think about in terms of our touch, signal processing, so sensor data that is processed and translated into signals that can be understood by the brain, restoring sensation, touch, pressure, other tactile ways that enable people to have a more complete and natural experience. And then finally, in terms of treatment of PTSD. So these are applications to enable the restoration of function, improvement of quality of life, and for those inside and outside of the military who have had loss of function, whether it be from an EOD or from some other cause. Secondarily, as an example, I would cite haptics. So haptics is an area that the Office of Naval Research began funding decades ago, in particular for use in simulators and training of their aviators. This is a great example of how intellectually perilous applying traditional concepts of dual use to emerging technologies are. Because those same haptics that were originally developed to help train and keep in service fighter pilots, aviators, this technology is now employed as part of Pokemon Go.
That is certainly not the ending to your remarks I expected. Thank you very much. And with that, would you like to follow on, Johan?
Sure, thank you so much. And thank you for being here. Wonderful conference and already some amazing talks about the academic side and the risk. And now we're turning into the military domain. Well, first of all, I don't believe I have ever seen an RFI or an RFQ, a request for information or a request for proposal from a Ministry of Defense for a full-blown BCI solution, right? So if that was the case, you need it completely certified. It should be tested, it should be safe, it should be compliant with any ethical and legal regulation there's out there. So that being said, we see a movement, I think, from the academic labs into, let's say, an experimental phase before it will be, if it will be, fully deployed, let's say, in reality. In industry, we used to think about, let's say, the TRL, the technology readiness level. That goes from 1 to 9, and 1 to 3 is more or less what we have seen today. So proof of principles, prototypes, demonstrations in the lab, and then you move to what is called the de-risking phase. You go from 4 to 6, and then later on, if that is finished, that's basically in an operational environment where you discuss with the end user to find a good solution, where the solution is also addressing a problem. So it should be a very good fit. And not just solution is looking for a problem, but problem is actually looking for a solution. And then at the end of the day, you can go up from 7 to 9 and build a complete ecosystem and deliver a service if that is, let's say, required from the MODs. But it goes into the direction of de-risking the technology, I believe so, yeah. In certain application area where BCIs, neurotech, but BCIs in particular have proven, let's say, the added value in the lab and produce some good results. Not only, let's say, journal papers like Nature that were presented by Hervé this morning, but also, Katrina, you mentioned a few interesting things on how BCI can be utilized and how it supports group decision-making, etc. I tend to look at, let's say, what the STO, the Science and Technology Organization, is actually doing for NATO. So that's an independent advice organization, about 8,000 researchers in defense research, looking to a bunch of technologies that could be beneficial for the military domain. There's one scientific panel called Human Factors and Medicine. And the human factors in medicine are very much focused onto how do we enhance human performance, how do we make sure that the health issue and the well-being is properly addressed. So which technologies are out there, what is the state of the art, what can be utilized, etc. And they produce studies, and those are with recommendations, advices for NATO and for the member states. And there you see indeed some hints already on the studies that have been produced on let's say, monitoring human cognitive state, for example. So you talk about stress, workload, vigilance, etc. So all those, let's say, models that can be produced, AI embedded, of course, machine deep learning technologies, if they are robust and you can have a real-time assessment of human state in an operational environment, that could make sense, as well as brain stimulation technologies. Not so long ago, I think this is one of the limited requests for solutions came from DARPA a couple of years ago, 2020, if I believe, asking for a bidirectional brain-computer interface. So that is one that is actually monitoring the brain, but also is able, with a kind of a reverse engineering approach, see what part of the brain is actually doing the work to stimulate that area, to excite it even more. So currently, I think it's interesting to look to Diana, if Diana makes sense. It's the Defense Innovation Acceleration Program. And Diana is also an initiative from NATO where they are looking to dual-use technologies coming from startups and scale-ups, but SMEs, let's say, in a broad sense of the word, in a bunch of technology areas, one of which is also, let's say, on human factors, human resiliency, as they call it. And there you see a few examples what they're actually looking for. So this is, think about, let's say, human state monitoring or vital signs for medical evacuation. You can think about human state monitoring, let's say, for human performance enhancement, if you want. Also human-computer interaction type of technologies where neurotech and brain-computer interfaces might fit in. But on the question, do we have any example in the military domain which is, let's say, fully deployed? I would say no, that's not the case. We're not there yet. We're really taking baby steps and trying to see if we can get the technology out of the lab into the field, try to work with the end user to see what kind of solution to whatever type of problem it may bring.
Thank you. We're putting together the puzzle pieces. It was very interesting to hear both of your responses. So now I want to turn online to Lucas. So Lucas, just as a reminder, the question is, how are technologies currently utilized in the military domain? And hopefully the tech works, and I'll hand you the floor.
Hi, hello. I hope you can hear me because I had problems with connecting. Perfect.
We hear you very well.
Yeah, the problem is I haven't heard the speakers, so I might, repeat something. But anyway, I'm delighted to be joining you. I guess the simplest answer is that neurotechnologies haven't been deployed yet. They are still in exploratory and development phase. And I guess when the military applications begin, it will almost certainly start with special operation forces and then expand into other services. Yet this is precisely why at this early stage, the ethical, legal, and social dilemmas concerning the militarization of neurotech, as well as issues regarding research that involves human experimentation, including human experimentation in the military, should be addressed. Therefore, discussions like ours are absolutely essential to anticipate dilemmas before neurotechnology becomes operational. Research trends show that ideas once found only in science fiction, right, are moving into science reality. I want to recall John Scalzi's novel, Old Man's War, in which he imagines superhuman soldiers equipped with neurodigital interface called BrainPal. Well, while that level of integration remains fictional, US and Chinese military programs have already explored capabilities that parallel some of these functions. Let me mention just a few. Real-time brain monitoring, I guess, Jochen mentioned this. Augmented perception, cognitive enhancement, direct brain-to-brain communication, and last but not least, integration of warfighters with AI assistants. But overall, since neurotechnology represents the practical application of neuroscience, I believe our focus should extend beyond mere devices, neurotech, to include neuroscience itself. Because indeed we are witnessing the emergence of a new field, the neuroscience of war, if you like, which seeks to understand behavior in combat through the architecture and functioning of the brain. So better insights into the mechanisms of stress, fear, resilience, aggression, deception, and other features could support more personalized training, as well as help prevent mental breakdowns or even acts of violence that violate international humanitarian law. And still, the fundamental assumption is that once we fully decode every aspect of our neurocode, we may one day be able to re-engineer future warriors. And finally, neuroscience is already shaping conflict today through what has been termed cognitive warfare. Authoritarian regimes exploit quite skillfully insights about human perception, biases, cognitive vulnerabilities, and decision-making to manipulate individuals and whole groups. And well, this goes far, far beyond disinformation. It's about the deliberate targeting of the human mind, where I guess everyone is a potential target. And okay, I think I'll pause there.
Thank you. And your answers also echo back to what we've heard in previous panels, which I found very interesting, which you can see the parallels between civilian development, what's happening in the civilian space, and now transitioning to the military space. So very interesting. Thank you for that. So Lucas, I actually want to stay with you for the next question. Can you explain to us why do states explore the development and deployment of neurotechnologies in the military domain? Basically, what are their motivations, and why is there this interest?
Oh, this is a great why question, and I guess there is no single answer, because states explore neurotech for several interconnected reasons. First. We should recognize that there is nothing new about governments being interested in brain science, right? So war has historically been a brutal laboratory for studying brain anatomy and function. And for a long time, it was a significant driver of progress in neurology. During the Prussian-Dutch War of 1864, for instance, a military physician treating head injuries made early discoveries about brain lateralization, that is, each hemisphere controls the opposite side of the body. And fast forward, during the Cold War, both the Western and the Communist bloc invested heavily in research on psychochemical manipulation of perception and behavior, experimenting, among others, with powerful psychedelics. And since the 1970s, US Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, or DARPA, has explored linking the human brain with machines. And early to the 21st century, all those rapid advancements in neuroscience only further accelerated government's interest. So I would say what we are seeing today is the continuation of this co-evolution of war and brain science. And moving to the second point, modern neurotechnologies were originally developed for medical purposes, obviously. Brain stimulation for treating epilepsy, Parkinson's, anxiety disorders, brain-computer interfaces for enabling paralyzed patients to communicate and helping amputees control prosthesis. And military-funded projects begin with these therapeutic aims, as human experimentation is allowed only for medical purposes. And of course, this makes perfect sense given the acute health burdens among soldiers and veterans. However, the boundary between therapy and enhancement is blurring. It's increasingly blurring, which takes me to the next point. For what heals the sick can also upgrade the performance of the healthy people, right? So militaries has always sought ways to give warriors an edge. Just consider boosting competence with various stimulants that date to pre-modern times. And in the not too distant future, neurotech may become, well, to paraphrase Clausewitz, a continuation of psychopharmacology by other means. And this pursuit of performance enhancement echoes the timeless military dream of creating a super soldier. Well, after all, the greatest Greek archetypal warrior, Achilles, can be seen as such. States also act because neurotech is advancing rapidly in civilian sectors, especially as AI serves as a great enabler. I guess Margaret will touch upon this, but just, recently there's been this growing, an immense interest among big tech companies, especially in the US, in brain-computer interfaces, right? So from Elon Musk's Neuralink to Sam Altman's Merge Lab to research at Meta, and actually every big CEO is now investing in one neurotech or another, including Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, who recently invested in Synchron. So as commercial neuro devices become increasingly accessible and given their dual use nature, I guess military institutions are under a growing pressure to actively engage in the development and integration of neurotech. So the competition with the civilian sector is very visible. And finally, neurotech has become important in geostrategic competition. So, well, China's military vision of biology-enabled warfare, civil military fusion, the pursuit of the neurotech, AI convergence, have alarmed Western defense communities. And well, the People's Liberation Army emphasizes something which they call intelligence supremacy, arguing that cognitive enhancement of soldiers will be essential for future operations. And in fact, this is, this resembles projects and ideas that have been present in the US community for a long time. But all of this creates a sort of what I would call neuro security dilemma, right? So if a peer competitor invests in these technologies for military applications and military advantage, others feel compelled to accelerate their own programs simply to avoid falling behind. And of course, this works both ways, right? So China responds to area military projects and research conducted in the United States and other countries. To wrap up, the mixture of all these factors creates strong incentives for governments to weaponize neurotechnologies. And we have this collage of overlapping motives. And that's probably enough from me now. Thank you.
Thank you for this kind of overview of the interest and potential kind of trajectory. And I think you raise a kind of something that I want to dig further deeper with you, Maggie, about the strategic implications of neurotechnology for warfare. Would you be able to tell us a bit more?
Yes. So I'm going to give you my bottom line up front. And again, this is the strategic implications. Among all of the emerging areas of science and technology that we all hear, that UNIDIR, that the US Department of Defense is dealing with, within those emerging areas of science and technology, AI, biotech, quantum, cyber, metamaterials, nanotechnology, the implications of the cognitive neurosciences and neurotechnology to change the character of warfare is the greatest. And it is even conceivable that they may have the ability, not certainty, to change the nature of warfare in a Clausewitzian sense, because it can affect the will. So the adoption and employment of neurotechnologies are likely to have a bigger potential impact than either AI or biotechnology on conflict and on the strategic calculus that underlies modern warfare. Now, I want to put a caveat here. I'm talking about this in the sense of strategic scholarship. I am not being technologically deterministic. I'll come back to that. You know, we've already heard AI mentioned repeatedly, and we've heard biotech mentioned implicitly with respect to the challenges of dealing with biofouling. You know, AI currently hype and rhetoric are driving politics. It's not clear at this point who AI is going to benefit more, an attacker or a defender. You know, biotech, certainly there are potentials for it to be a new factor in strategic stability. And it may challenge nuclear weapons geopolitically, but there's this huge factor of uncertainty. Again, the cognitive neurosciences, neurotech, have the largest likelihood to change a Clausewitzian nature of warfare. You know, so again, I'm speaking from the strategic perspective. You know, the nature of warfare is an unchanging act of violence to compel an enemy to political will. You know, Clausewitz famously defined all war as continuation of politics by other means and a clash of will. Victory is not through total annihilation, but by breaking the enemy's will to resist, a process deeply influenced by the interplay of passion, reason, and chance, the Clausewitzian trinity, as well as the critical role of both the enemy and one's own national will. So if one can influence or directly write in a way that changes the will of the people and the will of the policymakers, the state, it calls into question how much of a clash will be the meeting of the will. So in the context of international security, how states are likely to hedge, that is, how are they likely to respond? How are they likely to respond preventatively or respond preemptively in terms of strategy, doctrine, and operations to potential emerging asymmetric threats from a capability that will affect strategic stability has yet to be explored, and what that will look like in terms of countermeasures. Now, I want to readily acknowledge that the kind of factors that Johan articulated need to be better integrated into the international security and strategic studies scholarship, as does the convergence of different technologies, which we heard on the panel before. Sarah, to you.
Thank you very much for these thought-provoking insights. And I think we've heard a lot about kind of why we want to adopt this technology, what the implications might be. But turning to maybe the perspective of the private sector and industry, and Johan, here I'm turning to you. So what is the defense industry pursuing in the field of neurotechnologies? And how are you navigating this in the absence of global ethical, legal, and normative frameworks on neurotechnology specific to the military applications?
Good question. Yeah, let me go back again to NIAC, or the NATO organization. There's another body called NIAC. That's the NATO Industrial Advisory Group. So STO is about 8,000 people, researchers. NIAC is about 8,000 companies. And they also give recommendations to NATO if there is a request for information. For example, on how could we augment a soldier in the battlefield? What kind of disruptive technologies are out there? And that is a study that has been produced, let's say, a couple of years ago, and that directly also goes into what the added value of neurotechnology or brain-computer interfaces could be, let's say, in that specific domain. But also, and I like the approach that Lucas already did, and Maggie as well, on the will, there was another study the other day, which indeed went into cognitive warfare. And for those who don't know fully, let's say, what cognitive warfare is, but the current paradigm in let's say, in NATO and the member states is what is called multi-domain operations, MDO. That domains means naval, air, sea, cyberspace, and space. And what they are looking at is, okay, what if there are synchronized effects, kinetic effects, but also effects, let's say, in the dimensions of cyberspace. But the third dimension, I think, is very relevant in this context. You talk about will, Maggie, and Lucas already talked about decision-making and cognition, but the cognitive dimension, I think, is the most relevant one. So that means basically, are we able to influence an individual? Are we may influence a team, an organization, society at large? And how can we countermeasure this? Well, maybe BCIs come in there as well. Why not use BCI technology to measure and assess if somebody is, let's say, prone to these type of fake news attacks, for example? So this is an area, I think, where the defense industry tried to come up with recommendations and potential, let's say, solution spaces where you could look into. And again, that is fully then in line with what is going on globally in the world. How are other actors like Russia, China doing on this, and what do we know actually? And is it LC compliant or not? So ethical, ethical, and societal implications and aspects, and so forth. Second, I think the defense industry is maybe not so much busy on working on BCI type of solutions. The real innovations come currently from the, let's say, the spin-offs out of the universities, the startups and the scale-ups and the deep tech companies. Here it is interesting to see what is actually funded. So if you look, for example, give you one example, from a startup in Germany that received 30 million euros to develop a BCI technology. Specifically, let's say, neuroadaptive human-computer interaction technology and neuroadaptive AI. This is interesting because this is not only about the hardware, or this is not only about the software and the models, but it is a complete chain, basically, where you have the hardware and the processing and the models and do a real-time assessment. It's passive BCI, and not active BCI, but it's interesting to see, let's say, how these startups are actually funded. This is pretty unique that one company, even if there's a consortium behind, receives 30 million, let's say, from a cyber agency. So, and that already explains in what direction the application might go. I think the industry, maybe one more thing, I think Sarah mentioned this, one of the priorities also on, let's say, hardware and software, but also data. Within this program, they're also looking at a very large data set that you need at the end of the day if you want to really utilize the current state of the art on deep tech. I think the industry is more busy, if you want, in optimizing their capabilities and embedding AI solutions in that. So I think the MODs are asking for scaling up basically the current capabilities, embedding AI to make them more efficient is really, let's say, an important step towards that direction. And that being said, that also means that if your systems are getting smarter and more intelligent, that the interaction with these systems by a human operator will change. So the industry is absolutely interested in, let's say, what you can call human-machine teaming or human-machine collaboration, human autonomy teaming collaboration, whatever label you do. But then again, also, let's say, technology that can measure the state of an operator is relevant. And you see this also in programs like the European Defence Fund, which finances big consortia on research programs, but also capability programs. Looking at, for example, where BCI could be applied in this case. I'll give you one example of measuring a pilot in a fighter jet, see what you can measure biologically, physiologically, neurophysiologically, and maybe come up with models for disorientation, fatigue, vigilance, but also workload based on, let's say, EEG type of information. At the end of the day, that technology change should be, let's say, we talked about responsible AI already this morning. I would say, well, we need responsible BCI. So, or true BCI, making sure that everything is let's say, developed to a good level of maturity, which is accepted. And I think that is very important. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I think from your three responses, we've heard some very interesting things. I mean, you've all mentioned kind of the issue of cognitive warfare, which was also alluded to in a previous panel by Virginia. So I think we're clearly seeing a theme running through here about general enhancements. Maybe you also mentioned countermeasures, which is, I find slightly worrying when you've acknowledged that the technology is not fully developed, not fully deployed, and yet we're already thinking about countermeasures. So it's clearly something that's being taken seriously. I mean, I was very struck by what you said before, Maggie, about having a bigger potential impact than AI. I think it's a lot of kind of interesting elements coming and worrying elements as well coming out of this. So maybe if I were to turn now to the three of you with the same question to all three of you, and I'd love to hear your maybe different or similar perspectives on the issue. Based on what you all said, we have to distinguish between hype and between reality. And I think that's really one we want to give our audience today. So can you please give a realistic assessment? Are military neurotechnologies or technologies that can be used in a military context really all that useful? What problems do they solve? And what context could they be most likely adopted? So in other words, can you help us separate hype from what is realistic? In terms of the order, I propose maybe, Johan, we can start with you, and then we can continue with you, Maggie, and then over to you, Lucas.
Well, first of all, I'd like to point also you to an interesting conference, actually organized by a company that is developing brain-computer interfaces and the complete processing pipelines. It's called the BCI Spring School. You can go there every spring. It's organized. The recent one in April this year, they had about close to 100,000 attendees across the world. So that basically means the topic is hot. Yeah. So in the health domain, various applications domain, but a lot of. So if you want to know the state of the art, it's not an advertisement, but you can go there. You have a good overview, let's say, of what is actually going on in the field. But realistically, if you want to utilize BCI, don't think about running soldiers in the field. Yeah, so that's a difficulty. But think about stable environments, like for instance, simulation-based training environments, where they now currently do a lot of performance metrics for the trainee to make the person ready and speed up the learning. Neurotechnology, brain-computer interfaces could give that additional information on the state and make, let's say, those simulation-based systems neuroadaptive and that turn into personalized training. That also means that there is a value proposition. Yeah? So if you can speed up learning and make people sooner or quicker ready to go to battle, in this case, in the military domain, then you are able basically to do it, let's say, in 80% of the time that is normally needed, then you have a serious value proposition. Another one, we didn't discuss this today, also not from, let's say, the beginning in the academic presentations, but I think in the military domain, a lot of issues with respect to classified information. Yeah, so access and giving people access to information is key. We all use our username passwords to get in our online environments, but you can imagine that next to fingerprint and facial recognition, you could also take the brain print. That's an additional modality. So EEG biometrics, I think, would be a very interesting case also in the military domain that could be deployed. But maybe one last remark, if I may. Yeah. For all those applications, you need data, lots of data, not a data set of 48 people, let's say, in an academic study, no disrespect, but you need lots of data, and you need proof that you actually, for example, in learning, speed up the learning process. Otherwise, nobody will buy it, between brackets, because then you don't have that. And that means a lot. So some people already mentioned this, let's say, the ecosystem, but it's not just about hardware, it's a complete chain. Yeah? You need hardware, you need software, but also you need a cyber secure system that cannot be hacked. So there's a lot of issues that are actually involved. You need to make sure where the data is processed. You need to take into account, let's say, all the ethical and legal aspects and frameworks and the current frameworks, not only on AI, but also on who owns the data, who's processing the data, where is the data processed, etc. There's a lot of things that needs to take into account before we're actually getting there. But this is probably the direction, I would say, e.g. biometrics for authentication purposes, as well as simulation-based training on the neuroadaptive approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Lots of food for thought. Maggie, over to you.
So I'm going to key in on the word adoption. In 2021, a graduate student from quantitative biosciences and I published a paper on the adoption of brain-computer interfaces. And what we found, not surprising, is that there are things that are more important than just the presence or absence of technology, the presence or absence of funding. Technological adoption, new technologies, especially among civilians, can be culturally specific or culturally determined. Different groups of people, because of their culture, are more likely to adopt certain technologies than others. I also like to cite Dr. Paul Litvenko's study. So Paul has the double sort of hatted position of being both a PhD in security studies and also an active duty special operation or special operations officer. He did a survey of active duty Army officers in the US Army. And what he found was that on one hand, US military officers love technology, but they don't trust AI. They did not want AI incorporated into anything that they did not have control over. So, will they look at neurotechnology as they see AI, something they don't trust, or will they see it like smartwatches that they use to track their running routes? It's unclear. But again, we need to be looking into what are the cultural aspects, what are the tendencies, whether it be groups of civilians, or in the case I just cited, groups of military officers. And then sort of to the question you first asked, Sarah, yes, military neurotechnologies are useful. Beyond the medical applications that I cited earlier, communication and control is a prime example. If something can reduce the problem of the fog of war and incorrect information, especially during an operational situation, that is useful. That's starting to get from the realm of what is possible now to, I wouldn't say science fiction, but it isn't operationally deployable in most situations. Something that Johan mentioned, he talked about data. For all of these applications, particularly these applications that we are thinking in the context of whether it be brain-computer interface, any of these control, data privacy may perversely enable states that have fewer restrictions to develop and deploy technology. Because in the EU, however comparatively contested it might be, you still have the strongest data privacy rules. That means companies, governments, at least should not have access to your data the same way that they do in other states. And the availability of that data, particularly in an authoritarian state, might enable developments, trainings, understanding that will allow leap ahead technology.
Thank you. And finally, Lucas, over to you.
I guess that the greatest source of neuropessimism comes from this great challenge that is transferring all this exciting experimental devices into secure and reliable battlefield conditions and applications. One thing is what you can achieve in secure laboratory conditions, and the other thing is how the devices will work in the noise of the battle, so to speak. The question, what problems can military neurotech solve? In trying to answer this question, I might let you through the main stages of military service. So starting with recruitment, brain imaging techniques like EEG or fMRI can identify individuals with cognitive and emotional traits for specific roles, such as, well, fast learners, high stress performers, or probably those who are resistant to mental breakdowns. And just to give you one example, research indicates that people with a stress-sensitive part of the brain, which is called hypothalamic pituitary axis, rarely finish elite Navy SEALs training. So, well, the question is, should we, waste money for training people who are not very capable because of their neurobiological profile? This might be a good additional instrument for recruitment, but also for assigning specific roles. So one thing, neuroprofiling can be a powerful tool for more effective personnel selection and allocation. Now transitioning to training, I totally agree with Jochen. This is one of the most promising areas of near-term application of neurotech. So, well, non-invasive brain stimulation techniques like transcranial direct current stimulation and functional ultrasound stimulation can speed up learning. This has been tested with the athletes. This has been tested with Navy SEAL teams, and it proved extremely effective. So you can train more effectively, or you can reduce the time devoted for training. And then what Jochen covered, incorporating brain monitoring and neurofeedback into immersive virtual reality training environments could more realistically simulate battlefield stressors, and at the same time track brain reaction. And so, in a way, a little bit like science fiction scenario, the brain can guide the AI-empowered the simulator that generates scenarios. And now, while in combat, neurotech will be used to both monitor and enhance warfighters. So as the military increasingly adopts various wearable biosensors, neurotech will play a crucial role in real-time monitoring of cognitive, but also physiological states. So you can imagine EEG devices embedded in helmets that can detect early signs, say, of fatigue, distraction, stress, and then AI systems can then trigger alerts. And in fact, this is already being explored for a helmet for pilots of a 6th generation stealth bomber, which is under development jointly by the UK, Italy, and Japan, will be fitted with sensors that read the brain signals and other medical data to monitor mental states. And when the aircrew is overtasked or under extreme stress, AI will intervene, right? So the machine can take over if a human operator, say, loses consciousness due to high gravity forces. And the US is also developing similar helmets equipped with functional near-infrared spectroscopy. So monitoring and being aware when human cognitive and physical capabilities are decreasing is extremely important, but also kind of quite available, I would say. And now moving to enhancement, we know that neuromodulation, that is to say, brain stimulation, right, through both transcranial brain stimulation and deep brain stimulation can improve various attributes like alertness, attention, working memory, information processing, problem solving, so on and so forth. But it can also increase kind of physical endurance by tricking the perception of muscle fatigue and pain. So it's like cheating the brain in a way. And well, I could go on and on because there's a range of possible effects of neurostimulation. But I would like to point out an interesting and quite promising area, which has already been explored by DARPA some time ago. So it's about cognitive threat warning. So to speak, a neuro device with EEG monitors the brain and recognizes visual feedback that the brain registered, but it didn't go into the conscious awareness of an operator. So we see something which is important and crucial, but sometimes our brain doesn't recognize it as such. And the experiments show that using this P300 brainwave enabled to double the effectiveness of threat perception. And finally, neurointerventions will be extremely valuable after combat in treating PTSD and other anxiety disorders through brain stimulation, but also empowering to control of prostheses or wheelchairs with BCIs. So we shouldn't forget about veterans and care of disabled soldiers. So, well, to sum up, in the near term, I would say that most realistic applications are in selection, training, and monitoring, which are much more feasible than effective direct mind-controlled drones or sensory augmentation that would expand optical or auditory perception. But to conclude, I think that the hype lies in this over-promise of seamless human-machine symbiosis, and at the same time underestimating operational and technological challenges of battlefield deployment. But still, one thing is quite clear to me, to take a more broader perspective. As military operations become more automated and as they accelerate, neurotech could help keep humans in the loop virtually. So, well, eventually, cognitive enhancement might be a way of keeping up with the advanced machines we are creating. So, in this discussion, whether technology dehumanizes the individual or does it have this humanizing effect, I would say, my assessment lays somewhere in between. Sarah, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas, and thank you to the three of you. I think this was immensely helpful to understand, to get a very realistic perspective of where these technologies might be applied. And indeed, it seems that it's both from kind of the very selection of individuals to combat and non-combat roles, as well as to kind of the aftercare, the medical element. So a very kind of holistic perspective. So thank you for that. I'm conscious that we are running slightly over time, but seeing we started a bit late, I would propose we continue at least for a few more minutes, because we've also got quite a few questions online. So I want to ask a few of those questions. So we've got a couple of questions around kind of, safety and security. And maybe this question is actually perhaps contradicting what you just mentioned, Lucas, about you don't really quite see the application yet to control kind of the robotics aspect. But this question asks, if BCIs become standard for controlling unmanned or uncrewed systems, what safeguards are needed to prevent hacking or cognitive manipulation? And I just want to link that to another question, which I saw, and I can't remember where, but I saw it here, which is around kind of the integration of quantum-resistant cryptography as a minimum baseline for BCI's data protection. And I thought those questions kind of merged quite well together. The growth of quantum, we're talking a lot about quantum, but also how do we use these safeguards to prevent hacking and cognitive manipulation, knowing that quantum might be an area where issues may arise. I don't know which of you would like to jump in and offer some thoughts. Johan?
Sure. Yeah, that goes into building let's say, a cyber secure ecosystem, irrespective of the technology you're using to protect the data. And this is an issue in itself. So the BCI community, and again, it's an ecosystem. You need other players, let's say, to build a solution, let's say, to make it cyber secure. That's the short answer. So safeguards are indeed very, very important, because they go into also the potential misuse of the information that is out there. I mean, we are currently talking a lot about, let's say, brain monitoring, but also brain stimulation to optimize certain brain networks. We talk about invasive technology, more or less, but also non-invasive stuff that you'll wear in your head, right? But that is all, let's say, very interesting, and it shed lights, let's say, on how the brain works. So from an academic point of view, that is brilliant, and it nicely feeds what we saw at the end of the last century, where we had the visualization of the brain at the beginning of the century, a lot of human brain projects, and now we starting to understand the brain a little bit better, but it's still it's a large puzzle. But what if you could somehow disturb the brain from a distance? Not even, let's say, hack the ecosystem, but just from a distance. So direct energy weapons, let's say, where you have and send out through lasers, electric and magnetic fields to the brain or to a group of people, may indeed interfere, let's say, with decision making or some other cognitive ability. So that is scary, and therefore you also need countermeasures. Not only countermeasures to protect your, let's say, complete ecosystem and pipeline, as well as how do you countermeasure, let's say, if you are attacked from a distance.
So this question is one that really well illustrates the need to think through these kind of applications, because it's not clear if you have a BCI-enabled military, is that going to benefit the attacker or the defender? And certainly cybersecurity is going to be a critical component of that. Right now, if I was looking at it, given the state of cybersecurity, I would probably hedge that it's going to benefit the side that is trying to hack, because there will be vulnerabilities. So that speaks to the need to do that. And I love the question that brought in the quantum cryptography. And it doesn't matter whether it's quantum cryptography or we're going to bring in biotech. It's a great example of, again, the need to think through these types of questions that bring together multiple different areas of emerging technologies. Because if we look at, there are applications of neurotechnology that are going to be very promising in a evolutionary sense. Lucas cited a number of them, in terms of training. These are evolutionary applications. But the uncertainty, the greater uncertainty, and uncertainty can drive political decisions, is going to come from those technologies that might have more revolutionary applications, like BCIs, like the potential ability to write to the brain from a distance.
Yes, Lucas, do you want to come in as well?
Yeah, sure. I will be brief. I mean, there's no countermeasure that can fully secure any electronic device in the battlefield. Electronic warfare can knock down any even fully secured device, and we can look at the war in Ukraine. The drones that the Ukrainians are sending against the Russian forces. I mean, we only see those successful missions, but we don't know of the range of drones that were simply disabled by the Russian electronic warfare. So in this case, I see no great difference whether a drone is operated by a cockpit or manually or using a BCI. So, the primitive, so to speak, way of countering applies in both situations. And still, I wouldn't be that much worried about a possible interference into the cognitive sphere of the operator if a drone is operated by a BCI, which has no bidirectional flow of information. So it only relies on the brain signals from the brain to operate a drone. It doesn't get input from, say, sensors or whatever to provide a feedback to the operator. So in this sense, I see no great window of possible brain hacking. It will change if we move towards bidirectional BCIs, when in those cases, the BCIs can both read the brain, so to speak, and write into it. And this might be highly challenging. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one last question, maybe 30-second answer, but this one was highly upvoted. Could the widespread adoption of neurotechnologies by armed forces create asymmetries that destabilize deterrence frameworks, and how should states prepare for this? It's rather, I think it's aimed to you. I know it's a difficult one to answer in 30 seconds. But
Oh, no, it's easy to answer in 30 seconds. That sounds like a great topic for a PhD dissertation. If you want to give me a call at Georgia Tech, we will be admitting a new group of PhD students. If you're not in the world for doing a PhD, I may steal that question.
Fantastic. Well, you heard, I think it's a big one to unpack. And unfortunately, we don't have the time to unpack it, as we are running a bit over time. So I just want to ask maybe one other question, and then, or actually to all of our panelists, a 30-second kind of closing remarks about any final words on this, any future or probable trends that you think the audience should be aware of. Just your 30 seconds closing remarks before we start our next break. Maybe Lucas, I can give you the floor first, and then we can come back to the room.
Oh, thank you. So I would point out into those trends that are already on the horizon. So first, in the military, we see the shift towards non-invasive neurotech for obvious reasons. Secondly, we should be aware of this great convergence of different fields that enable what was impossible before, like nanotech and not only AI, but also ultrasound and new materials, so on and so forth. And the third trend that I already mentioned is bidirectionality, so to speak, building a BCI that can both send information but also receive the information. And on a sideline, it's worth noting emerging areas such as brain organoids, which give a great promise for not only therapeutic repair, but also can serve as experimental platforms. And this is already being on the radar by DARPA and other institutions. Over to you.
Thank you. And maybe I'll turn to you, Johan, and then we can finish with you, Maggie, so we do a full circle.
A couple of seconds. So I think this technology should solve a problem first. And if it cannot solve a problem, then it doesn't make sense to use it or utilize it. And then it should be, and we have discussing it at length, it should be reliable, it should be robust, and it could be and should be certified as well. So being LC compliant, that's my takeaway.
So sort of to wrap up this panel, the future trend that I am most heartened by is the science itself. The level of discovery is moving quickly. We are understanding and pushing back the bounds of knowledge in terms of understanding how the brain works more than ever. And that is heartening. The positive trend to how do we take that knowledge and translate it to something for the good, for beneficial purposes. And I'm struck by yesterday, I went out to CERN as a great example of the world coming together, or 11 states coming together to take cutting edge technology and direct it to pushing back the bounds of science. I think we need to see more of that.
Thank you, and thank you all for sticking so closely to the 30 seconds. I feel like I have a very well-trained panel. So with that, I think we have learned a lot, and I think this has really set the scene for the next part of this panel, which is going to examine the risks. And I saw there was a lot of questions on risks. So please come back promptly at 3 p.m. Geneva time so that we can discuss the rest of these issues around the use of neurotechnology in the military domain. I please want to ask everyone to join me in a round of applause to our speakers who are really fantastic. So thank you very much. And see you all in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I think we're going to make a start now on part 2 of this 2-part panel on the military uses of neurotechnology. And throughout the day, we've been building up from what neurotechnology is to how it works and how we can use it, to exploring some risks linked to neurotechnology. We then heard about ways in which neurotechnologies may be used in the military domain, why neurotechnology is relevant in this domain, and how things might evolve in the future, is what we heard in the previous panel just now. With this panel, what we will do is really try to delve into the implications. What does that mean to use neurotechnologies and develop them in the military domain? What are the key risks linked to their development and deployment, from their dual use nature to the legal implications, to the wider effects on warfare, and especially we're going to contextualize this within the context of military AI to really understand how that interaction works and what are the implications of that interaction. So for this, I'm happy to quickly introduce our stellar panel. I won't go into too detailed bios. If you scan the QR code on your short agenda, you can find a complete list of speakers and their biographies. Starting all the way to my left, Dr. Noam Lubel, who is a professor of international law of armed conflict at the School of Law at the University of Essex. Just next to you on my left, Dr. Sana Zakaria, who is a senior research leader for science and emerging technology at RAND Europe. And to my right, our very own Dr. Yasmin Afina, who is a researcher in all things AI at the Security and Technology Program here at UNIDIR. Please do not forget to use the Slido to engage. We will have some time to answer your questions at the end of the panel, so please do scan the QR code and drop your questions there. Without further ado, I think that's enough for me, and let's delve right in. And Sana, I'll turn to you first to provide maybe like just an overview of what risks does new technology in the military domain entail for international security. We have heard time and time again throughout the day about neurotechnology being this sort of dual-use technology. So what are some implications linked to that and to its use in the military? Thank you.
There we go, it's working. So it's a pleasure to be here and to talk about this really interesting, exciting, and sometimes scary area of technological advancement. I think too, we've heard throughout the day today, neurotechnologies categorized either from a consumer perspective or from a medicinal perspective. But I think we have to acknowledge, first of all, the fact that it is becoming more of a militarized technology to some degree based on the market signals that we can see and the interest in investments in this area. And I think if you think about it in the context of being treated as a strategic technology alongside AI, biotech, quantum, that creates broader geopolitical competitiveness to the element. And I think that creates dual-use security implications that extend far beyond the battlefield. And so I think the risk that comes from, or the acceleration that comes from strategic competition, and the acceleration pressures that we heard from the previous panels as well, shows that there's perhaps maybe some incentives to push deployment, or there's a risk that you push deployment ahead of governance frameworks within the military context. And that when that happens, we're faced with a set of very real operational risks that emerge. And these could range from a variety of things. So cognitive exploitation through stolen or intercepted neural data. Cyber neuro attacks on BCIs used by soldiers, perhaps. Manipulation of cognitive states through adversarial stimulation or interference in signals, and psychological operations enhanced by neuro-informed profiling. So all of these are new attack surfaces that are introduced that perhaps we didn't have before. So those are some things that we have to think about in the context of international security. I think NATO has already acknowledged this new reality, noting in its cognitive warfare work that the brain will be the battleground of the 21st century. And I think neurotech now advancements are starting to make that more than a metaphor. I think the other set of risks that arise are from the civilian to military pipeline, some of which we heard about before, and the location of the neurodata infrastructure. So some of the most advanced neurotech capabilities are emerging from the commercial space. That's where a lot of the investment is. And a lot of the data sets are, as other panelists said, they're exploited on the cloud, stored on the cloud. And so if you have a high level volume of data stored in that way in the private sector, that has a big question marks on military dependency and sovereignty around data and where it lives and where it's stored. And that creates vulnerabilities in the system as well. And again, further attack surfaces. And then I guess the third security risk is the emergence of neuro-capable haves and have-nots. And so if you have some states that have access to cognitive enhancement tools and improved human-machine teaming, and you have a neuro-optimized command interfaces and others don't, this is what will really reshape and change the nature of warfare, which we heard about in the earlier panel, and I couldn't agree more. So it's not just a case of faster decision-making on the battlefield, it's also going to be a question of which militaries can recruit, enhance, and protect cognitively capable forces and which can't. So I think these are some of the fundamental security concerns that we have to deal with, and why perhaps governance mechanisms in the military space need to reflect the strategic, cognitive, and geopolitical stakes involved.
Thank you very much, Sana, for that quite comprehensive overview. A lot to unpack there. I think considering neurotech as one of these strategic technologies that you mentioned, I think is not often done, but maybe perhaps the time. And then again, quite interesting that you're raising also that point about the nature of warfare that Maggie also mentioned. But now, if I could sort of zoom in a little bit and go to you, Noam. A lot of the discussion and the literature on military neurotech and enhancements more broadly is focused on those legal implications. So if you could help us unpack what key legal implications linked to the development and deployment of neurotechnology in the military domain are there? Why do military and neurotechnology raise complex legal considerations in conflict, and what is it about the types of neurotechnologies that we could develop and the ways in which we could use them that raises these questions? Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the invitation to be here. First, with apologies to everyone that insisted on focusing on things that are realistic and sort of happening now, I am going to use examples that are slightly more into the future, but on the assumption that, at least having spoken to people working on these technologies, these are things that may happen in the not too distant future. And I think it's important, and I'll explain why when we get towards the end and we talk about regulation, but I think we do need to be casting ourselves relatively forward when thinking of these things. And the other preliminary note is just to say that most of what I'm raising here is based on something I published 3 or 4 years ago, and I just want to acknowledge that that was with a co-author, Dr. Katia Al-Khatib. So, legal implications. Well, first of all, anything that affects behavior can have significant legal implications for a number of reasons. So even if you think of the sort of the relatively simpler end of things, if you have a technology that's that monitors the brain and bodily functions of a soldier and transmits this back to the commander, and you've got, say, detailed hormonal readings of cortisol, adrenaline, and so far to look at stress and fatigue and things like that. Now imagine you take it just a tiny bit forwards, and again, this is already in the realm of possible, so that the commanders monitoring from a distance are able to trigger a function in an implant that can affect the hormonal levels of the soldier, right? So, for example, to awaken someone that's fatigued, right? Or just to give a little bit more energy. Now, these types of things already give us questions around criminal responsibility of soldiers in relation to mental elements of responsibility, right? And even if we're just talking about, as I said, something that's relatively simple in terms of influencing someone's behavior by their hormonal levels, it's going to be a messy thing to deal with legally, right? So how responsible are you for rushing forwards and firing indiscriminately on the battlefield if someone else caused you to experience a huge surge of adrenaline just a few minutes earlier? Right, and if you get into sort of the more advanced and more futuristic things where it may be possible to actually go beyond influence and potentially do something that directly causes someone to carry out a very specific act, then here you get into, again, problems of, we talk in the laws of armed conflict of a duty to disobey a manifestly unlawful order. But can you have a duty to disobey something that came straight into your brain and you might not even have the ability to counter it, right? So there are problems like that. There can be increased responsibilities for commanders themselves. So there's a legal standard in the laws of armed conflict where commanders have responsibility for things they know or should have known, right? If you now are able to monitor your individual soldiers and to get more information on them, does that create a responsibility on you that you should have known that a certain soldier was in a position to maybe do something unlawful because they were unable to concentrate at that point and you nevertheless deployed them, right? So you can have extra responsibilities on commanders. So that's one area, and I'll give 3 different legal areas. The second area is there are legal obligations with regard to reviewing weapon systems. And again, these are things that go beyond the usual sort of medical reviews and so on, but there are specific regimes that deal with armed conflict. And how we categorize these systems may affect our ability to use them. So when we say weapons, we don't just mean a tool that you hold, but the obligation is to review means and methods of warfare. So it really is much wider than that, and it extends also to platforms and equipment that play a role in carrying out attacks. So there have already been quite a few writings on human enhancement technologies, and they tend to focus on the integration of the human and the system and raise the question of, does this mean we need to somehow review the human in a legal weapons review process? How do you start conducting tests on soldiers as part of the legal requirements to conduct tests on weapons? But I think it goes further than that. Because when we think of weapons and weapon systems, we usually think of systems that are subject to the intent of the individual. So it's a tool that the individual is using. But some of these technologies and neurotechnologies can reverse that. So the system actually affects the intention of the person. Right? So again, depending on what type of system we're talking about, but the dynamic two-way flow of data can also mean that the individual, the soldier, carries out something because of an impulse that comes from the system, in which case it's not really the person controlling the system, but to a certain degree the person is a button pusher or a trigger puller for a system that causes them to act. And again, that's not something that right now, at least, we've thought of in terms of how we conduct weapon reviews, which are, as I said, legally mandated. The third area that I'd mention in terms of legal problems is anything to do with protection during armed conflict. And for me, this is one of the biggest risks. So when you have individuals who are, and the legal phrase is from the French, hors de combat, and we're talking about people who are either wounded and sick and unable to fight because of that, or who are detained or have surrendered, there are certain protections that apply. Now, what happens when one party to a conflict is holding detainees from another party who have had some kind of implant, for example? What happens if something goes wrong medically? They don't have the knowledge. They don't know how to treat these people. They don't know what to do with that. And parties to the conflict are not going to be quick to share that kind of information. So you have a problem in that sense. You have an even bigger problem in terms of knowing whether the soldier that you're holding, and it could be a wounded soldier or a detained soldier, actually has a functioning neurotechnology or an implant. You know, someone might appear wounded, someone might be detained or surrendering and putting their hands up, and you don't know if they've got something that's allowing them to, summon a drone strike with their thought. Right? Again, I'm being a bit more futuristic, but you see where I'm going with this. And the problem here with not being able to know or not being able to verify is then how do you how do you abide by your protection obligations, right? If you don't know if this person is still active or not. And this, I think, can be a real risk. It also presents a temptation to soldiers to take advantage of that, to pretend, I've put down my weapons, I'm not holding my gun, but I might still be able to do things and take advantage of that and commit what we call perfidy, which is one of the more problematic war crimes. So these are just a few examples. I mean, I could give more and more, but there are a lot of problems that arise that I think we're not necessarily considering right now in the development. We're focusing on medical ethics and human rights, but in terms of the laws of armed conflict, there are some key areas that may be at risk if we don't think about them in advance.
Thanks so much, Noam, for that very comprehensive overview. I mean, I think saying to cast yourself further into the future really resonates, and I think is something that a big takeaway here is as we sort of tread that line all day between what is currently happening, what is sci-fi, what is real. If it is important to focus on that, but it's also important to focus on what are the most disruptive applications and what are those consequences. And it really shows that there's that potential to fundamentally alter some of these legal concepts and our understanding of those concepts, and particularly as you said, both in combat, but also how we go about understanding really that relationship between the human and the weapon, and responsibilities we have also towards the enhanced soldiers as well. I'm going to turn to you now, Yasmin. Technologies don't exist in a vacuum, and I think, as Ricardo also said in the first panel, even when you're just talking about neurotechnologies, you're really just talking about an ecosystem of technologies that are used for a certain effect. And as we've seen throughout the day, neurotech and AI are intimately linked. But that is also true, especially true actually in the military domain, where AI is going to be both an enabler of these technologies, but also neurotech is going to be a way of interacting with AI-enabled capabilities. So Yasmin, can you help us unpack the relationship a bit, please, and sort of what are the implications of this close link between military AI and military neurotech, and sort of what risks also stem from that convergence?
Thank you, Fedin. I don't really want to be that person who always brings AI into every single conversation without needing to, but I'll try my best to do it constructively. And you asked, so this is also my defense. So there are a few ways of approaching this convergence, but broadly speaking, I think there are two ways of looking at this nexus between AI and neurotech. So one is, how could AI support or even enhance and accelerate R&D in the neurotech sector? But also conversely, how could neurotech support or even enhance and accelerate some of the R&D in the AI sector? And I just want to preface by saying I'm by no means a neuroscientist or an AI scientist. I wish I was, but then I hope to bring some sort of perspectives in terms of how these technologies could converge and what could be the implications on the military domain. And same caveat as Noam, that some of the examples may be in the realm of the future, but also the possible to our conversations. So there are two specific applications that I'd like to focus here today. So first is a key sort of pattern that I've heard throughout the day is that we live in an era of system of systems. In the context of neurotechnologies and AI, this is even further complexified. So one could even see us humans as forming part of that system of systems. So now in terms of the implication, what does it mean? If we consider, for example, the system of systems with brain-computer interfaces, or BCIs, for decision support systems in the military domain, which is an application that we're hearing more and more about in the context of AI. On paper, of course, this could bring a lot of opportunities, unlocking the ability to process more data at speed, and perhaps even enabling meaningful human control, at the risk of opening a can of worms here, constituting what many in the community see almost as a holy grail to the responsible development, deployment, and use of AI technologies. We're basically removing the limitations of human cognition and also removing what could be called the biological bottleneck. But of course, this is all on paper, if things go as planned with the appropriate level of technology and reliability. But we must not forget that the systems are safety critical systems, as in they have very high stakes.
In addition to the sheer complexity, we can't even figure out what reliability means for military AI. No one will know that I've spent a year trying to unpack what reliability means in the context of AI in the military domain. So I think that we need to do more thinking in this space before even deploying such systems in the battlefield. And this is even further complexified if you take into account how our neural activities can be influenced by our cultural upbringing and how we can test the reliability of the safety critical systems with their intended users when these intended users might have different neural activities due to different cultural upbringing and education that they've had. So what does reliability mean in the context of this accelerated decision-making on steroids, basically due to BCIs? And for this, we need to think beyond operational reliability or technological reliability, but also legal reliability. Second, part of the problem that neurotechnology has also been facing is noise. And there is this growing body of research that demonstrates the potential that AI tools could bring to help denoising, so to speak. And now if we look at this ability to remove the noise and classify electric signals, we can make these technologies even more precise where denoising is critical. And we can think of, for example, drone swarm control, where conveying a specific intent, such as scan the sector or surround this building, will be very critical. And by capturing the specific intent and removing all the noise in principle, the system could then decode this intent, translate it into complex flight paths and coordination required for each individual drone, but also as a whole. But then again, this is very much dependent on whether the technology works as intended. We'll need to make sure that there are robust standards and benchmarks for experimental validation. And we need to make sure that we're not carried away by the hype. And if we start to get into the territory of vulnerabilities, we spoke about the notion of systems earlier, and this is one example where even one single disruption into one system of that whole system can lead to the collapse of the entire system of systems, with the human mind potentially constituting a vulnerability. So for example, just to close on an example that I really like is if honeybees, I strongly encourage you not to do that because we all love honeybees, but there is research that looks into chemicals that could take over the bees' nervous systems, scrambling their internal GPS systems, sending mixed signal to the brain, and then eventually affecting the other bees of the colony and leading to the downfall of the whole colony. So if you think of the same risk, but at this time for humans in the military domain, here we don't even need to know about the brain-computer interface in itself. But it's really about inducing some chemical reactions into the brain that can then introduce some vulnerabilities into the whole system of systems. I could go on forever with other implications, like military obsolescence, public-private partnerships, and data privacy, but I'll give you back the floor. But there you go.
Thanks, Yasmin. A lot to unpack there. I wasn't expecting an ending on spectrum interference of bees, but expected, I guess. But very good points on sort of AI and neurotech really being sort of systems of systems with humans in them and what vulnerabilities that sort of leads to, and what are really the implications for testing and bringing in human cognition that we still really have a limited understanding of, and so what does that mean for the people creating these technologies to put those safeguards in place? Noam, I'll turn back to you again. So we sort of went into those legal risks, but more broadly, how might neurotechnologies and as we saw earlier, being part of a sort of human enhancement more broadly affect warfare? What other risks do they introduce in military operations? Also, what are some risks, to service members themselves?
So one of the things I mentioned earlier is transmission of information. Right? I mean, that's huge from a military operations perspective. Right? One of the most valuable things you can have in conducting operations is to have the most detailed and up-to-date information on what is happening anywhere. And if potentially every soldier is now another conduit for information, that can make a very big difference. And that's just information in terms of data that comes in and out. If you think about transmitting signals that can also operate systems, then again, you cut out of the loop various stages in order to conduct operations and attacks. That's, as I said, huge. In terms of threat detection, people have mentioned systems that can allow, and again, it's a combination with AI and neurotechnologies, BCIs in particular, the ability to more quickly detect a threat than you consciously would be able to, and then automatically to to react. That's an interesting one, because if you think about that and the implications, there may be implications for being more effective and potentially more accurate. Now, being more accurate in your operations, greater accuracy, is considered something positive, both from a military perspective and from a civilian perspective, usually, because the military wants to be able to hit the things it wants to hit. And in principle, if you're more accurate in what you're doing, then you're less likely to harm civilians. There's a flip side to that, and we've seen this debate with many weapons over the years, going back to sort of more precision-guided missiles and so on. When you have systems that enable you to do things that you couldn't do before, even if in principle they are more accurate, that might also mean that you conduct the types of operations that you wouldn't have conducted before. And so you could be using systems that are more effective and more accurate, but at the end of the day, more civilians are harmed because you're doing more things than you would have beforehand. So there's a double-edged sword there. There's interesting stuff that could happen on a military perspective in the context of also manipulating memories, which is something I think was mentioned earlier, how that would work and what that would mean, both in terms of working with your own soldiers to, if it's dealing with PTSD and so on afterwards, and in a more therapeutic manner. But there's also a risk here. If you've captured soldiers from the other side, there's a risk that you may want to extract memories or information. Again, something that we're going to need to think about. If we're talking about long-term repercussions and the soldiers themselves, there can be real risks here, and I know people have mentioned issues of equality and discrimination. It gets more problematic when you're dealing with armed forces for a number of reasons. If armed forces are provided with various enhancements which are not available to others, and you create sort of, in that sense, two classes, in particular if some of these things are non-reversible. At the same time, if they are reversible, there's enough studies that show now the damage of taking away something that if someone's operated with something for years and you take it away. So that's a concern. Consent is a big problem. And again, it's if you think about it just from a medical ethics perspective, it's a little easier when you talk about consent. But when you're talking about soldiers, there are some complications here in terms of whether soldiers sign away their rights to certain things. We've had debates over the years with things like vaccines. Right? Can a soldier object to getting a vaccine? But from the military perspective, it's in their interest, because if they're not vaccinated, then the risk is that the whole unit gets sick. Right? And you've had debates around this, and different militaries deal with this in different ways. But the usual ways we talk about it in other areas don't always apply when we're dealing with the military. So there are problems there, and also the possibility that soldiers and recruits will be offered irresistible incentives to undergo various enhancements as well is a concern, particularly if you think about the fact that in many countries the armed forces come from particular and usually more disadvantaged socioeconomic backgrounds. And so there are additional issues there. And finally, privacy, which has been mentioned multiple times, but again, so without repeating all of that, but just to say, when you're dealing with the military, it is more complicated because you always see these arguments of them not being necessarily entitled to the same rights as everyone else. And so you have a different level of debate and questions when dealing with various readings that might be taken from the brains of soldiers as part of military activities, which in other contexts you might have said is not legitimate, but for militaries we make these exceptions. But what happens then in terms of the rights of the soldiers?
Thanks, Noam. I think that's a particularly interesting point as we talk about these technologies. We talked about their civilian counterpart and the questions of civilian governance and risk assessments, and how the risks and the conversations might be the same, but when applied to the military domain, there are some specific considerations there that change. Specifically, we talk about informed consent. As you said, in the military, that is different. There's a hierarchy. Are you really free to say no? And then for these technologies that interact so closely with the mind, and this has been seen in patients that really grow an enhanced sense of self with these technologies. Once that is removed from them, they suffer quite a lot of cognitive stress. So all these considerations absolutely important. Sana, if I can come back to you. Again, going back to this sort of dual use reality of these technologies, how can we develop or strengthen really oversight mechanisms that can help us mitigate the risks stemming from this dual use nature and its use in the military domain? I think particularly also, as we also try not to overreach into civilian applications, but still try to manage the risk of potentially developing more or riskier technologies in the military domain. So how can we go about navigating that?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a range of things that could be done. I'm going to just talk about a few, but they're by no means exhaustive. And I think this is drawing from a theme that we heard earlier in the day on neurodata. I'll talk a bit more about neurodata and later on, but just to say that I think we need to clarify the legal status of neurodata. And because in the military context, you know, as Naun just said, it's not about data privacy. But in the military context, it's also about data exploitation as a security risk that I mentioned earlier. And if neural data can reveal things like your stress thresholds and decision patterns and susceptibility to influence, that also makes it a national security asset. And we've seen that emerge in the genomics domain, where genomic data is a strategic asset or is being categorized as a strategic asset in some countries. And I think neural data could qualify as a national security asset. And so in terms of mitigating risk and strengthening some action from a neurodata perspective, you could, there have been calls for considering it as a protected category with really strict rules on data storage, access and reuse, especially in the commercial sector as well. And then the other piece extends to military neurodata not being housed on foreign-owned foreign-owned commercial platforms. Because again, from the perspective of sovereignty and strategic dependencies, that becomes really important for oversight mechanisms. And then taking a slightly different angle on protecting the individuals themselves, I think, again, the bits around data governance could really help with that, because it could give us some clarity on issues around accountability and liability about altered states. And if there is a data log and categorization of that data set, then that could potentially clarify and unpack almost in a way that you conduct an audit on sort of root cause analysis of something that's come to pass. By no means easy to do, because we don't really have baselines to be able to discern that. I think the other things are around export controls on brain-computer interfaces. So again, in a military context, that's really relevant for preventing adversarial acquisition of high-resolution neural sensors or AI models trained on neural data. And then another thing that we've had in the civilian context, but is super important in the military context, is post-market surveillance. So strengthening post-market surveillance, because in the military context, abandonment of devices becomes a security vulnerability. And so soldiers using neural wearables or implants will need firmware updates, assured repair, and that has to be factored into procurement frameworks. And then finally, I think for military systems, cybersecurity by design should really be mandatory, because you will need encryption of neural signals. You might also need dedicated red teaming units focusing on neurocyber vulnerabilities and detecting those. I think lastly, it's worth noting that it's really useful to see so many multilateral frameworks emerge on neuroethics and neuro rights from UNESCO, OECD, and others, but military use is somewhat explicitly not really mentioned. And I think that omission could also become a bit problematic as capabilities mature in the sector. So final point on, again, strengthening mechanisms, again, could be establishing maybe a dedicated NATO working group on military neurotechnology ethics. There have been conversations, nothing's been formalized just yet, and extending the neuro rights discussion to cover national security applications. And I think lastly, maybe the most important one, linked to some of the points that Naum made around defining prohibited uses in the military context. So not just thinking about what's possible, but thinking about what should not be possible and what are the red lines for military use cases here. So things like coercive enhancement or non-consensual cognitive monitoring.
Thanks a lot for that overview. I think we will delve a bit more into data earlier, but it's interesting to see you echoing some of Damien's points from earlier about the generation of that data and access to the data, the protection of that data, who has access, where is it stored, as sort of a national security risk, importance of export control, but also, and maybe we can delve into this a bit more later as well, but the sort of life cycle management of these neurotechnologies and this really being a sort of lifetime investment in the soldiers as well. And so what does that mean from a procurement perspective to handle that? Yasmin, I'll turn to you again now. And really zooming in a bit more still on the AI, military AI and neurotech dimension, and specifically looking at something that has been mentioned time and time again, that being the interface between BCIs and AI-enabled military capabilities. And my question is, how could the use of BCIs to control AI-enabled military capabilities? You mentioned drone swarms, for example. How does that further complicate that already complex discussion and concept of human control in the context of military AI? From an operational and technical standpoint, but also with respects to the ongoing governance discussions that are ongoing in the military AI sector.
Thanks, Fred. I should not have opened the can of worms of human control, but I'd like to preface by saying I do not hold the key to this decade-long question of human control, fortunately or unfortunately, but I have some thoughts as to how the use of BCIs could interface with military AI could further complexify this concept. So was discussed earlier, at the risk of perhaps throwing more fuel to the fire, one could argue that if the BCI works well and as intended, it could be the key enabler to actually exercising that human control by overcoming any potential biological limitations where we're facing. Human control can be enabled or even further enhanced by BCIs, really by going beyond the biological bottleneck that we had mentioned earlier. But then we need to really think hard in terms of what it means, not only from an operational and technical standpoint, as you said, but also in relation to governance. And it all boils down to the ever-present conceptual issue and debate of what does human control mean in practice? What does control mean? And rethink about control and what it entails and what it is required at different levels. And that will be important in the context of neurotech and AI. So what does human control mean from a policy and governance perspective? What would be required, if at all, from an operational standpoint, for example? And what about the legal requirements or expectations, if any, with regards to human control in the context of AI, not only AI, but also AI and neurotech? And the reason why I sort of got us into this almost conceptual or existential crisis is because BCIs will really push us towards asking questions that may require us to reframe some of our existing thinking and pre-existing assumptions. So from an operational perspective, for example, what does human control effectively require? If you look at applications where, for example, the BCI operator conveys specific intent to a swarm of drones that we mentioned, like surround a building or surround that moving tank, and the swarm acts the moment that the intent is formed, the operator does not even need to move their hand or push a button. Does that really constitute human control? Does intent really constitute human control? And how do we ensure that the brain-computer interface only actions intent that is intended to result in actions and does not action, for example, thought processes? We all try to think about plan A, plan B, plan C. What if things go well for situation A? What if situation B does not go well? So it's really about filtering out as well these different kinds of scenarios. And from a policy and governance perspective, of course, the last thing I want to do is derail the critical juncture we're at in the context of discussions around laws or lethal autonomous weapon systems. But if you look at the framing of, sorry if this sounds very long for those who are unfamiliar, but context appropriate human judgment and control, which for those who are not familiar with it is being discussed in the context of the group of governmental experts on lethal autonomous weapon systems. What does context appropriate mean in the context of BCI? How can we make sure that, for example, we're not throwing the card of context appropriate as a carte blanche for incidents involving laws, just because the context involved BCIs, thus risks may be more acceptable? And how about judgment? If we go back to this intent-based systems, can we really say that intent equals to judgment? It really gets us into this philosophical realm, but really needs to have further thinking on the operational side, but also in terms of the legal and ethical considerations. Another thing that I want us to consider is the extent to which neurotechnology can affect our assumptions and approaches around operationalizing human control. So for example, in the context of testing and evaluation, what is the extent to which BCIs may affect existing benchmarks and standards used to test and evaluate a system and the ability to exercise human control? How can we make sure that there is a healthy testing and evaluation ecosystem, particularly in the context with research and development, is driven by the private sector? If states say decide to incorporate human control as a key requirement in the procurement of certain technology, as Anna mentioned earlier, what does it mean in the context of BCI use, and how can these technologies be tested safely as well? And beyond the lab, even once deployed, we often talk about kill switches in the context of lethal autonomous weapon systems or military AI as a means to exercise human control. But what does that kill switch mean in the context of BCIs, and how can we implement this kill switch safely, not only in terms of the whole environment, but also without impacting the operator's own sort of neural activity? I don't really have concrete answers here, but so much to think about.
Thank you, Yasmin. I think this echoes quite well the thing that Noam started with, being the importance of casting ourselves into the future. Like we see, even with these sort of thought exercises, how much new technologies could impact those very concepts that we're still trying to grasp, and in that context, with the reality that we might have a hard time wrapping our heads around this, getting a head start, I think is welcome. I would now like to ask a sort of similar question to all of you, but with a specific angle to each. And so I'll start with by saying the sort of generic question, and then I'll go into the detail, and we can start with Noam, Sana, and then we can end with Yasmin. So really what I'm trying to see here is, what can we do to work towards sort of responsible development and deployment and adoption of military neurotechnology? For you, Noam, how can we ensure that neurotechnologies and human enhancement technologies more broadly are developed and deployed in ways that are consistent with key principles of IHL? Sana, here specifically about neurodata governance. What role does robust neurodata governance play in responsible development and adoption of military neurotechnology? And Yasmin, for one final time, about that link with artificial intelligence. What can we learn from past and ongoing discussions in that field, where governance is really, churning along and gaining a lot of momentum that might be applicable to military neurotechnology? So, Noam, over to you.
Thanks. So I'll separate between two aspects of legal regulation. One is, can we ensure that we abide by existing rules? And the second is, what do we do about developing new frameworks? So I think, at least for me, I have two very different answers with those. For the current rules, I think the fact that new technologies raise new questions doesn't mean that you need new law necessarily, right? And there are lots of current rules that can serve us well. The key is to think about them earlier in the development stage. And I think Too often we don't do that. At least my experience working sometimes with developers of some of these technologies is that whilst there's an understanding of medical ethics, review boards, and so on, that's all fine, that's all there, but there's usually an assumption that that's all you need while you're developing it. And then once you've got something working, you start looking at other issues. And I think that's a big mistake. We need to, earlier in the development stage, be aware of all of the different legal regimes that might come into play later on when it's being used. So from my perspective, we're talking about humanitarian law, the law of armed conflict, for anything that might be used by the military. And if we don't incorporate some of these concerns at the development stage, we can spend 15 years building something that becomes unlawful to use. And just to give an example from some of the problems I raised earlier, so for example, care for the wounded in armed conflict, right? You need to ensure that the other party is going to be able to provide treatment to someone that's received your technology, right? If we don't think about that in advance, we're not going to be able to provide care for wounded detainees during conflict. A more obvious and maybe even clearer example is, as I mentioned, how does one party know that a soldier of the other party isn't currently active, even if they're not holding a weapon, because they could be active using a brain-computer interface, for example, and they could be doing something that involves taking part in hostilities. And the only way to counter that is two things. One, when we develop these systems, there needs to be an ability for the soldier to disable the system themselves. So if they're captured, for example, by the other side, they need to be able to show that they've switched it off. And there needs to be some kind of verification, ability for a third party, for the other party to verify that something is off. Again, because if they can't do that, then you're always going to assume that any soldier, if the other state uses neurotechnologies, brain-computer interfaces, you're going to assume that every soldier is still a potential threat, even if they're not holding a weapon. Right, and the only way we get around that is having a system for the other side to somehow verify that this soldier doesn't have something that's transmitting information, for example. And if we don't think of that in advance, then we could end up with systems that are unlawful to use in armed conflict because nobody thought of this while they were building it. You build it, and this is the kind of thing that may well need design from the very, very early stages, and not something that can be added on afterwards as a modification. So that's just an example. But I think for these types of things and for current rules, if we think about these things in advance, we can probably develop systems that somehow work within our current frameworks. But in terms of, there's been lots of discussion today around new frameworks, new ideas, new rights, new approaches that might be needed. As far as military use is concerned, I'm very skeptical. I don't think we're going to get very far. That's not to say that all of the good ideas and all the things that were said here are pointless. I think they are very important. They're very important for domestic systems. They're very important from a human rights perspective. We may be able to do good and important things with them. But when it comes to military use, any technology that has a strong potential for increasing the effectiveness and the operations of the military, we're not going to get very far with these frameworks. Personally, and maybe I know Yasmin is going to talk about AI, but if we just take that example, and Yasmin mentioned the big thing that's coming out now from all the discussions on AI, and I was involved with discussions that UNIDIR started in 2011, I think it was, when we started talking about military use of AI, and been following it closely. And now where are we getting to? An agreement that you need context-appropriate human judgment or control. I mean, what's that? Talk to the different states, that means all things to all people. We can say it means this, but any state that wants to use it can basically use whatever they like and say that they've got this in context-appropriate human involvement or control. We understand why we end up in that situation, because these things are, they're too important to give up for militaries. And just to be realistic, if these same technologies, various enhancement technologies, neurotechnologies, if they're going to be that important for states, and they're going to be used. So, carry on with the frameworks for domestic law, for human rights, so on and so on. But as far as military use is concerned, my focus is just to make sure that whatever we use doesn't degrade the basic minimum protections we currently have. on things like distinguishing between military and civilian and protection to those who are out of combat. I think if we can just achieve that, that's already something in the current state of the world, but I don't expect more. Sorry.
Sana, please.
Well, on that very depressing note, I'll try and think of something positive to say about neurodata governance. I do agree with two of the points that you've made. So I don't think we need a new law for everything, because otherwise we'd be coming up with one every other day. But I don't perceive governance as law. I think it's a spectrum. So you have law on one end, and then you have self-regulation at the other end, and there's lots of other flavors in between around codes of conduct and community-based self-regulation. And I think the other interesting thing about neurotech and a lot of the other technologies that we're grappling with is that it's a distributed issue. There isn't one single law that can deal with all aspects because you apply it in different sectors and different domains with different consequences. So you can't really have something that gets rid of all of the challenges that we might face in a legal system and its implications. I think the other thing, drawing on what Yasmin said, is talking about intent and regulating in that context. It is so complicated because your thought process versus intent, how do you even distinguish that, and how does that translate into data? How do you interpret that? Because as humans, that's kind of what sets us apart from other species, is that we imagine, we fantasize, we do storytelling, and we imagine all kinds of things that might be perceived as intent, but isn't actually intent, but rather part of our thought process. So I think when you think about data governance, we really have to make an effort on understanding and characterizing that data to the best of our ability, and we're far away from that. And that also goes for genomic data, right? We sequenced the entire genome of a human being decades ago. We still don't understand all of it, and I think the same is going to be true of neurodata. We can have neurodata governance in place, but until and unless we really have our finger on the pulse of what is it telling us, and what does that mean for accountability, liability, action, it's going to be really hard to govern it. Having said that, I think even in the civic domain, if you can have some governance mechanisms that can have a diffusion effect, that is better than nothing. And with that in mind, I think some of the things that could be done around neurodata governance is, like I said, really characterize what is permissible and what is prohibited at a certain point in time. And that might change depending on strategic advantage and perceptions and all other kinds of things. And I think having some sense of chain of custody, who has had sight of that data, who has had the data in their hands. And we do this in forensic attribution analysis. When you think about where has a pandemic come from, it's the same principle, because neural data can be manipulated as well. And so that protects multiple parts of the system. So I think those things, a chain of custody on neural data is quite important. The other is securing the neural data infrastructure, because we have this massive proliferation of all kinds of devices. Coming here on the panel, I was thinking maybe I should have a BCI device. Everybody was wearing one. I felt a bit left out. But there's a real challenge here around securing the data infrastructure, and I don't think there's enough investments happening in that space, and it's quite opaque, especially in the commercial space. So that's going to include securing the neurodata infrastructure, encryption, with encryptions, with export controls, but also just very basic level of, who should have access to the data and when and what are the use cases. And then finally, I think from a responsible adoption perspective and protecting the people who will actually use these devices or be in receipt of these devices, I think there needs to be some safeguards around data use rules. And this goes back to consent. We already have consent mechanisms in place, and they can be, and we are moving to things like dynamic consent processes because of other technological advancements. There's no reason why something like this can't be incorporated within that. And having things around rules around amalgamation of different data sets as well, so as not to discriminate against anyone. And then finally, this is linked to understanding the data better, but finally establishing better thresholds on making decisions off the back of the data. So when is it okay to take somebody off the field? When is it okay to deploy certain actions? And how do you interpret that data? And what are the baselines for that? Because all of that will have legal implications as well, and also to some degree protect the people who are in receipt of these devices. So those are some initial thoughts on the kind of things that we could be thinking about.
Thank you, Sana, and over to you, Yasmin.
Thanks, Fede. It's funny because we usually think about how AI in the military domain field can learn from other fields, as it's so relatively nascent at this point and not serve as a sort of source of inspiration, at least just as of yet. But there are a few points here that I think resonate a lot from today's discussions with what we're doing within the AI space. So first is, I mean, as both my co-panelists have mentioned, but also throughout the day, is the whole of life cycle approach. So we really need to look at governance from the beginning. And we've heard it throughout the day, it's a technology. So it is a technology where considerations such as policy, but also international and ethics cannot just be an afterthought. And I think that beyond just looking at the development stages of the technologies, we also need to think about the other side. So I was really glad to hear obsolescence this morning and the end of life cycle management. And while not necessarily present in the space of AI in the military domain just yet, I think there is a lot that can be learned from the growing body of research dedicated to model degradation in AI. So when the model's performance is degrading and it is reaching the end of the life cycle, and how there could be lessons that can be taken for the neurotech side. And also the data governance aspect as well. I think we've heard time and again, data implications, not only as a way of promoting responsible development, deployment, and use, so looking at how we can engineer better data cleaning and data hygiene and data practices to make sure that the technology is being used responsibly. But what are the implications of data governance frameworks that exist already, particularly in the light of the dual use nature of these technologies? Another thing that I noted from today's discussions as well is the importance of building a knowledge base, which I think is also resonates a lot with the AI space. So really to encourage mutual understanding and not be fixated on achieving universal definitions, which I think in the AI space we've sort of got stuck into for a few years. And we cannot achieve those universal definitions, but at least if we better understand the starting point of each community and each stakeholder and also each state, for example, what does the human element look like, or what does human control look like in the context of AI, but also neurotechnology? What does it mean and what does it require? I think that having a better understanding across stakeholders will also be very useful, and also cross-sectoral knowledge base, as in like, how do we make sure, for example, that developers and engineers and the technical community really we're able to socialize with them better. The responsible principles that we're talking about, whether when it comes to ethics, but also when it comes to compliance with international law. And then there is multi-stakeholder approach as well, the criticality of involving all stakeholders, but also in an appropriate manner, because of course, because of the sensitivity of the issue, we need to make sure that we're engaging civil society, academics, lawyers, ethicists, industries, but at a level that is needed, but also appropriate, and also the most meaningful and impactful, and really understand what can everyone do at each stage, what should they be responsible for, and what should they not be responsible for. And then there is also the aspect of trust building, which I think when it comes to AI in the military domain, we've sort of started to think a lot about how to build trust, not only between states, but also between stakeholders, so between governments and the private sector, for example, or like civil society and academia, but also between the human and the technology. And I think here there's a lot to unpack from the AI space that could be used and transported for the neurotech domain, of course, to the extent to which it is possible. And then finally, beyond the military domain, so really looking at, if we look at neurotechnology in the military domain, we also need to think about second order implications and third order implications that may touch beyond the military domain. Not only because the military domain can be defined very differently from one country to another, but also because of the consequences they may have, for example, on human security or economic and social security. And I think that this is also important to take into account when it comes to looking at neurotech and the military domain and what lessons could be learned from AI. Again, so much to unpack, but really, in the end, I think what we must remember is that we're not starting from scratch. I think that there's a lot of lessons to be learned, for example, on neurotech from the civilian domain. Of course, it must be aggregated to the sort of sensitivities of the military domain, but also in other sectors such as AI or cyber, but also vice versa. I think that also from AI, I was having a chat over the coffee break earlier, that I think it's really important that we not only learn, not only we're trying to draw lessons from the AI space for neurotech, but also vice versa. Where I was talking about military obsolescence and model degradation. Apparently, there's so much more thinking done around the end of the life cycle of neurotech, and I think there's so much that we can learn from that side on the military domain.
Thank you very much, all three of you, for those remarks on those questions on sort of how can we promote some responsible development and how that can be actionable. I'm going to turn now to some of the questions that we've received, and there's one that I sort of have been thinking all day about this a bit as well. If we contextualized neurotechnologies in the sort of broader category of human enhancement, as I said multiple times in this panel, these have a long history in warfare, and some seen as less problematic than others. When we talk about these neurotechnologies, where do we draw the line between what's an acceptable neurotechnology-enabled enhancement and an unacceptable or problematic one? What are some of the considerations you think that sort of could help us make that determination? Anyone want to take it here? No, I'm going to start with you.
Acceptable under what framework, right? Ethically acceptable, legally acceptable? Can have different answers depending on acceptable according to what. I think it's true, enhancements of various kinds have been around forever. Someone mentioned today earlier glasses, are they an enhancement, right? There's an old philosophical paper that talks about the pencil as being an enhancement and an extension of the mind, right? That we can debate all of these things. For me, the big question is anything that affects the individual's agency, autonomy, and decision-making process crosses a certain line. Whether that line is an acceptable or unacceptable line depends on how you're looking at it, depends on what regulation and so on. But for me, that's a big line that I think should cause us to stop and at least think what we're actually doing there.
Sana or Yasmin, do you want to add anything?
Just very quickly, yeah, I think drawing lines at this point in time, the most basic area where I would draw the line is coercion and loss of control. So loss of control and decision making and not being aware of what decisions are being made. And lack of, I guess, individual accountability that can't be attributed would be, I think, a red line for me. But there are multiple facets to acceptability, and I think strategic advantage will be a huge driver of what's acceptable and what isn't.
Yasmin, anything?
Yeah, so echoing what Noam said, it really depends on what do you mean by acceptable or unacceptable, under what. International humanitarian law at least provides a lot of material already to work on to see what is acceptable, what is unacceptable. So under the existing prohibitions, so I think there is a lot that can be drawn from existing law and clarifying what does the law as it is provides already. But then if you start looking at policy, of course, if you sort of try to look at the link between AI and neurotech from an AI in the military domain, there is so much that is being there was so much thinking being done, for example, on drawing the line at integrating AI into nuclear command and control systems, and of course, like we can think about maybe drawing the same line when it comes to neurotech. Because of the high strategic implications of it. But then, of course, again, it depends on who you're talking to. It might be that some people actually say, oh, it is actually better for missile defense systems because it is much faster. But then, yeah, it really depends on who you're talking to.
And there's an additional question here on, since these risks are directly impact or are linked to sort of AI-related risks and can involve the same stakeholders. This is something you were talking about, Yasmin, as well. This person in the audience asked, does this mean we need joint governance approaches? And I think there's a broader argument here to also, this being not only a commercial technology, but also medical technology, and so doing all this cross-sectoral governance. So yeah, can I turn to you, Sana?
I don't particularly have a solution here, but I think we're seeing that for all of the what I call platform technologies. So if you look at engineering biology, the same question emerges. If you look at AI, the same question emerges. And I think what you really need is a bit of both, where it's likely that neurotechnology as a domain could have its own set of regulations, laws, codes of conduct, but then you need a separate mechanism which is more bottom-up, that is more sector-specific. I don't think you can have one set of rules that kind of apply all across the board. I think that's just impossible to do. We see this, a lot of my work is at the intersection of AI and biological tools and capabilities. And what we really need to focus on is, we have legislation in the European Commission, for example, on AI that will be implemented at some point, and you look at various mechanisms of oversight for engineering biology and biological capabilities, and really what I want to focus on is what's going through in the cracks here, because there are certain things that are not taken into account in the AI legislation, neither are they in the biological domain legislation. So that's the bit that we need to focus on. And I think the same is true for AI and neurotech convergence and neurotech application across different domains. We have to focus on those things that fall through the cracks rather than trying to say we need one thing for everything. It's just not going to be possible. I think we should use existing instruments that we have available because they're there for a reason, but it doesn't mean that other things can't be put on top of them.
Thank you very much, Sana. I'll do one last one because there's a lot of questions aimed at you specifically, Noam, and I'm trying to try and group two into one.
Is it because of my depressing?
Exactly, depressing. Let's call it realistic. So one of the questions is, what are the legal concerns that apply in the context of military operations being enhanced by BCIs, for example, during operational planning, so not during combat, but before. And then there's one that is sort of linked to something that you've hinted at, and I found particularly interesting, which here is, could wearing a neural implant be seen as a ruse of war in the enhanced soldier that is able to carry on fighting, for example, for longer than expected? Going back to what you were saying about the verification ability. So yeah, these are two questions.
Trying to think how to answer that without repeating what I said earlier. I mean, in terms of the planning, the same rules apply in the planning of operations as they do to those who are on the battlefield in conduct. So I mean, it's the same rules and the same problems. The differences in planning, or what you might call deliberate operations, you usually have more options and more information up to a point. There's some information you actually only get at the moment of an operation. And so thinking, again, the type of stuff I've been saying, but thinking in advance about scenarios that may happen is going to be key in terms of all of the rules on targeting and protection and so on. But I don't think there's anything particular to the planning operations that's different in terms of the rules. The ruses question, as I said, there's going to be a huge temptation for soldiers. If soldiers are able to hide the fact that they are actively doing something related to the hostilities without holding a weapon, this is one of the risks, right? And how we deal with that, again, I'm not sure. A lot of this is going to come down to our training, in terms of rules of engagement, in terms of, all of these things that are already in place. We're just going to have to be alert. And this is, as I said earlier, this is about thinking in advance about all the things that can go wrong, and planning for them and embedding them into training, into planning, into everything that we're doing. I do think maybe if, one last point, and this goes, Yasmin was talking about sort of what can we learn from the AI debates. One more thing for me, and again, just goes back to being pragmatic and realistic, to learn from the AI debates is not to spend years trying to ban something that we know is going to happen. And instead just be realistic, know what's likely to happen, what states, what militaries are going to do no matter what, and focus our attention on how can we regulate it within our current systems and ensure that however these things are used, they don't degrade our system. And just to explain in terms of these, so again, being realistic, right? If you want to come up with, and we're talking now for armed conflict, for military use, you need to have international agreement amongst states, right? If we try to come up with any kind of new international agreement on regulating something in conflict now, and the major powers negotiating it are the current US administration, Russia and China, does anyone seriously think that we're going to come up with something that is more protective or better than what we already have? I'd rather not try and create anything new in this climate and just stick to what we've got and do our best to abide by what we have and not open up the door for any discussions on anything new.
Thank you very much. I think on that note, it's time for us to wrap up. And as we've seen and heard, not just on this panel, but the panel just before, neurotech is truly sort of valuable for the military domain, but also carries some of these important implications. And something that we've sort of talked about throughout the day, and it's a very important point, I think, no matter if we're looking at current state or future applications, it's really important to start having these conversations and to at least be ready and have thought these through as they continue to mature. So we'll now move to our final panel of the day, where we'll explore pathways to governance and see how we can bridge various existing efforts, explore the role of disarmament, and how we can better capture international security risks linked to neurotechnologies. So I'll invite our head of program, Giacomo Persipali, to come and introduce that panel. But before that, please join me in a round of applause for our speakers.
Hi, Dr. Rebo, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Good to see you again. See, actually the room is fuller than it was this morning when we opened, which is a good sign given the length of the conference and the weather outside in Geneva that isn't exactly welcoming to those that are willing to take a walk to join us. Very excited to have the pleasure of moderating the final panel of the day of the Innovations Dialogue, which, as Federico was mentioning, will focus on governance. So what are some of the possible pathways that we can take collectively as a community in an effort to establish a governance architecture for neurotechnologies? So this panel will be a multi-stakeholder discussion, again, focusing on governance of neurotechnologies. It will outline existing efforts as well as delve into the wider role of the scientific community and science anticipation in the good governance of emerging technologies. We will try to draw some lessons from other examples of governance of dual-use technology. We've heard the whole day how special and how consequential neurotechnologies might be, but as a community, we do have experience in creating governance architectures for dual-use technologies. So what can we learn from it? And we'll also try to understand a little bit more what are some of the national experiences in this regard. I'm very happy to be joined by a great selection of high-level speakers that will help us wrap up the day in a very good and inspirational way. So starting here on my left, I'm very pleased to welcome Professor Marilyn Anderson, the Director General of the Geneva Science and Diplomacy Anticipator. Here on my right, I'm joined by Her Excellency Claudia Fuentes Julio, the Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Chile to the United Nations here in Geneva. Welcome, Ambassador. And also have the pleasure of introducing online Dr. Ade Ebo, the Director and Deputy to the High Representative of the United Nations Office for Disarmament Affairs. So, as I mentioned, great selection of high-level speakers to help us navigate what is definitely an interesting field of governance. And Professor Anderson, I would like to start with you, if you don't mind. And as an international neurotechnology governance landscape is slowly emerging, we're at the very early stages. And so that our discussions are not really taking place in a vacuum today, can you give us a short overview of what is happening outside of this room? What is the current state of affairs?
I think it works. Okay. Thank you very much for your question and also for your invitation for Jesda to be here and to participate in this discussion, very timely and important discussion on neurotechnology and what it means in terms of security. So it's an exciting moment for neurotechnology. There have been major advances in different fields of technology, in electronic miniaturization, in brain signal detection, in the use of AI. This has been mentioned, it will be mentioned again, because this is a great accelerator of scientific advances in many domains. And that means we are learning more and more about the human brain and how to treat neurological and mental health disorders. So these scientific leaps mean that we have a momentum going on, and when we say momentum, that means there is also investment growing from the public or the private sectors. With this acceleration, which oftentimes comes with hype, and the hype is something we should be careful about, to not take it as a sort of formal truth, but also to take it with a grain of salt and probably focus discussions when it comes to technology and science with conversations with scientists. That also means that there is a growing awareness, an awareness that we didn't have a few years ago when Jesda started to be sort of looking at these aspects as we work on science anticipation. So we always try to look into the future. And this awareness has an impact in particular on human rights. So now we are talking about, especially in this kind of context, we're talking about neurotechnology not as a niche topic in science, like many other topics that are exciting on their own, but also on something that should or is appearing on everyone's agenda. So talking about neurotechnology, we can talk about many different things. We can talk about technologies that measure, that modulate, that enhance, or even that emulate brain activity. Our focus at Jesda is to work on emerging technologies, so those that may have a transformative impact on society, on people, on the planet. And this is definitely the case for neurotech. How we structure this anticipatory work, so this work on future advances in science, is through a quite structured approach and timescale, which is to work on 5 years, 10 years, and 25 years from now. So if we look into what we call our radar, which is the sort of place in which conversations we have had with hundreds, actually more than 2,000 scientists in different fields of science, tell us is that in 5 years, for instance, we will have brain stimulation becoming quite common. It also says that in 10 years, AI-enhanced brain implants will improve cognitive abilities, but also might go beyond medical applications, which then means that they will be available to the general public and might not only be used for therapeutic reasons, but for enhancement as such. So this is opens up big questions. And in 25 years, so of course, the power of these sort of possible futures comes with increasing uncertainty, obviously, but what the radar says is that in about 25 years, we might be living in permanent connection with machines. So the differentiation between the biological human and the machine that augments us is starting to be blurred between the human and artificial intelligence. So these are big questions that maybe I can try to make a little more specific for the area of security, as this is the topic of the day. So here, if we anticipate that we have an integration of AI and neurotechnology, that means we will create hybrid intelligence systems that are capable of ultra-fast, pre-conscious decision-making on the battlefield. And this fastness combined with being pre-conscious, so before we even realized that the decision has been made, I think has a lot of questions embedded in it. And we shouldn't speak about this as if this was a utopic future. This is already happening right now. AI-assisted decision-making is already happening on the battlefield today. So if we look ahead, it will become hard to know whether a decision that has been made was a human decision or a machine decision, and what this actually means. This, of course, can be great because it can save lives through an improved threat detection, a much faster threat detection, but will also open questions, very fundamental questions on human agency, human responsibility, and human integrity. So the questions like meaningful human control or cognitive agency are starting to be hard to understand or to answer when this brain-computer interface means that algorithms might override decision-making by the humans on targeting, for example. So when we anticipate these breakthroughs, the idea is to use the space we have between now, when we know these breakthroughs are coming, and then when they will be there, use that space to proactively address those types of questions, those hard questions, when we are not in a sort of a competition or a race to technology, to investment, to innovation as such. So but the innovation word is important because while we want to ensure that neurotechnology is developed in a way that is positive and that protects society from misuse, we also want to ensure that we don't, that we still encourage innovation to happen. Because if we try to block innovation, first of all, it might happen anyway, but without safeguards, or it will slow down in some regions and not in others. So all of these are real questions to ask. But the good thing is, we are here today to talk about it. That means that neurotechnology is part of the policymakers' radar, in this case, the radar as a large wording. And we have already seen many governance efforts working on these aspects, which are working on protecting human rights and on ensuring brain data privacy. So we can see that the OECD in 2019 has adopted the first global standard for responsible innovation in neurotechnology, and last year by a practical neurotechnology toolkit that has been proposed for implementation. On the other hand, the UN Human Rights Council has adopted 2 resolutions on neurotechnology and human rights, one in 2022, one in 2025, and now is developing guidelines for 2027. So these are really good signs that these questions are taken seriously. UNESCO also adopted a recommendation on the ethics of neurotechnology just earlier this month, which was the result of a 5-year multi-stakeholder process. And this, again, is a very important aspect of these guidelines being adopted and useful, is that they include multiple actors. And of course, the IEEE, the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, are currently developing technical standards for responsible industry practice. So we are also seeing this happening on the industry. At GESDA, what we are trying to help is also by supporting, which we did earlier this year, Chile, Greece, Singapore, and Switzerland in presenting a resolution on neurotechnology and human rights at the Human Rights Council. Also working with the Security Council, the UN Security Council, on bringing neurotechnology to the agenda. This has started in 2024. We will continue it this year, as well as an initiative that is trying to promote responsible neurotech development and responsible investment. And this is a very new area in which we have started to act. And we have actually our main actor in the room, Nicolas Rorzaitz, who's a scientist in this domain and is helping us pushing this agenda further. So there are all that plus national level effort. So what we know, in summary, I will close here, is that whatever is prohibited somewhere will be developed somewhere else. So prohibition is probably not the way to go. So what we really need to do is to have neurotechnology governance be on a multilateral agenda with multiple stakeholders involved, so that it's harmonized, operational, and transparent, and looking for a balanced level of oversight. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. That really set the scene well, and you touched on a selection of issues that I'm sure we will be unpacking further during the conversation. But one thing that particularly struck me was that when you were looking at the medium and long-term trajectory of this technology, and a little bit of a provocative thought, but a lot of the discussions around human control, human judgment, they're based on the assumption that somehow these things can't really be measured. They can't really be. There is a kind of irreplicable human nature to these concepts of judgment and of control. And I'm wondering if, as this technology advances and it actually allows us to map the different processes that are happening as we exercise judgment, as we exercise control, if we're not going towards a future in which we can actually quantify or attach data and hard values to these things. I don't know. It's just I'm not a scientist. Full disclosure, you probably have understood that, but it is an interesting question. But you also touched upon the tension that might exist between innovation and governance or regulation, and this is the perfect bridge to the question that I have for you, Ambassador, because Chile's leadership in neurotechnology governance positions it really as a pioneer and as a first mover in attempting to create a regulatory framework around this technology. So how have you balanced this very delicate trade-off between innovation and safeguards against misuse, and what lessons could others draw from your experience?
Thank you so much, Giacomo. Let me also thank Marilyn for her comments. We have been, as she said, working very closely with GESDA on this issue, as Chile has been behind two of the resolutions that has been discussed in the Human Rights Council on this matter. So it's really a pleasure to be here today, moving from the human rights field towards, the world of security and disarmament. So trying to answer your question, let me say that Chile's work on neurotechnology has been driven by a very clear premise. Innovation must always advance in a way that safeguards human dignity and fundamental rights. The human rights first approach has allowed us to be early movers, precisely because we understood that when dealing with highly disruptive technologies, anticipation is key. Many risks do not arise from misuse alone, but from simply being unprepared for the scale and speed of technological change. Our starting point was our constitutional tradition, which already protects privacy and physical and mental integrity. But we knew these broad guarantees were no longer sufficient when technologies allow access to brain data
inference of mental states, or influence on agency and decision-making. This is why Chile chose to move forward decisive and quite early in comparison to other states. A unique institutional element made this possible, the Senate Commission on Challenges of the Future, which is a permanent body designed to legislate on issues related to what we call frontier technologies. This commission brings together legislators, scientists, people working on ethics, and innovators in general, creating a structured space to foresee risk and opportunities. It allows us to treat neurotechnology not as a technical issue, but also an issue that relates to societies as a whole. First, in 2021, Chile amended its constitution to explicitly recognize that scientific and technological development must serve individuals and respect life and mental integrity, and that the law must, and I quote, especially protect brain activity and information derived from it. This made Chile the first country to embed protection of brain activity at the constitutional level. Second, and this is, I would like to underscore, that we developed a neuroprotection bill, which is currently in the final legislative stages. It aims to ensure that neurotechnologies are deployed with strict safeguards, such as informed consent, robust oversight, and clear rules for handling neurodata, while still, of course, enable scientific research and innovation. These initiatives are fully aligned with the OECD recommendation that was mentioned before on responsible innovation in neurotechnology, especially its principles of safety, inclusivity, and safeguard personal brain data. Importantly, they do not seek to slow innovation, and let me stress this as well. Instead, they create trust, an indispensable condition for any sustainable technological ecosystem. And just to finish, what lessons can we draw from this? First, act early. Governance cannot wait until technologies are already widely deployed. Second, anchor regulation in human dignity. Protecting identity, agency, and freedom of thought provides a stable basis for all future norms on this matter. Third, create multidisciplinary anticipatory structures, and this is why we work so closely with GESTA, on technical issues cannot be solved only by people dealing with technology. As I mentioned before, this is a whole society issue. Define neurodata clearly. Not all personal data is equal. Data derived from brain activity requires specific protections. Finally, ensure coherence with international standards. Chile work has been strengthened by OECD guidelines, also UNESCO, as long as with all the conversations that we are having in the context of the Human Rights Council. In short, our experience shows that safeguarding rights does not hinder innovation. It enables it to move forward with the best interest of the dignity and integrity of humans in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your initial remarks. I think it is, I fully agree with you on the lesson of thinking early, and these are technologies that move very quickly and give the false sense of we have time until there is a significant breakthrough that jumps ahead and basically burns what we thought, instead of having years, now we have months. So I think thinking early and being flexible to adapt is key in this regard. And perhaps you also gave us an idea at UNIDIR, as some of you know, we have several policy portals that are mapping what states are doing on different topics. Perhaps last year, the Innovations Dialogue gave us the idea of maybe we should do something on quantum, and maybe after this year we should have a neurotechnology policy portal. Let's see. I would like now to wrap up this first round of questions. I'd like to go online to you, Ade, to reflect particularly on how might neurotechnologies, and we've heard in particular potential pathways that could lead to their militarization. So how could neurotechnologies, and in particular a militarized one, come to intersect with and become relevant for disarmament, international peace and security?
Thank you. Can you hear me, Giacomo?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, and greetings from New York. I'm sorry I cannot be there with you. I don't like these online meetings where you cannot feel the energy of colleagues, but it's better than nothing. And greetings to the other panelists. Before I get into the question of how neurotechnologies connect with different disarmament domains, let me just say what for me is probably my most important point, perhaps already made also, which is that the militarization of new technologies is likely to have major consequences for the future conduct of warfare. I think Dr. Anderson used the expression transformative impact. My sense is that we need to fasten our seatbelts. And I will mention a couple of things more generally before getting into the specific domains. Certainly, neurotechnologies are likely to accelerate the tempo of warfare. For instance, the issue of performance enhancement of soldiers through greater resistance to fatigue. They'll be able to tolerate more stress. They'll have heightened situational awareness. All these kinds of development are likely to lower the threshold for initiating conflict and reduce the time that's available for de-escalation, even for diplomatic interventions. Secondly, and perhaps more scarily, is that applications involving human enhancement or degradation could actually directly affect a soldier's ability to comply with the law of armed conflict through diminishment of cognitive capacity, impairment of situational judgment. You find that soldiers will be at the receiving end of treatment that will make them perhaps less conscious. Perception will tend to misperception. Judgment will be impaired. Memory will be affected. Behaviors can be controlled, and so on. So in other words, the basis for turning soldiers into zombies, pardon the expression, not just soldiers, human beings more broadly, into zombies that are actually, how do I put it, neurotechnologically remotely controlled beings. That is the risk that we face. So before getting into the specific domains, I don't want to use the expression, I don't want to spread fear, but my point of concern is that element of using the central nervous system in a weaponized way that turns soldiers into zombies and even ordinary civilians into remotely controlled neurotechnologically beings. That is certainly transformative impact, if I can borrow the expression. Now, in terms of the specific domains, if you take, for example, biological or chemical, the first thing that strikes me is the new possibilities for hostile use that were not initially explicitly anticipated in the BWC, the Biological Weapons Convention, or the Chemical Weapons Convention, in terms of the original conception of what is chemical or biological weapon. So now that you have conceptions around use of central nervous systems that were not initially included in this instrument, there will be certainly a need to expand them to include this element. Of course, there is always the general purpose prohibition criteria that I think future-proofs this instrument But that doesn't take away the need to bring this element of neuroscience into the CWC and the BWC. Also, because neurotechnologies could become, and some would even argue are becoming, more easily accessible, and the risk for proliferation, and because also of their dual use nature, you find that benign applications and usual normal R&D could easily be repurposed for hostile ends. This could blur the line between what is permitted and what is prohibited activity under these BWC and CWC conventions. So the application of these instruments becomes really much more challenged and even blurred. And then for biosecurity, we all know that national biosecurity frameworks are traditionally focused on pathogens and toxins. And now we may need to expand that scope to address neural stimulants or viral sectors that can alter brain function, as the brain itself becomes, if you like, a battlefield. And the impact is not only on chemical and biological, you also have AI and cyber. As you know, researchers are increasingly using cloud-based laboratories for bioscience research. This could complicate oversight as well as attribution mechanisms in the case of potential neurobiological weapon development. For example, engineered biological systems that can alter neural function. Now, when neurotechnologies are connected to the internet, they also pose the same kind of vulnerabilities as any other connected device, such as hacking, data theft, manipulation, or maybe even remote control. However, each device also creates new opportunities for malicious activity, which in turn raises the overall risk of cyber attacks. Now, if neural communication systems are hacked, this could result in misjudgments, unintended escalation, loss of human control, or semi-autonomous or autonomous weapon systems. Now, beyond these domains of AI, cyber, chemical, and so on, and biological, I think there are also broader connections between neurotechnologies and disarmament. And the first area actually is the strategic decision-making. Cognitive enhancements, such as integration of brain-machine interfaces in conducting command and control, may raise concerns about reliability of decision-making. Who is deciding? At what level is neuroscience held responsible? At what level is it a human decision? And secondly, dual-use technology and proliferation risks is also an issue, because as these technologies become increasingly commercialized and connected to cloud-based systems, they will become more readily available to both state and non-state actors. And commercial neurotechnological applications could, for example, be misused for surveillance, whether these are unauthorized or illegal. So these are some of the connections. But I was listening to the previous panel, and I think there a point needs to be made about dual-use technologies more broadly that I'm reminded of here. I think at the end of the day, the prospect for whether neuroscience is used for hostile intentions or cooperative intentions would depend on the kind of politics that we have globally. And as that speaker was saying, if you look at the international security environment today, the zero-sum game approach, the antagonisms that we face, and just the increase in tensions, the very difficulty in the search for common ground. When you apply neuroscience to that international political security environment, it becomes really, honestly, quite scary. I think if we had more trust, more universality, more solidarity, then the prospect for neuroscience being used for what it was supposed to be used for in the first place, for treating mental disorders and neurological disorders, can be the way to go. But when you combine the politics, the current global politics, to what is now increasingly scientifically possible and maybe proliferating, then it is quite a scary prospect. I don't want to be a fearmonger, but that's honestly where I lie at the moment. Back to you.
Thank you, Ade, for your remarks and for making the first connection between neurotech and disarmament in this panel. And there is a recurring theme on fear and risks, and we just want to make sure that we at UNIDIR, we like to think that we are technology positive rather than, and we try to focus also on potential benefits or at the very least positive measures that can be taken to mitigate some of these risks. But in relation to that, and I'm coming back to you, Marlene, with a question, it is, whether it's on neurotech or in many other technology fields, there is a gap in language that exists between the policymaking community and the language that scientists, technologists, technology developers, or integrators use. How can we better bridge that gap? How can we involve scientists and the scientific kind of community as part of successful governance? And on the other hand, how can we make sure that the diplomatic community and policymakers go one step beyond awareness, and without becoming neurotech engineers, they develop at least a sufficient level of understanding of the technology?
Great. So indeed, science and diplomacy are undoubtedly very different worlds. So they do speak different languages, like you said, but they also operate with very distinct priorities and mindsets. So what matters to one world matters maybe less to others, and how one world thinks or constructs their own arguments is different to the other. So helping them understand each other is necessary, but maybe not sufficient. We also need to enable them to act together, and that is quite another challenge. So this is, in fact, why JESDA has made the interface between the science world and the diplomacy world a core focus, and so that JESDA can act as a think tank as well as a do tank, so to try to enable this action that I was mentioning before. So in the last 15 years, so way before JESDA, science diplomacy has been evolving as a key tool in addressing these global challenges by using or sort of basing itself on the somewhat idealistic promise that science is a universal language, one that everyone speaks and that has some kind of objectivity to it in the sense that it is evidence-based and not opinion-based. And therefore, by being evidence-based, that it's capable of transcending political and ideological divides, as it is not itself ideological or political. So this has proven its value in many different contexts and repeatedly, but today there is something a little new happening. It's that the pace at which scientific advancement is occurring is very fast, and therefore sort of outstrips our ability to respond to it. We are sort of in catch-up mode, and To not be in catch-up mode means that we need to anticipate. So anticipation becomes a way forward so that we are not following the crisis, but trying to anticipate them. So this different kind of science diplomacy, one that would be anticipatory so that it doesn't wait for crisis to react, but proactively tries to align stakeholders around the future that we want. This allows to offer a roadmap that would try to ensure that the benefits of science reach everyone. So there is also this idea that it would be about science for all kind of perspective. So, but to make this happen, it's not just something that we should say as a concept, it would be nice to anticipate, but we also need to change the mindset. We have to equip people with that particular mindset, a mindset that is anticipatory, and we have actually launched or reinforced a training program called Anticipatory Leadership that is now being given in different continents for the first time this year, trying to equip our leaders, future leaders or current leaders, to navigate a world that is factually accelerated by science and technology. So this, to anticipate, gives us the time that we need to understand the opportunities and the risks that are posed by these breakthroughs, so that to put in place appropriate governance mechanisms that would ensure that scientific developments would benefit everyone, science for all, and everywhere. And this is actually quite aligned with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in the Article 27.1, which says that everyone has the right to, amongst other things, share in scientific advancement and its benefits. So now if we look at disarmament per se, you were saying before that we should get into the subject, so let's get into the subject. The idea at GESDA is to explore how science anticipation can also be applied to multilateral arms control. So we see, it's just an observation, that emerging science and technology is being weaponized in today's conflicts. This is a fact. So that means it's critical to ensure that this development aligns with existing instruments of international law. And so we don't want international law to be itself in catch-up mode in terms of what is actually happening. We need the law to be relevant to what is actually happening. So we started to work on this through a series of interviews and engagement with dozens of diplomats and civil society actors. And through GESDA, we found three key challenges, and these are maybe the memorable piece of what I wanted to share. So one is that there is no systematic approach to integrate scientific expertise in disarmament discussions. It may happen, but it's not systematic. And I think this is problematic because this is already the case for existing science, so let alone for future science. So this is a double challenge. So number one. Number two is that there is an unfairness embedded in the current situation, which is that states that have less diplomatic influence and have smaller delegations will usually also lack the capacity, whether in terms of staffing or in terms of expertise, to actually engage meaningfully with the emerging and rapidly evolving technologies, even though they might be very affected by them. And the third is that we need technological insight and support to happen in the early stages. So again, about anticipation, the early stages of disarmament discussions around new technologies, so that we can ground these discussions on agreed upon definitions. We already have to agree on defining things. And this is crucial for scientific expertise to be perceived also as neutral and not already have sort of a hidden agenda. So to address these gaps, we are exploring currently concrete ways to support the disarmament and arms control ecosystems, especially in Geneva, which might include helping states access technical expertise and making it therefore more accessible to them, supporting informed decisions, or ensuring that arms control mechanisms are remaining relevant in this rapidly evolving scientific landscape. So if I want to summarize, it's again about anticipation, but you will hear that every time. So anticipating science and its implications help make diplomacy more decisive, responsible, and inclusive in its actions. And this is part of how we might be able to ensure that the benefits of science would reach everyone and minimize the risks that are associated with its misuse. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. And thank you also for re-emphasizing the importance of anticipation, which again offers me the preferred bridge to the question I would like to ask you again, Ambassador. So clearly we do not want to go down the tension that exists between governance for civilian applications versus governance for military applications. We're not saying they're the same. All we're saying is that there might be lessons that are learned in one sector that could inform and advance discussions in the other. So how can Chile's experience in anticipatory governance for civilian neurotechnology inform possible governance approaches in the context of military neurotechnology?
Thank you for the question again. So as I mentioned before, our work at the multilateral level so far on neurotechnology has been in the context of the Human Rights Council. In the Council, in fact, we have two resolutions, one that it was in 2022, and the result of that resolution was a report, which was a report basically about of the state of the art when it comes to neurotechnologies. And the resolution in 2025, we asked for a specific set of guidelines for states when it comes to neurotechnology. So we move a little bit more forward. But still, as you mentioned before, we believe that the lessons that we learned in the context of the human rights realm are still relevant for issues that are discussed in the context of disarmament and specific uses when it comes to military context as well. So first, probably in terms of lessons, is the core principles Chile adopted for civilian neurotechnology are mental privacy, autonomy, agency, non-discrimination, and mental integrity. And we believe that those are equally applicable and even more urgent in the context of military environment. This is because the inherent power asymmetries of military structure significantly increase the risk of coercion and probably diminish the capacity for fully free and informed consent. Our constitutional reform, as I explained earlier, which explicitly protects brain activity, provides a valuable baseline. No technological intervention should compromise an individual's capacity to think freely, make autonomous decisions, or maintain the integrity of their identity and mental processes, regardless of whether the context is civilian or a military context. Second, as I mentioned before, the Human Rights Council's work, including resolution in 2025, has highlighted specific risks posed by neurotechnologies, from the violation of freedom of thought to privacy, to impacts on mental health, physical and mental integrity, and potential implications for fair trials and safeguards against ill treatment. These risks do not disappear in military context, and in fact, they could even intensify. The civilian government's approach also shows the value of, let me name a few, risk-based analysis, starting with early identification of foreseeable harms, such as intrusive monitoring, cognitive manipulation, or untested forms of augmentation. Informed and revocable consent, which is extremely complex in hierarchical structures, as you know. Long-term monitoring and safety evidence, because neurotechnologies can have delayed or cumulative effects on cognition and mental health. Independent oversight bodies capable of assessing sensitive technologies without compromising national security considerations. Third and last, Chile's experience in Geneva demonstrates that human rights institutions can serve as a conceptual laboratories for broader governance debates. The Human Rights Council has already produced a structural analysis of risk, identified the rights most at risk, and requested the development of guidelines grounded in existing international law. These are building blocks for other areas, including international peace and security, to develop coherent approaches. Ultimately, anticipatory governance for civilian neurotechnologies provide the normative architecture to evaluate military ones. It shows that protections needed are not technological, they're fundamentally, and we believe they're about human dignity.
Thank you for sharing these insights. I think it's always interesting to see that similar to what we're seeing in other technology areas, and AI is the one that comes to mind. I think everyone recognizes the importance of the experiences acquired in the development of governance frameworks in the civilian kind of sector. And everyone says it would be great to build on those, but there isn't really any formal mechanism that allows the translation or the cross-pollination between the two communities that tend to operate quite in isolation. So it would be very interesting to understand how can these very rich and useful experiences actually be transferred over as we're starting to look at governance from a more security perspective. Ade, I'd like to come back to you again, because in your first intervention, you did a remarkable job in highlighting what are some of the possible risks that can come from neurotechnologies. My second question to you is, what can we do about it? So how can the disarmament machinery as well as the disarmament community more broadly, what role can it play in stemming the risks that you so eloquently outlined in your first intervention?
Thank you. Thanks again, Giacomo, for not just being able to participate, but I think also, to be honest, to learn a lot from the other two panelists. Let me say what I think practically member states can do. I think that at the institutional level, what states could do is to use the existing fora, whether it is the BWC or the Chemical Weapons Convention or the CCW, the First Committee of the General Assembly, all this, as platform to discuss and address the implications of neurotechnologies. And that's just a general statement, but I think more practically, what I think we need to do is some kind of assessment or audit of the existing instruments to try and find what are the normative gaps that exist in relation to neuroscience and disarmament that were not originally captured when these instruments were being put in place. If I take, for example, the area of ICT, right now we have the global mechanism on ICT security that just been concluded. I think we need to go back to explore, as I said earlier, the intersection between the global mechanism on ICT security and neuroscience, for example. And we can do that with other instruments. The other thing that I think states could do is to promote some transparency and confidence building. For example, voluntary reporting of national research and development activities that have potential military significance through the BWC or the CWC or other relevant instruments. This would be challenging, but it's not impossible. I think also where states are concerned, we need to, and I think Dr. Anderson made allusion to that earlier on, we need to forge stronger connections between human rights and disarmament when it comes to neuroscience. I think that concepts such as mental integrity, the right to cognitive liberty could become more centrally part of the disarmament discourse, especially in relation to application of international human rights law, international humanitarian law, and laws of armed conflict more generally. That's with states. With the UN, I think the SG has identified these connections as far back as 2023. In its new agenda for peace, he made some recommendations around establishing norms and rules and principles of responsible behavior on military uses of human enhancement and degradation technologies. He also recommended increasing transparency around defense spending, defense planning, and working on guidelines and so on. But I think that in addition to all what various UN bodies are doing, The UN can also play a constructive role by fostering coordination across various frameworks, including the BWC, the CWC, the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, working with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the UNESCO's ethics initiative that was mentioned, what WHO is doing, coordinating all this so that neurotechnologies are considered in the appropriate governance spaces and not at cross purposes. Related to that, I think also, and I hate to mention it, but because it sounds a bit cliche, but I think honestly in this case it's needed to have some kind of interagency coordination group across UN entities, OACHR, our office, ODA, the SD's office, ODET, UNESCO, ITU, WHO, to name a few. That could be, I think, valuable to share insights and facilitate good practices. I will add one thing though, because as like you, Giacomo, I'm not a scientist. So just to say the doctor before my name is not, is for political science. So let me say that there's a power element here that needs to be brought into the mix. Dr. Anderson said, mentioned something about, I can't remember the exact word, but the impression was this is all uneven. What I want to say is that one thing that we should do a lot more of, I think, is awareness raising. While we are discussing this in the Geneva and New York environment, there are parts of the world that are barely in the conversation on neuroscience and disarmament. So we need to globalize this conversation so that other parts of the world who are not yet part of the conversation can become part of the conversation. That is because all this is not power neutral. There is a power element. The political economy of the conversation has to be actualized. I think in terms of governance, there are three basic elements of good governance that need to be applied also here, which is transparency, accountability, and broad participation. We need to make sure that all the governance steps that we are taking and initiating address those principles of transparency, accountability, and transparency. Otherwise, you find that neuroscience becomes, when it comes to the disarmament, another instrument for distancing the capacities of states from each other. So that element is not unimportant. The political economy of the conversation, where the power meets the politics, particularly because a large part of this also is profit. Which takes me to my last point, something mentioned by the ambassador when she talked about whole of society approach. I think the governance of neuroscience has to be not equated with governments. We need a what can I call it? A multi-actor approach. We need the role of civil society. We have to bring more to the table, the role of the profit makers, the private sector, and not leave this just to governments. So I think that whole of society approach that the ambassador mentioned is very, very important. We can't trust this to governments alone, even though, of course, I'm an employee of a state-based organization. Back to you.
Thank you, Ade. I will now come back to all of you for one last question. And since we're a little bit behind schedule, I will kindly ask you to provide us with an abridged version of the answer that you may have prepared. We can still take a few minutes because after this we will be wrapping up the conference. But if each of you could think of one actionable step that the international community could take to ensure that international neurotechnology governance also takes into account military applications and the risks that would derive from them? What would this step be?
So if I have to kind of summarize it into a single step, I would say it's to act based on what we learned from the evidence of discussions, interviews, the analysis that we, but also others have conducted on what could be done. But it so happens to be sort of better explained in 3 steps. So if I may still use the number 3. Towards that single goal. So, and this might apply not only to neurotechnology, but maybe to emerging science more broadly, which is the focus of JESDA. So the first step is to compile the information that we have on the implications of these emerging technologies and notably on what they mean for peace and security. So this, of course, includes the risk of weaponization and means that we need to find trust in this tense environment, and scientific references are meant to bring that trust. So this is the first step. The second one is to support underrepresented states so that also they have the capacity to act. So, and these unfortunately often play little to no role in actually developing or weaponizing these emerging technology, and yet they are too often also historic or have been historically the first to bear the consequences. So the civilians in conflict zones suffer from the results, and therefore what we want is that training, guidance, policy briefs would allow these states to engage meaningfully. And then third, the idea is to multiply the avenues for substantive engagement, that it's not just one channel that allows it, but that this can come from different ways, especially when we talk about the interface between scientists and diplomats. So a lot of the discussion on disarmament world focus on the process, but as we need to keep up with the rapid development of these technologies, we should also facilitate these exchanges and focus not just on the process, but on the substance, on the contents, and therefore speak truly about anticipatory governance. So in general, the international community should not be considered an abstract concept. This is all of us, whether virtually or in person, and for the multilateral agenda to anticipate, we should act, not react. So proactively act and not react. So we should all play a role in building this safer world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The ones that you know me, they know that I have an obsession to reach peace and security with issues related to human rights in my work. So if I have to choose one, I would say it would be to develop an international set of guiding principles on military neurotechnology that is anchored in human rights law, and at least inspired by the work we have developed at the Human Rights Council. I think this is feasible, and most importantly, it's urgent. The Human Rights Council, as I mentioned before, has already taken the first step by requesting its advisory committee to prepare guidelines on the application of human rights frameworks to neurotechnologies. These guidelines can naturally evolve to incorporate areas of heightened risk, including military applications. Such principles, and this is important to highlight, would not need to be a treaty. They could be a soft law instrument, a practical one, a flexible one, and capable of rapid adoption and bringing coherence to a very fragmented landscape. Let me finish. Why do I think this is the right step? Because governance must begin before deployment, not after. Because neurotechnology touches the core of human identity, cognition, and autonomy, and because military application, if left without guidance, risk setting precedents with it can have profound consequences for peace, security, and human dignity. And let me finish that Chile is ready to contribute with this effort, with all our experience that we have in the context of human rights, and we would be, happy to achieve this collectively here in Geneva.
Thank you, Ambassador. And Ade, back to you in New York.
Well, thank you. My suggestion would be, as was done with AI, we need, well, I would suggest that the SG could consider a high-level advisory body on neurotechnology. And that has so many advantages, including having a truly global participation that address the power element that I mentioned earlier. So this high-level advisory body could then provide a report at the end of its mandate, which will help member states in their deliberations in the existing bodies, such as the BWC and the CWC that I mentioned earlier. So that high-level advisory body could be useful. Secondly, we could also have, at the expert level, a group of governmental experts to discuss the issue of neuroscience and disarmament more pointedly. And lastly, I would be much more assured if I saw a bit more civil society engagement on this issue that goes beyond just government and the profit makers. So this element of we the people, where ordinary people are discussing, and exchanging on this issue could also be useful. My sense is that this is a particular niche area so far for civil society, and that also should be encouraged. Back to you.
Thank you, Ade. I would like now to, we have many good questions online. We don't have the time to go through them all, but I would like to at least take one, the first one that I see on my list, because I think it touches upon many of the issues that all of our speakers have put on the table. It reads as follows: given the rapid convergence of neuroscience and AI, but convergence is important, but how do we define the boundaries of neurotechnology for governance purposes? So this is a question that, even without the convergence element, when we're dealing with governance efforts, the scoping the problem or defining the problem is important, particularly at the multilateral level, where we're seeing that sometimes you can spend years disagreeing on what's in scope, what's not in scope. So whether building from the work that JESDA does or your experience at the national level, or Ade also reflecting on some of the suggestions you just made around an advisory body or a GG, how do we define what is neurotech for governance purposes? Would you like to go first?
Sure, I can try. So first of all, the question mentions the convergence of neuroscience and AI, and indeed, AI, as we all know, is playing an accelerating role in many, many different domains of science. So this is not sort of exclusive to neuroscience, but to many other fields as well. So this is a factor of acceleration, maybe more than anything. It goes just much faster because we have much bigger capabilities to make discovery in this domain. Now, when it comes to the boundaries of neurotechnology in the context of finding governance, I think we have to probably start back at what we want to govern or regulate upon, and the boundaries would then be defined by where we want to act, as opposed to being field related or being sort of sector related or organization related. What matters are the types of questions that these advances in neurotech when it comes to security and war is putting on the table. So we talked about international law, we talked about, of course, the accelerating aspect, we talked about different states, we talked about the organizations that deal with this, the raising awareness. I think what is important is to not work in silos and not only empower certain people to think about these questions, but on the contrary, to take what also Jess that tries to take is this honest broker approach of bringing together the different people with different voices, but to use the time we have to get these tables actually happening and these discussions happening without a preconception on where the boundaries should be, possibly, but first agree on what are the priority questions and then define the scope to, in which we can address these questions.
Thank you. I can answer a little bit in terms of the discussions that took place in the Human Rights Council. In the Human Rights Council, we didn't try to define what is neurotechnology. We attempt to understand a little bit what was happening in the field. And from there, the discussions have been mainly in terms of the consequence of neurotechnology for the protection of human beings and the dignity of people. So that would be a little bit the boundaries in terms of governance from a human rights perspective. And let me give you some of the examples. So these boundaries or principles would include issues such as clear prohibitions on technologies designed to manipulate thoughts, emotions, or decision-makings. Absolute ban on applications that amount to torture, ill-treatment, or coercive interrogation. Rules on neurodata protection, including limits on what can be collected, how it is processed, and how long it is stored. Requirements for fully informed, revocable consent, and acknowledgement sometimes of pressure when it comes to, for example, hierarchical institutions that are part of the military. Transparency and democratic oversight, which is, a clear boundary setting in the context of the Human Rights Council. And finally, safety and mental health safeguards, including long-term monitoring of effects and an independent review of the both enhancement and monitoring technologies. I'm giving this list just to give you some of the examples of the kind of issues that we are discussing in terms of providing not regulations, but a set of guidelines in the context of the human rights sphere that might, be helpful when dealing with these issues in the world of disarmament as well.
Thank you. And Ade, would you like to add anything on this point?
Not much, but I think the ambassador really captured it very well. I would just say that the litmus test for this boundary should be where neuroscience application complicates or dilutes the application of the loss of armed conflict. That should be the litmus test. That should be the boundary. Where these innovations threaten the application of or dilute the application of the loss of armed conflict. That would be it for me. But I think the content of all that was very well put together by the ambassador.
Thank you, Ade. So we've reached the end of this panel. Before I take just a few more minutes to wrap up this conference, I would please invite you to join me in a round of applause to thank our great speakers for this last panel. Thank you. So we've reached the end of the 2025 Innovations Dialogue. It's been a remarkable day where we have all learned a lot. And I think if I had to summarize how I would define success of this event, I can think of two key indicators. If our audience is a mixed audience, we have policymakers, we have scientists, we have academics coming from different disciplines. So if you are a scientist or an academic working on the field of neurotech and you have learned even one thing about how the security community is looking at your work, at your research, and you can take that piece of information back to your labs, back to where you're doing your work, it would be successful. We really want to be that interface between the scientific community and the international security policy community. And equally, if you're sitting in the audience and you are a diplomat, a policymaker, you're working for the government, and you have learned something about neurotech that you didn't know at 9 a.m. this morning when this event started, it's also a great indicator of success. And on such complex topics, this is the best that we can hope for, is to stimulate interest in the audience in trying to, wanting to learn more. And as we wrap up this dialogue, I think I'm also a social scientist, not an academic, but I've worked at the intersection of policy, security, and technology for a while, and I like to make some sort of a mental models around how this whole evolving field works. And I think when I look at it, fundamentally, I see not just a new technology. Neurotechnologies is not just a new thing. It's potentially a new way in which we're defining the relationship that humans will have with technology. So it's not just another innovation. And when I think back at the first Innovations Dialogue in 2019, when this event was launched, one of the topics that we looked at that was very new at the time was the Internet of Things. So the idea of having sensors and that would allow for remote sensing, or the kind of the first generation of smart technologies that would allow the Internet of Things to become alive. And we've seen a transition from the Internet of Things has evolved into the Internet of People with the all of the wearable technologies that we now have, whether it's phones, whether it's smartwatches, smart rings, or whatever you have. And after listening to the event today, I'm wondering whether we are not starting to go even beyond that into what I would probably define as the Internet of Minds, where minds become connected between each other, with the technology, etc. And what does that mean going forward? I'm sure that scientifically speaking is an oversimplification, but I think from a policy perspective, it is useful to map how this trajectory of the relationship between humans and the technology is evolving. And I think that today's event also showed us that the potential operational, legal, and ethical impact of neurotechnologies on international peace and security could be profound, for good and for bad. And as such, I think it is important that, as we were discussing in this panel, anticipate, start early. It is never too early to start to identify potential risks, potential opportunities, and ensure that appropriate governance frameworks are developed to mitigate the risks, but also enable the maximum potential of the opportunities. Thank you. So I will stop there. There is plenty of more substance. That's why we have recorded this. This will be, the recordings on this event will be available on all UNIDIR's social media channels, on YouTube. We will be producing a summary report in the coming months that will help you navigate through 8 hours of discussion. What is left to do before we close, first of all, is to thank all of you, whether you were part of the 200 plus people that followed us online or the 50-something that joined us here in Geneva. Thank you for your participation, for your active engagement in the Q&A with Slido. We wish we had the time to go through all of your questions, but definitely we will take forward some of those offline. My sincere gratitude goes to all of the speakers. We had a tremendous selection of speakers. It was a very content-rich innovations dialogue. So thank you so much to all of our speakers for taking the time to join us and to share your expertise with all of us. Of course, as I mentioned this morning, none of this would have been possible without the support of our donors of the Security and Technology Program, the government of Czechia, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland, and support by Microsoft. And last but not least, I think the biggest thank of all goes to my team, the team that put this event together. It was a remarkable team effort. Thank you, Fede, for everything that you've done for this year's Innovations Dialogue. Thanks, Gosha, for for your leadership. Jess, Ed, everyone that has contributed, whether close to the stage or far in the back, to make sure that everything was running smoothly. We couldn't really have done this without you. So please allow me or join me in thanking the team for the great job that they did today. One last point before I welcome you to the refreshments we have outside of the room. As you may have heard or you may remember our director mentioning, UNIDIR is celebrating its 45th anniversary. We have a very interesting celebration planned for next Tuesday. We have some flyers here just outside of the room. If you are in Geneva and you're interested in joining joining us to celebrate our 45th anniversary, there will be interesting discussions and an opportunity again to pick up on some of the topics for today. More information is outside of the room. Thank you again and have a good evening. Thanks.